Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. It's 7 p.m. on Saturday night, or whenever time it is we have the show. This is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. Glad you're here tonight. I'm Captain D-Trag. It's worth pointing out, Nocturne Fawn was going to be joining with me for this one as far as live in the show, but she unfortunately is not feeling well, so she said I'm not going to be able to make it, but she might appear in our best chat on Twitch. Definitely looking forward to as far as tonight, because tonight we're doing our second chance for this month. Every month this year, we've been taking a look at a game we've played before to do it better. Basically, because we did it before and we had a good time doing it, but also some of the stuff was in the ancient days of our show. Case where I just kind of was going off of nothing myself, saying, I have games I want to show. I had ancient tech. I got better tech in all the years that have gone on. Better tech equipment for the microphone and also the capture device. So one of those games actually was one ElecVerse wanted to see again, or a case where, when he came to the show, it's a case we did this game already, but he said, I wish I was there when you did it live. And on his request, we were doing tonight for our fourth entry of our Halloween block, a game that maybe doesn't seem like it has something to do with Halloween, but trust me, it does. And this is going to be a definitive look at a game that is celebrating 30 years this month. We're going to be playing using the Wii U. We actually even booted this thing up for the purpose of the Wii U War Chest in like 3 years since we looked at Final Fight 3. Fitting, because it's another Capcom game, and our first look at Mega Man in 2 years. We're going to be playing Mega Man 7 from Super Nintendo. This came out in 1995 in Japan in March 24th. In the US, it came out in September, and sort of seen sometimes as October, perhaps. It's kind of sometimes a question on how that went. It was posted and developed by Capcom. It's a game that was ported or made in only 3 months, as it turned out. It's something I did not go into before, because years ago, and I did this the first time, I'll go into the aspects of that, and we'll also have our original show with that from 5 years ago in our new Mega Man 7 playlist when I edit this in a couple of days. It's a case where, yeah, they made this in only 3 months. I was like, is that right? I looked around. Actually, ElecVerse mentioned on the video we uploaded to our YouTube site for that, and I'll go into that a little later as far as that, because he said a lot of interesting things on that I kind of was holding off for our return to this game to go into. It's something where, yeah, they did make it pretty quick. I looked like, yeah, it is something that only came out in 3 months as far as them making it. It was kind of interesting. You think, well, wait a second, is this a rush job? By technical standards, yes it is, but when you play it, like, it seems like something was developed in like a year time. Or I think as he said, I'll go into the full quote what he said a little later, as far as ElecVerse is concerned. The idea that this is something where there's games that were in development for way longer and they were way worse. Yeah, fair, good point, definitely, for sure. As far as this one, it is the only Mega Man classic platformer the Super Nintendo got in the US. There are a couple other ones that Japan got. There was a Rockman Forte, which came out there in 1998. We got on the Game Boy Advance in 2003. We never got that Super Famicom version translated. And there was also Mega Man Soccer, but that was Soccer case. Most of Super Nintendo was to the Mega Man X games, which I have X3 here, on Wii U Virtual Console. That is how we're playing it. This is a straight emulation of the Super Nintendo version. It's worth pointing out this port, which you can no longer buy, unfortunately. It came out on Wii U on September 12th, 2014. It also got ported to new 3DS Virtual Console on June 16th of 2016. And there are other ports of this that are not direct, which are in the Mega Man Anniversary Collection for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox, and now the Mega Man Legacy Collection 2, which is on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, and of course the newer Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch consoles will play that game as is. There's some unique things, though. Like, does it really matter that this is straight emulation? Actually, yes it does, and I did not actually realize that that was the case. But I said, so I booted up the Wii U. We've not looked at it since we looked at Final Fight 3 here, another one that is a Capcom joint that goes for a lot of money. This is like $300-$400 now, and there's stuff I'm going to show you tonight in this one that is a case where you have to own it that way, or I guess hack this, or if Capcom is going to do a straight emulation of it in something else. But I don't know if with that Legacy Collection 2 they would even think it's even necessary. But I have to have that going, whatever that is, to see some of the stuff I'm going to show you. But that being said, I think we're going to still start at least with the intro. And since this is straight emulating the Super Nintendo version, it is going to have flashlight warnings, including in the intro, and I'll indicate as we go where those are going to be placed. As I mentioned, it came out in 1995 for Super Nintendo. It was directed by Yoshihisa Suda. He was the planner of Parallel World for Famicom. As far as other aspects of Mega Man, he was involved with designing on Mega Man 0, 2, and 3 for Game Boy Advance. He directed Mega Man Battleship Challenge, which I do have the Wii U Virtual Console version of, which is its only port, by the way. And you're seeing also where the flashing light warnings are going, and we'll talk on the plot in a sec. He also did supervising Mega Man 10, Mega Man 0, Mega Man 9, and he also directed Astro Striker Gunvolt, which is very much like Mega Man, or Mega Man X, kind of. And he also was a project manager on, the project manager on Power Ranger Samurai for the Wii. The game was produced by Tokuro Fujiwara. We've seen him before. We played Tombo last year. And also Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse for Super Nintendo, and he was involved in the other ones. And all of the Mega Man games for Super Nintendo as far as the platformers, so Mega Man 7, X, X2, and X3 as far as publishing. There's a lot of names on music I'm going to have to get to as we're seeing the intro of this, where, hey guys, hey ElecVerse, so good to see you tonight for Mega Man 7. I know you want to see this game. Thank you so much for your patience. I know that you also scheduled tonight's show. Thank you so much for that. I'm ready to do Mega Man 7. I'm also ready to go over specifically what you mentioned on our YouTube site when we did it the first time, which that's going to look like nothing compared to how tonight's show is. Tonight we're going the full way. We have the Wii U Virtual Console port that's straight emulating the Super Nintendo version. That is going to be very vital for some of the stuff we're going to be showing tonight. So good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. Hope your family, everybody around you's been doing well. If you've heard every memory flow on Mega Man 7, I'm with you. I love this game. This is probably my favorite of the Mega Man classic games. We're pointing out Nocturne. She was going to be here. Unfortunately, she is feeling sick, so unfortunately she was not able to join, but she might be showing up in the chat as well. I did say to her, hey, take care of yourself as far as that, and I don't want to see the show, so if she's there, she can jump in, and either way, we're glad to have you, and welcome to the show as we're seeing, gotta remember the name of this guy as far as who's taking the town down, that being, because I have like 9 pages of notes on this game, as it turned out, Matt Grinder. As you're getting this wonderful music for the start of Mega Man 7, which is subtitled in Japan, as they all are. This one is Mega Man 7 Shadow of Destiny, or Showdown of Destiny, I should say. Or, Shukume no Taiketsu. Or it's also known as Destiny's Greatest Battle as far as the way the translation goes. As you mentioned on your YouTube comment on our first look at Mega Man 7, which I know is before you came on the show and was kind of spearheading our best channel on Twitch, as was... It was made in only 3 months, you were right. I confirmed that from an interview with the developers and the director from Game Informer magazine. I will look for that. I think I found it online. I'll indicate that in the link list below and I edit in a couple of days. As directed by Yoshihisa Suda, I think it was him who they did interview as far as getting a sense of what we're going to see as far as one of 3 classic Mega Man games that the Super Famicom Nintendo got, sort of. Because there's Mega Man Base or Rock Man and Forte, which Japan only got until the Game Boy Advance version came out years later for us. There's this. And there's Mega Man Soccer, which isn't a platform case, but it is a case of classic Mega Man going, as we're seeing quite an arsenal of weapons we're going to have with Mega Man in this direct sequel to Mega Man 6, and they're kind of going more in story as we go. There's any nice rain effects in Cloud Man stage, which there's any flashlight warnings here, especially since it's straight emulating Super Nintendo, as opposed to the Mega Man Anniversary Collection ports, and also the Legacy Collection 2. I'll get to those as we go, because actually there is one aspect of this game that you need this version to show. Like, really? For some reason, other cases are not going that way, and this kind of is going through as far as the demo, a little bit of everything I'm going to see as far as the arsenal of Mega Man, Beat the Bird, which we've only seen this, because actually this is the only classic Mega Man game we've played so far, believe it or not. I would have thought we would have gotten to more, but something where this was my favorite one. This is also why I played it the first time, but also when you said, I wish it was there for, I was like, wish granted. I love to bring everything you have as far as our best chat. You wish you saw a game we didn't do before, we're going to come back, we're going to do it again. We'll do it even better, as is. And honestly, it was really till the PlayStation 2 version of Mega Man Anniversary Collection I finished it back in the day. That was my case too, because I was there when this came out in 1995. My story is the son of my brother's piano teacher at the time was big into Mega Man. He's the reason I know Mega Man. Wherever he is out there, I really want to thank him for that, because it was 1995 about when he played Mega Man X2, which is the first Mega Man game of any kind I played, and then this one. And it was a case where I was interested in it, but it's a case where I never got them as far as playing them. I just rented them. I rented Mega Man X1, 2, and 3, and this one for Super Nintendo. And then, since I had Nintendo 64, it was basically just Mega Man 64. You mentioned when we looked at it for the off-screen case for the end of Mega Man Legends, you're like, Jesus Christ, look at this thing. Glad I got it on PlayStation. And it was actually the Mega Man Anniversary Collection, released in 2004 for the PlayStation 2 and GameCube. It came on the Xbox a little later. I bought that collection specifically for this, because even at the time, this game cost a lot of money. It was like $60, $70, which sounds like nothing nowadays. Also, it's going dim, so I gotta move the D-pad to turn on my Wii U Pro controller for this baby. I was saying, yeah, contact with Dr. Willie. This also means we have all the typos that are in this game set, which I think the Anniversary Collection fixed one or a couple of them. We'll get as we go. But that was how I got it, because I said, I want to get this game. It's $30 for that, as far as it compared to like $70, which nowadays, I'd love to pay the $70 again, but it's like $300-$400 on the Super Nintendo. But it is collected there. It's also collected on the Mega Man Legacy Collection 2. It was interesting also looking back at all the ports, including that Anniversary Collection, because it was the first port of it, and something you can kind of tell it, but also something where it's fascinating to see like where the evolution went. I think the art style for this game fits the classic series the most. Yeah, you did mention that. In fact, you know what? Before we continue, I'll let this go through. I want to, well, let's take a walk down memory lane by a couple of years as it is, because when we put up the video on our YouTube site, thank you so much for joining the show as has been tonight and just in general. You did say this comment. I have a picture of it. I will edit it when I indicate, because it's something that you mentioned. It's also something that every time when it comes to comments on the YouTube site, sometimes I'll comment right back. I didn't on this one. It was something I also said, you know what? I do want to kind of hold this till we get back to this game, because I knew in my mind, I think we've got to come back to this game somehow. In fact, I bought the Wii U version when it was available before they shut the Wii U store down for the purpose of showing it directly as far as the Super Nintendo original that way. I said, I want to talk about it now. So I got this up on screen because you did indicate that. You mentioned, quote, Mega Man 7, the first classic game I played and my personal favorite, Fight Me Haters, which I'm not going to fight you on this one. I love this game too, and I think we'll figure that, like, what's the idea? What is people hating on this? Although you kind of covered it, saying it's this game and Mega Man X1 on Super Nintendo made me a fan of Mega Man. I remember your element on Mega Man X1. We mentioned that when we did Mega Man X4 a couple years ago. We are going to do Mega Man X1. We've done it years ago. I don't have a recording of it. Nocturne and I are going to be doing a show for that one. And tomorrow's my birthday. Yes, that's the other thing. Happy birthday to you as well. And I'm glad to be giving this as a birthday gift to you. So good to see you tonight as well. Good case of saying, well, let's have a show going on as far as that for you, but also just in general, like, hey, I love this game too. I wanted to show it off. It does fit our Halloween block, as we're going to see when we get to Shade Man stage. Both ways, we're going to show that. But as you were also saying, you're saying, well, yeah, Super Nintendo era was kind of your way, I guess, with those two. I love almost everything about this. The music, the graphics are gorgeous. I wish more games had the style. I know what you're saying exactly, because honestly, most of them are 8-bit, exactly. I'll be 32, don't feel it, though. Yeah, I know, I'm hitting 40 in December, so it's one of those cases where I don't know if I'm necessarily feeling getting there as far as, I'm like, well, I gotta get some stuff looked at myself, but I'm doing well, holding up, doing alright as far as stuff with show and everything. Is a big case, but like, yeah, another step, and think back to like the idea of growing up with a game, but saying, I'll tell you, before going as far as what you're mentioning, you kind of helped make this show what it was. A lot of people did, but also you did as far as coming in and saying, you know what, I want to talk about some of this personal stuff for myself, saying, like, let's make this personal. Let's talk about the experience that I had with a game, with anything really, myself, whatever it goes. And I said, you know what, I realized that was something very sacred. I said, I was very honored as far as that idea, just in general, but I said, you know what, let's turn that as far as the show. Look, a lot of people are playing games on Twitch or anywhere. I know that. It's like, what are we going to do to stand out? And we don't need to be a huge show. I said, well, you know what, let's make it this kind of intimate thing. Let's make it this casual hangout. Let's come by. Let's talk philosophic on Mega Man 7 or really anything we got or anything about ourselves. Because look, we all have a story to tell. And I think that that's been something that I think is a fascination. Same case as far as whenever we've had guests on the show or other stuff. Like, every game's going to tell a story for yourself, but also for the game itself. And I figure that it kind of spearheaded the idea of saying, let's go through that as is. But you also said, yeah, I wish I had more games of this style because it was only this, Mega Man 8, Mega Man and Base, and Mega Man 11 that were not 8-bit style, as far as, like, the main platformers. Because I know there's the Power Fighters games, I know there's the Game Boy games, I know there's the Battle Fighters that's on Neo Geo Pocket Color, and other stuff kind of surrounded. But as far as, like, the straight classic platformers, you're right, it doesn't have a look like this. And even the other ones that do, they have their own perspective, and I thought of, kind of surprised that they didn't say, well, let's go back to this look again, you know? I don't know, maybe because we saw it in 8-bit all the time on NES as far as that. But then a case of saying, you're right, it does have a lot of expressiveness. We're going to see that as we go. But saying that the gameplay is smooth, the challenge feels fair for the most part, but fuck you, Wily Capsule 7, we'll get there, trust me. But I also practicing for that, so we're going to be set for it. Collecting items is a perfect concept, and I wish other games did this. And that's a thing I think I'm noticing when you're mentioning, which is, I wish other games did this. I think you're right about this, which is that this game does a lot of unique things that, even nowadays, thinking as far as where Mega Man's gone, even other sub-genres of Mega Man have gone around, there are a lot of things this is doing that even those don't, and it's kind of a fascination looking at it and saying, well, it's been a while since Mega Man 11, actually 7 years since that. I know they're doing collections as far as stuff like the Mega Man Star Force Anniversary Collection. I'm buying that one day one, because that means, well, it's going to be a bargain for everything in it, given the cost, and then also the idea of Legends and other stuff, I guess, as far as new stuff. But there's just a case of saying, well, we got tons of stuff for this, and seeing maybe I can mine something like this for ideas. Okay, let's see. If you don't want to go through the levels or dig through them, that's fine. But also, if you do, you can do that, and it appeals to both crowds who want to explore or just want to go straight. So that's good. The idea of saying how we balance exploration and the platforming shooting, as we're going to see. And honestly, I don't understand some of the hate this game gets because the sprites are big. I guess so what? It's not really much of a hindrance. I mean, we'll get to that because I don't know if I'd say that's my thought either. As far as like, is it really that much of a hindrance? We'll get to that as we go. And this game, in my opinion, is the best item collection. It is unique how the item collection are going. We're going to be going to get all the items, and we're going to be going to get all the items specifically from the stages because some of them you can buy from the shop. But I also said, you know what? We're going to take a full look, go in the whole way. And we'll get to this soon enough. I will just want to finish your perspective. Yeah, the idea of the platform in case of not being hindrance, but personally, my issues are only I don't find the super adapter useful. We'll get the full case. We'll go into that as well. And getting Proto Man shield is pain. It's not easy, that's for sure, but we will get it. And the weapons could be bitter hit or miss, but to me, that's it. The fact it was made in only 3 months. You're right. Actually, I did not know that until you mentioned it. It's a testament considering a lot of games with long developments turn out horrible. Right. Driver 3 was in development for 3 years, and that turned out to be a disaster. Not really himself, Mega Man. Actually, Mega Man's a weird one, because I'd say even the games in that franchise are not good. It's more a design thing, as opposed to like, hey, I don't know, it doesn't play well. I mean, it plays well maybe for certain things, because like where the design goes. But case that you're right, stuff like Duke Nukem Forever, that was a 15-year game. You're like, what's that about? But it's 3 months, and it doesn't feel like in any way. It could have been something they made in like multiple years. It's a shame it didn't see it live. It would have been awesome. You're here now. We got it live, and let's get to it. But also, except for the Rush Circuit chips, you have the options to look for items yourself or just buy them, and there's no other game in the series that does it right like this. Which, yeah, you mean, because they did add the shop case in the next couple of Mega Man games, because Mega Man's 8, 9, 10, and I believe 11. It's been a while since I played 11. But I do have it, so we can definitely run it, and got all the other ones as well. I don't know if they necessarily went to that degree of saying, you know, we're gonna let you get the items in stages if you're clever, or look around, or search, or say, you know, I can just spend tons of balls. I can get stuff for that way. So it plays a lot of aspects of the way the game is designed. It's a lot of different play styles, you're right, which makes it really unique. And also, I guess, this being also the first case where, this was a year after Mega Man X came out on Super Nintendo, in the case where Capcom, I guess, was getting the thought of saying, what if we have multiple aspects of Mega Man going at the same time? With X, which was a sequel years after this one, and then saying, well, we have classic series going on at the same time. But it's interesting to see that, and then saying, yeah, we can keep these going on, have this feel, and then there is something I gotta say, something very special about this game. We'll definitely get that as we go. I'll let this go through once more, and we'll also talk the plot as is. Also, I guess I gotta talk the music, because good lord, there's like 9 names to the music. It's dim it again. I know people are gonna look, 20 minutes, we haven't touched the game. Look, we're going deep. You know that, but also, I want to also give you your aspect, because you said you wanted to be here, you scheduled the show for it, because I was like, I don't want you to miss this. I knew you said you wanted to be here. I was like, what can we do to get that? That's how we handle it as far as the accommodating aspect. Actually, okay, it's interesting seeing the demo here. I actually didn't realize the idea that, yeah, they have max bolts, because you have maximum 99 or 999 bolts in this. And it is something that we'll get to a little later for detail. And this being the first game that has the bolt system for doing purchasing, but also, in case you're right, you can explore if you want, but he's like, hey, I want to spend my money. Let's spend my money. All right, I guess I'll go as we take a look at this. I gotta think about when do I talk music, because if there's 9 names to the music, believe it or not, when do I start talking about them? I mean, I guess I'll start while this is going. The first 2 names, first up is Tatsuya Nishimura. He did music for Magical Quest, starring Mickey Mouse. I almost said Magical Tetris Challenge. We're playing that, by the way, in December, by the way, for the purpose of that. Okay, let me rephrase that. They don't give you, a lot of them don't, okay, I mean, they don't give you that option. You have to buy items, you have to find the items, and then purchase to use them. Yeah, I mean, there's sort of one item like that in this, but also it's a case where, because that's Beats Whistle, we'll get to that a little, although in that one you do buy, you don't have to buy it, really. It's a case where you have to go and find it in order to get the ability to buy it later. By that case, you get full case of Beats Whistle as is. But an interesting case of it, as we're going to see the plot, I guess I'll go into stuff in the music later. Okay, fine, I'll mention briefly, Tatsuya Nishimura did music for Magic Quest starring Mickey Mouse, Basis Loaded 4, Final Fight 2, did sound effects on Breath of Fire, Goof Troop, and Eye of the Beholder. As far as the other names, we'll get to them later, but we're getting the plot line because it's directly sequelizing Mega Man 6 from NES, not Super Nintendo. At the end of the last one is, some going Johnny mentioned in his review, well, Mega Man brought a rope. So at the end of that game, he said, you know what, I'm gonna take Wiley in, so I tied him up, I brought him back. The media loved me as far as saying we're gonna finally imprison him after 6 games of trouble. But after 6 months of no contact, Wiley had a backup plan. I guess because he's had this happen 6 times in a row, or 5 times in a row, I guess, because he didn't have a chance to, do something special after 6, because in that case, he got away every other one. I'll play the other ones eventually as far as the classic Mega Man games. And at 6, he was arrested. He's like, my backup plan is here that I got a bunch of robots here that they're waiting for 6 months of no communication from me. And after that case, they're going to go run amok and take the town down. And with 6 months without being contacted by Dr. Willie. Yes, it does have a case of that typo, so we'll get to that as far as how it is. But it is an interesting case as far as, like, I guess a little bit of, like, the charm that kind of goes to it. Or I'll take Mega Man X8 as an example, which Nocturne is going to be the one playing, and she'd have an estimate to this. You have to find items, you have to grind loads of metals to purchase the item you found, which doesn't make sense. Why? Yeah, I don't know why. Nocturne, if you're in chat, or however that is, do you have an answer for ElecVerse that way? Or if not, we'll get to that when we get to Mega Man X8, because she's going to control that. She's controlling most of the Mega Man X franchise. The only ones she's not going to be controlling are Mega Man Maverick Hunter X for the PSP, and Mega Man X6. I'm taking the bullet on Mega Man X6. But that's a good question, so you're right. The idea that they had it right in this game, you're like, wait a second, they made other ones. What happened? Why did they change it? It seems kind of bizarre. And we'll get to that as we go, because actually this is the first time we played a Mega Man game in 2 years, and I can't believe it's been that way. Usually because Nocturne's a huge fan, and she's basically on every single one. And she would have on this one, if not for the fact that she was sick, but I said, take care of yourself, don't worry. Some things are more important than our show. I acknowledge that for sure, and I'm not going to say, no, that's unreasonable. It totally is. That's the good case. We send our best, but the idea is that we're going to still go on as far as the program and other stuff for that. But you're right. That seems weird, and I don't even know Mega Man X8 that well. I have it via the Mega Man X Legacy Collection. I have the 1 and 2 one on Xbox One as far as how I have it. I don't know if that's the one we show. That's going to be up to her of saying, like, what version we show, because it might be a case where there's a benefit showed on the PlayStation 2 in its original way, like she has. Kind of like there's a benefit to show this game either on Super Nintendo itself or via Wii U. Or if you had 3DS or new 3DS and download on that way too, because these are straight emulations of the Super Nintendo game. We'll get at it as we go. Or also the Mega Man Zero series. It makes sense why you have to grind energy crystals to upgrade the Cyber Elves that way, because you're essentially raising a living being and feeding it. Right, so in that case saying, how about a collecting method as far as doing an upgrade of those Cyber Elves and that? Because, yeah, we have not shown Mega Man Zero yet either. It's going to be a question. We'll talk on as far as Nocturne's concerned, as far as what those are. And also, do you think, I guess I'll preface this way, when we get to the other games in this franchise, do we go in order? I mean, I guess in this one we're going backwards, because this is the first one I played. So I said, we're doing this one. It was years ago, before Nocturne was even on the show. But the idea is, like, for other ones, do we go in order? Certain ones maybe make sense to go in order more than others. I would think the Zero series would probably be an example of that, I think. Maybe with X, but also X is all over the place. We've only done Mega Man X2 and 4 so far. I did X years ago. I don't have a recording of it, so in that case, we'd have to do that one again. And like this one, we do it the full way. Because back then, I just said, I just want to show stuff with the COVID times. So in that case, I'm saying, what are we going to do with that? Let's get going. But still, a case that it's been so long. I'm glad to be coming back to this game tonight for the purpose of... Okay, so the way this is going to work, we are going to be running through the whole game. As I said, since this is straight emulating Super Nintendo, I'm going to be saying that a lot. There are things in this that I'm going to show that only I can show this way. One of those actually being... I think we talked about this on other cases before, and we'll see this in a second. This is the first game in the franchise that did not have 8 Robot Masters, or in the case of Mega Man 1, 6... to start, where you just go to menu, select them. Actually, there's a password that only works in the straight emulation of the Super Nintendo version or the Super Nintendo version itself that lets you play the game with all 8 Robot Masters available at the start. Though it does actually skip both the intro stage of the Abandoned Highway, or the Dilapidated Highway, and the Robot Museum. I can give a look at that as far as tonight. We could actually even justify another look at this game, honestly, and I might, as far as with Nocturne, saying... let's play it that way. And that code, by the way, that password does not work in the Anniversary Collection or the Legacy Collection too. I tested both of them to get a sense of it. I was like, why does it not work? And I guess because it's straight emulating this, but there's other stuff that is in those. So I don't know what happened. Like, why is that a case? but we're gonna show it. I'll give it a sense of like what that is, but we are gonna play it the straight way, going the 4 Robot Masters and the 4 Robot Masters afterwards as it goes. They get this great music. Oh my god, I love it so much. You're right, going in that atmosphere, but I think this is the idea. We're just gonna get ourselves kind of focused for a great night of Capcom gaming and Mega Man gaming as well. Okay. So with that, we can finally get started after 25 minutes, but just want to get that spiel. Okay, so here we go. We have password. Of course, this is how Mega Man ran, and it runs the same way that Mega Man X did, and that's on numbers and pictures. We'll show that a little later. You have sound, you can do it stereo or monaural. Thanks to Capcom, I know what mono stands for. It's short for monaural. So it's one channel or dual channel. We're in dual channel, of course. And game start. Let's get ourselves going. I'll go on the music cases where I get good cases of stoppage, or I'll maybe do it later. But alright, we're seeing here, there's Mega Man without his helmet, and Roll, of course, his sister, and Otto, who's a student of Dr. Light. This is the first game he appeared in. And he's like, yeah, Wily's loose again, won't he ever stop? So Roll's saying, like, yeah, no, you're not okay, she does know who we're dealing with, but the case is that that's the case, but Mega Man seems like it's pretty confident, saying, like, yeah, Rush and me are gonna get our parts and be set. But since our auto car does not have hydraulics to it, we can't bounce our way to get across as far as the way the road is going. So, alright, stay home. I'm going to be handling this, and I'll be back for dinner. But before you do, take a helmet, because it's going to be dangerous out there. I do love this, the idea of saying, like, let's be a little more comedic, let's also be a little more of a story case, where Roll's saying, what is he, a drill miner or something? No, you're not. He's not a Metual. You gotta have the other helmet, which, by the way, I'd rather have that. But I guess, I don't know, maybe Light told him to give it that one. But there we go. Now we're ready. Alright, so good luck, Mega Man. Yeah, we'll get to that when we get to Mega Man 8. Also got to see my nieces and nephews last week. So glad to hear that. Hope they're doing well, and I guess the idea of you spreading aspects of gaming to them, or whatever it is, but good to hope they're doing well. Hope you are doing well as we're seeing Dr. Light here. And our dog Rush, he's there getting the sense of saying, like, okay, here we go. Gotta get back to the lab. He's like, no, Wily's gonna be escaping prison with the great sound effects of. And I swear to God, I did not work on the sound effects on this game 30 years ago without remembering. I just know that so well. So in case of saying, like, I don't know how I'll be able to imitate that case. I did that on my audio test as well. As there's Wily, he's like, hi. I gotta get my way out. We're just standing there not doing anything, but that's fine. We'll be okay. Okay, so let's get going, Mega Man. And Rush is here, and we're gonna follow Wily's spaceship. And to start, we do have Rush with us. I'll show that in a little bit. We get our play going. So we do have an intro stage. The first game in the classic Mega Man series to have one that is, unless you count Mega Man on DOS. That one has an intro stage. That's the case where you're going, I haven't played this game, but from what I've seen of it, I believe you're basically going around the toll gates, like the toll gates going up, like, wait. That was the high-tech expressions one, the very bizarre one. Like the the CGA graphics. I'll have a picture of that weird shit, because it's an indication they gotta show. Okay, you start with Mega Buster, and you start with Rush Coil. You have Rush Coil just to give an indication of this. Here he is. There's our great dog. We had that with Blanca with Shadow Heart's Covenant, which we finished last week after 8.5 months. Okay, so here he is. You can also do your shooting on Y button for that. We jump on him, boom, you got a spring. It's nice stuff. But for now, we're just gonna run Mega Buster. L and R is switching across here, seeing my lives and my bolt count, which have nothing. Those areas will be filled up later. Oh, no. Sorry, Rush. We love you, but you gotta go away for now. He'll be back. Trust me. Rush is coming back. Okay. Like Mega Man 4, 5, and 6 and NES, you have the Mega Buster that's holding the Y button, letting go, shooting. Jumping is on B button, moving left, right, on D-pad down, and B button is slide. You have that from Mega Man 3. There's the Metuals. They shoot out the bullets there. And then outside of that, for now, not too much. That's basically the idea. But yeah, just be careful not to get sort of hurt, but I'm letting myself get hurt. And I don't think this game's, I don't think the controller's gonna die whilst I'm playing the way we did last time. It was great. I also had house sit for my cousin because she went on vacation during the weekend. So some days I can see them more than a few hours. You know, I get that, so I guess they usually squeeze in what you can as far as aspect of schedule. I guess that's, to be honest, that's kind of how I am as far as friends and family. Case like where they're busy or I'm busy. How do we figure stuff out? But you find your way out, you have a great time, and you appreciate it that way as well. Okay, so here we go. Here is, as mentioned earlier, Mad Grinder. Kind of is a little bit of a look of a predecessor, a little bit of Teasel Bond from the Mega Man Legends game, since he kind of is like the Mohawk. But in his case, what he does is basically throws his spike Mohawk off and has the roller towards you. When he hits the ground, you kind of shake a little bit. As long as you stand right next to him and run out of that way, you're fine. When I did this last time, as far as last time I played this for the show, I was using the Mega Man Legacy Collection 2 on Xbox One. I was running the Xbox One X. I don't know what happened. My batteries on that controller were all set. My controller just stopped running. I was like, wait a second, why did this not work? Why was my controls going? I almost died to him because of that, but now he's dead. I said, let me put the batteries back in, and it worked fine. And then the game crashed when I got to the mini-boss Inverse Man stage. So that was kind of a weird case. But either way, we're in good shape now. It's going on, making the jump. Okay, so I'm going to fight this guy. Okay, I know who he is. We know who he is. ElecVerse, you and I, we both know damn well who he is. I'm going to fight him. I'm also going to reload my save after this. Oh, actually, no, I have a save state down. I'll show that in a second because I want to show both his dialogues. So this is the way it's supposed to go, especially because if you last at least 2 minutes without getting your health into the danger zone and hurt him enough. Okay, if you hurt him enough, he will be shielding himself. Actually, there's 3 ways to show this. So I guess I'll show it that way, too. You're as good as they say, Mega Man. Alright, tell me who you are, question mark. Okay, so if you don't... Okay, so there are 3 aspects to this. I will show all 3 then. And I have a save state set up for the purpose of this, which is... Either you hit him enough, he's showing himself hurt. I hit him enough, I survived 2 minutes, and he says, like, okay, we're all good. Or I get my health down to, like, nothing, almost. You can't die to this boss, so it's like Vile and Mega Man X. Then he says, like, this is supposed to be Mega Man? Yeah, so who is this? This is bass, and my dog here is treble, or in the Japanese version, he is called Forte, and the dog is named Gospel. I actually did not know that. We've been trying to stop Dr. Wile while you're gone. I guess it's been 6 months since Mega Man 6, as was with plots going, so I guess they were on watch. See, now you don't need our help. So you say. Bass? Yeah, I guess so. It's not Bass going to Mega Man 8. We'll get to that eventually, although Nocturne's playing the Saturn Japanese edition, so we're not doing that. Okay. So hit that ZR button. We're reloading that again. Like, why? Well, we're going to show all 3 ways. I'm going the whole way. Trust me, we're going the whole way. In this case, I have a save state from when I was doing my practice, basically getting a sense of, like, get this set. I'm gonna just tear... You know what? No, I'm not gonna tear them apart. We're gonna make canonical the idea we tear them apart, so I'm gonna let myself get shot. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna walk into him. I don't actually ever come over here until, like, let me go over to this side. So they did, like, I'm doing unique stuff, too. It's like, yeah, I'm getting shot in the face as far as base. But since I can't die... Okay, there you go. Okay, I've never talked over on this side before. Okay, that's unique. So this is Mega Man. So he's questioning the idea. This part's the same. Also, the introduction's the same. And we're looking around, basically like, wait a minute. You're much too weak to battle Wily. Maybe you better sit this one out. Fuck no. I'm gonna show you up for that. And the rest are the same. But, alright. Now let's tear them apart. Also, I had bad luck on Saturday. Just to indicate this. I mean, I'll split this up so I get the music running. Boom. Okay. Because in the bathroom with messed up door, closed it and got stuck and couldn't get out. Bear in mind, I didn't carry my phone with me because the bathroom right is long. I mean, if I'm doing business, I'll be quick, so I had to wait hours for my mom to get out because I feel like an idiot because I couldn't call for help. I mean, well, then again, you're right. The idea of, like, what's a case as far as being stuck that way? I'm trying to think of a good case of something I've had that way. I mean, I had a case where I locked my keys in my car at one point. So that was years ago. But that's, I mean, sorry you went through that, but of course the idea, like, hey, trying to get that idea of going through. But, hey, something sometimes happens, so you get the idea, like, you just gotta do what you can do that way. For what that idea is. But I'm glad you're doing okay, and I let him get that being, it's like, you're sitting there hours, as far as what that is. But, I'm glad you're doing alright as far as that. Okay, so fine, let's take our frustrations on, like, fine, let's assume, for the sake of argument, that, I know damn well this is not true, but Bass did this shit to you, let's do it, let's shoot him down dead or something. Well, not gonna die. Okay, there you go. So if you hurt him enough, he gets his arm there. There we go, got him. There you go, talk about revenge being sweet, but there you go, we're as good as they say. Yeah, more than good, because yeah, he's totally needing a repair. Okay, so there we go. So I fought him 3 times for the purpose that I definitely didn't do that last time we played this. They don't need your help, you do though, so go to the robot hospital down the street. Okay, so now with that set, let's go. And you get password after every stage. Now, as far as the Robot Masters are concerned, just let you know, like, as far as this, because I know this game really well, and I know you do as well, I am going to do something with this game that I'm probably only going to do for Mega Man X, and also when, I think I'll second chance X2. I did that actually the week before you jumped on the program, as it was, and also I think we could rationalize doing that one again. And that is, I'm going to Mega Buster every single boss in this. Also, I will show, before we do that, I will also show Auto Shop. But it's your choice. Who do you want me to fight first? We have Freeze Man, we have Burst Man, we have Junk Man, and we have Cloud Man. It's your pick. I hit the select button, though, to start as we go, because I'm going to go to Big Eddie's. That is Auto Shop, as mentioned. And you get this great piece of music going on. I guess I'll mention music now as far as the next name. I guess that's going to have to be when I give it downtime full name of music. Next up is Yuko Takaharu's involved, who did music for Mighty Final Fight for NES, Mega Man X, Mega Man 6, Mega Man 2 The Power Fighters, as well as Street Fighter Alpha, Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. That's a great case. As well as Marvel vs. Capcom, Mega Man 10, and Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventure Anniversary. No, Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Anniversary, which is a DSi download that I did get. I get the DS case figured I could show that, but that's the idea we did. Let's see. I was freaking out too, trying to break the door down so I could get in, even using bracelet. My cousin had to jiggle the latch, which ended up ruining it. Okay, no, I get the idea. Like, how do you get out of something like that? Seeming a weird case. And I like to see Cloudman first. You got it. Okay, I don't have money to do anything as far as this, so let me just come in here and show what's going on. I lost a bolt, so I have a couple screws loose. And you find my Hyper Bolt, I appreciate if you bring it back. No problem. I'll try my hardest to make items out of anything you might find. Select the item you want to make. Okay, and this is a case where the interface of this would make Crusader 64 maybe be in a question, because there's always a case of, I want to hit A button as far as like a selection. No, you hit the Y button here, and you hit the B button, you quit. Okay, so you can buy for bolts, you can buy, right now, you can buy lives, energy tanks, weapon tank, the exit capsule where you can exit stage if you've already beaten the Robot Master there. Beat's Whistle, I'm gonna try buying this one. It's supposed to call Beat, but he's not responding, you have to go and find him. I'll find him later. Basically, if you fall down a pit with this, you'll be able to be picked up and live. An energy tank for getting more energy as far as that weapon, for recovering weapon energy, and that for quitting level, and making you alive. So you can do that, but we can't get anything now, so we'll leave. Also, recovering from migraine on top of that. Oh, I am so sorry as far as that. I've been in cases of stuff like that, of being, you know, having to be in a case like that and making have it more stressful as far as that. I get that idea, but glad you're doing okay, and the idea of getting through as far as what it is for anything difficult. But as you said, let's go in the order you want to go. Let's go with Cloudman. Hit Y button and start the stage, or start. So here's Cloudman. He is our first on the docket, so we're playing. We'll get to him. It's going to be a flashing light warning, definitely in this version. Also in the Anniversary Collection, but... and actually not in the Legacy Collection 2. We toned it down a little bit, but I just want to give an indication for that a little bit. Not horrible, but... well, okay, it maybe sort of is. Actually, probably worse on the Super Nintendo cartridge, because I know with Wii U, just to go over that, and I think New 3DS is this way as well, because it was ported to that as well in 2016. They did dim the picture for certain things. This doesn't really look it, though. Maybe I'll have them side by side, just to get a sense of, is it really brighter on Super Nintendo compared to this? Maybe so, but shoot that robot down, it's starting to rain. Also, I will come back here as far as when I get another weapon, because I do want to show another thing here as well. I guess I was also, learned an important lesson, I guess always carry phone. Right, and let's go back to 1995, as I'm also going to pull out Rush Coil, because if I do that, go through the cloud cover here, go to the left, I can go get a life. The thought of, back then, remember cell phones, they were bulky as hell. I'll picture, I guess, of one, just because they cost a lot of money, I guess, as far as the idea of like, what they were. They didn't do what they do now, because you use it for pretty much anything. You do it as a camera, for God's sake. Based on how they get the lens going on, they take it's basically as advanced as certain cameras are concerned. And the kid's saying, like, well, why would I need something like that to hang around? And you realize, like, well, okay, in a case like this or something like that, yeah, you probably would. And it being a case of seeing that idea of thinking how far we've come in, again, can you believe 30 years of this game? It still boggles my mind. I know whenever I mention that to people, I mentioned that to Dolly Finn, I mentioned that a couple times to other people, it's like, God, you make me feel like, yeah, trust me, I know that too. Especially now, like, this is the time to look at this game, as I'm gonna make the jump. Kind of a little bit like Airman from Mega Man 2, and we haven't played that one yet either, but in case of doing something different, and I guess, as we're gonna go, yeah, and when it's raining, except in one other case I'll show later, you have a little bit of vignette here as far as following the platforms here. Let's talk about some of the stuff you mentioned. In this case, I guess it's sort of a leap of faith. Also, I will show this as I get the enemies coming. Remember, Mega Man World, the enemies will respawn when you go off screen a little bit. For those eggs, where are they? Okay, let's go that way. When they pop out, the frame rate goes to hell. I did that wrong because of the fact they were off, but those little birds that come out, they usually will drop a lot of items, so if you're in a case of that, you can shoot them. Jesus Christ. Okay, was it that bad on the Super Nintendo? I'm used to the other ports that don't do that. Again, straight emulation, so you get all the benefits of that, or I guess all the negatives too. Remembering, it was like 30 years ago, again, going back to that, but the case that you're able to basically use that to get bolts going. But I do want to go up there and get the rush plate, if I can do it, which, oh, okay, okay, look at that sight. There's Rush standing on nothing. I also love the animations. He's probably going to start, is he going to start yawning? Maybe just waiting for me to do something. You know what, I'm going to go back in the menu and just like, fine, sorry, Rush, got to pull you out another way. It's like, let's go, Rush. Woo! I'm thinking that for Mega Man 8, because I was showing my coworkers Mega Man 8. They said, what's the anime-style one? They knew I was practicing this, but I said, what's the anime-style one? Like, oh, it's 8. Alright, here we go. So I gotta make a jump. Actually, you know what? I can do... Yeah, let's just do that just to be safe. Oh, crap. Okay, so I went too far. Now, if you're wondering, like, wait a second, is there a better way to do this? There is, but it's... We'll show that later. Okay. Actually, at this point, it also means I got tons of bolts, number one. I do want to hit up there. Well, stop, birdies. Yeah, they usually drop bolts, or if you hit the egg now, as I'm dead, then they'll be set. Although I got the life, so it doesn't matter, really. And it's worth pointing out, when you do die, you come back to checkpoint. They're invisible as far as this game, that is, unless you play the Legacy Collection 2 port of this one, because in that case, you get a saving thing pop up when you get to a checkpoint, for any of the games in it. Which we're pointing out are Mega Man 8, 9, and 10, and it does have the DLC for 9 and 10 included with it. So that's probably how we're going to show both of those. I do have them on 360 as well, but I didn't get the DLC. In fact, actually, funny story. The reason I bought that version was because... Or why I bought Legacy Collection on... Well, Legacy Collection 2 on Xbox One first is because it came with the DLC. And so actually, the cost of this, that it was on sale, was like $13. This is cheaper than getting the DLC on 360 for this. Like, let me just get this. Also, by the way, when you do die, so actually I'm kind of glad I did show that, because when you die here and it's raining, well, the rain is stopped, so there is no weather effects anymore. Although, the weather doesn't change anything. It's not like Mega Man X2, where the wind can kind of blow you off as far as it. But in that case, I do want to get that, because you get the rush plates. Here is the first one I'm getting, that's you. And you're talking about the aspect as far as where it's going. Yeah, going to the difficulty thing, I'll say this. Even me dying there... And good lord, how low can we get the frame rate? But still the case that, well, I guess, I don't know if I really stopped and paid attention to it that much. You'll put up with the purpose of bolt collecting, number one, so I'm gonna get tons of bolts off of this. Okay, I also want to see if I'm gonna actually make that jump, but also, since it is invisible platforms, if you see items hanging around on it after killing those enemies, it does make it easier to go. Okay, so, we did make it. There's Sniper Joe, although... I don't know if he's called Sniper Joe in this. He does have shield. You basically wait till there's a shot, and he does other things. I will come back here because there's a hidden item right there. In fact, what I will do is, when I do Freeze Man stage, whenever that is, whenever you want to see it, I'll make sure to come back everywhere, getting all the items, and we're going to show everything off that I can show on this. But one thing I am going to show now, and show this as far as whenever you come here, I'm going to pull out Rush Coil again. We're going to jump up to that ladder. Wing. Okay, but coming up here, we do need to do this for something. You said, like, this is annoying as far as what we're going to get to, but we're going to get to that. Here's Proto Man, our brother, that being Blues in the Japanese version. So, it's been a while, brother. Yeah, it has. Yeah, 2 years since we played Mega Man Legends 2. I know, it's been a while, but either way, we're here. And it's been even longer since you knew 5 years since we played Mega Man 7 the first time. But anyway, here's some information. Your weapons can be used to discover hidden areas. Great idea as far as how this is. Try using the flame weapon in the woods. Alright, it is, I'll tell you, it's interesting to put that password in and let you have all the Robot Masters available at once, because well, I can actually go there for a second. It feels weird, it feels different, it feels maybe more difficult to actually play in the game. Okay, there's a rush. You do have to make that jump, very specific at the end. Not bad to do it, but still a case where, a little bit of a question. Also, let me take a look, since Rush is there. Alright, I have 86 bolts, so not bad as far as I'm doing with bolts, but I do need to get Rush... I guess ammo for him, although it'll recover at the end of the stage. As we're also going to be seeing over these platforms. There you go. Because the idea is that when he shoots out the egg that way, the birds will centralize as far as how that is. So when that happens, as those are going to be sucking me towards me, or they're sucking the air towards me, but also blowing me away. Kind of a mix of enemies that I like Airman and Mega Man 2, honestly, really. But having a unique twist, as you mentioned, saying, well, it's not the same as that. But still a case where it is something that's evoking it really nicely. I was finding it odd that Proto Man got sidelined after his debuting in Mega Man 3. Yeah, you're right, because we did not really see him until... Yeah, because he debuted in Mega Man 3, you're right about that. He was even willing to snap him out of it. Or will, when we play it. And then, yeah, you're right, I think... We saw him sort of in, 8, and this. And then 9, he's... No, he's not in 9. And, well, no. What was he? No, he was DLC in 9, I think, wasn't he? And 10 I know he's in, because... No, I think he's DLC in 9, and he's in 10. And Basis in 10 as well, as DLC as well. So I think that was the... You're right, you'd think, well, they would do that. The only other cases where I guess we really see him are those Power Fighters games. And then Mega Man Battle and Chase, which was on PlayStation, everywhere but the US, because Sony would not certify that. I was like, why? That's actually a pretty good one. But alright, when we go into this boss battle, by the way, just note everybody, flashing warning this entire time. Yeah, you think he'd be his rival. Yeah, I mean, I guess then, let's think about that, because I guess they put Bass in the rival role after this, but then you're thinking, wait a minute, maybe something with his brother, although then, yeah, because I think they do kind of play that up a little bit in this game, as we're going to get to. And we'll definitely show that as we go. So, alright, flashing warning's entire boss, let's go with Cloudman. Yeah, you're seeing right there as to why. Okay, so here's the deal. With him, he'll do that shock. When he does that, he will shoot the lightning towards the ground. What'll happen then is he'll lightning himself. He's invincible, he does that. He'll basically make the rain come up, and it'll either wind each pushing you away or pull you towards him. What you want to do is just shoot him and then slide underneath him. That's all you gotta do. But remember, ouch. Mega Man is always about pattern memorization. As long as you get that and you're able to basically execute on the back of that, that is your success, your key success in this game. And honestly, I'll say this. I know people say this is the hardest one, and also for that matter, like the size of the sprites. I don't know if I think... Maybe it's just me. I don't know if maybe the consequences of people saying, well, we have the other games, the 8-bit styles, we're so used to that sprite set. Maybe they think, oh, you don't have enough time to react. I don't know. I don't think it does. I think you still have cases where I feel like my reaction time is fine on this. And if you're like, hey, he's sucking towards me, just slide, you'll be fine. And also slide away as far as the platform, boom, he's dead. Got him. Yeah, it just makes cameos throughout the series. Yeah, you're right. Maybe that's an idea for 12 when we get to that. Saying, let's pull him back in, do something else. Oh yeah, he does have a optional boss fight. Yeah, you're right, he does. But it is optional. I didn't even know it existed for years. As we're getting our first weapon, that being the Thunderbolt. It's very useful. One of my favorite weapons in this game, and one we're going to get a lot of use for. And I love this element they do. Basically having a little bit of Mega Man saying, I saw this weapon going on of this Thunderbolt. It fires out like just charged spears. Is that right? And Dr. Light saying, yeah, you had that experience as far as out there, but here's some more information. You can use the power machines. Which is really cool. There you go. So that was our first Robot Master done. We got the Thunderbolt. It is nice stuff. Now I'll give another music case. The other name, or another name, is Toshihiko Horiyama, who did music for Demon's Crest for Super Nintendo, as well as Mega Man X, Mega Man X4, The Misadventures of Tron Bonne, Mega Man Battle Network, Onimusha 2, Samurai's Destiny, Mega Man Powered Up, Phoenix Wright, Spirit of Justice, a lot of Capcom stuff I'm realizing. Rockman EXE 4.5 Real Operation. That's for Game Boy Advance. I have a reproduction of that thanks to Nocturne, as well as a chip gate and carts for that, or little cards that go in on the chips that go. Her and I are going to show that, by the way, at some point on the show, and we'll be live on camera when we do that. We got to figure when we're going to do that. And also, he was production assistant on Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective for DS, which we're going to do a demo of in a couple of weeks. So that Switch 2 Chronicles show I've got on a weekend I'm not going to be here. And also, DLC is worth pointing out, in Mega Man 9 is optional too, true. And not really until Mega Man 10 was relevant, because in that case, it is basically the case they're both kind of going to basically stop, I don't know, the predecessor of Robot COVID or Robot Flu. It's Robenza. That's the idea, because we're going to be fighting virus. As far as Mega Man 10, we get to that one. One I also think is kind of underrated, but also one that I guess you can see what people are like, yeah, I don't know if, like, hey, after Mega Man 9 went 8-bit, why are we going 8-bit again? It had some interesting stuff to it as well. But yeah, you're right, maybe that's a good idea. Let's get that idea out there, saying, hey, Capcom, we like I'm playing his name, Proto Man. Bring it back. Maybe in... Actually, I don't think he's even on 11, as far as I know. I mean, confession time, I didn't beat 11. Not because I didn't like it, but I just didn't beat it. I should. And we should do 11 at some point. Alright, welcome back. Let me just see as far as what I got on items. I mean, I'm probably going to wait anyway. You know what? I'll tell you. Obviously, Base is the one who kind of took the potential of Proto Man. Yeah, I mean... I don't, you know what, I guess I can also answer that when we get to Mega Man 8, unless you know. Is there a thought that the development team from this, they kind of liked Bass more as a character, or thought that, you know what, maybe more of a antagonistic perspective that maybe would lend him to be that kind of yin to the yang of Mega Man, perhaps? Because I don't know, I mean, I don't know, maybe like the Goku Vegeta thing with Dragon Ball Z, or later on when Sonic Adventure 2 came out with Shadow the Hedgehog when he came around. And we're going to be doing a second chance, by the way, on that in 3 weeks on the 15th of November. 20 years of the day of its anniversary, by the way. We're going through the expert mode. I have it unlocked. We're going to go full way on that one. We're going to see as far as what I'm thinking about that after all this time. You know what? I am going to buy Life. Because I want to show him making something, making it at normal speed. And it's like, it takes some time. But hey, he's creating life from a computer. So in that case, yeah, don't worry, we're fine. I'll take that. Alright, so long, Mega Man. Good job. Yeah, that is weird, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because it's not really something... And this is also why I go on this idea, the thought of saying, why is the chat discussion such a vital case? The idea that you'll think it's stuff that maybe I have and vice versa, so getting a sense of, you know what, sometimes there's a fascination, like, yeah, you're right, Proto Man's not around much. Or it's like, right, Piccolo from Dragon Ball, you're right, because in that case, okay, like Piccolo from Dragon Ball, he was Goku's rival as far as Dragon Ball is concerned, and then Vegeta came in Dragon Ball Z, the rivalry was completely dropped. Right, and actually, Dragon Ball Z kind of starts with the rivalry drop because Raditz comes by, and they're like, no, we're going to team up for this because they stole my son. But then at least Piccolo contributed to the plot, true, because then Piccolo had an arc to himself, saying, well, alright, I'm raising Gohan to a fighter. I'm going to be fusing with Nail. I mentioned that last week on the show when we talked about, something came up when I mentioned that. But then you're right, and then with Proto Man kind of just off on the side. Maybe that's an idea. Maybe Proto Man, as far as a game, maybe himself, maybe supporting Mega Man, or Mega Man supporting him, I should say. That may be a better idea. Also, question, do you have a preference of who you want to see fight next as far as level? Yeah, we do Cloud Man, and next up is, well, there's Freeze Man, there's Burst Man, there's Junk Man. Looks a little like Buzz Lightyear from Star Wars, Toy Story, which came out around the same case. Yeah. Proto Man comes out of nowhere to 1. Yeah, you're right, he does. So we're pointing, if you are going, just to indicate to everybody out there as well, if you're going in weakness order, this would be next because of the fact that Junkman's weak to the Thunderbolt, although he's not that bad. Junkman, let's go there, got it. Okay, he also, he comes out every so often to help Mega Man once in a while, but not much. Right. Yeah, you see the Buzz Lightyear thing maybe out of Junkman a little bit, but I don't know if they intended that. Okay, one thing I'll also do. When I get Rush Search, I'm going to come back here too. I think we're just going to come back to most of these places. Because here's the deal. The reason also I'm using this version, the other thing is, as we're seeing the Roach, like, we got to kill them. I'm going back to the 90s, I'll date this way, saying, if you remember the commercials of, like, Combat Super Bait, like, yeah, if you have roaches in your house, you basically have the Combat Super Bait, or you have the Roach Motel. I remember this case with scientists saying, like, you know, we have to be around roaches. You don't, because they're, like, researching everything. It's like, yeah, we have the scientific way to kill roaches as far as that. So, the other scientific way is saying, like, how about, Mega Man? Let's get that going. By the way, you destroyed the dirt matches, or, like, the trash areas. Let's use the Rush Coal to get the bolts, why not? Ouch. Okay, as I was going to say, also going back to the idea of why I'm using this version too, is that this is sort of in the Switch version of Legacy Collection 2, as far as the core of this and that, I should say. And that is, if you use the Rush Search, you can sometimes dig up trash. You dig up an NES and dig up a Game Boy. I'm going to try and show them that happening. Yeah, hello Famicom. Yeah, you can find the Game Boy. Yeah, thank you. I was going to say, talk about great minds thinking alike. Like, yeah, it's only this one, I believe. I think Anniversary Collection cut it out. I don't know. Like for Citadel, you played on the PlayStation 2. I played on the PlayStation 2 as well, as did Nocturne. Actually, at the time, I did not have a GameCube. So, in that case, I had to buy it on that. And also, I'm kind of glad I did, because on the GameCube, you have to use the B button to jump, and the A button to shoot, and you can't swap it. Also, if you fall in that lava, it's an instant death, so don't do it, but we'll be back, so keep that thought in mind. Also, this is like a two-path case, so I'm going to show both paths going on as well. Yeah, I don't know if the GameCube version of that one had it. Also, to show one other thing is, like said, you use the Thunderbolt to turn the machine on. When you do that, you kill that thing on the platform, and you ride this up, and we're going to do that. Actually, wait a second. Did I miss hitting one of the machines at the beginning? I don't think it did. We'll see later. Just wait for this one to go up. I think if you hit it, it also, or if you hit the machine again, it'll go the other direction. Under normal circumstances, what you gotta do if you don't have this or don't do that is you basically have to jump left and right. Oh, right. Okay, there you go. You jump left and right as far as the purpose of between those platforms with those enemies on there. When you're standing on the ground, by the way, for them, they will be in... Actually, I do think I want to do that. You know, let's do that again. Right. Okay, because that stops it. Actually, wait a second. Oh, wait, do they only go up that way? Oh, so I might need to use Rush Coil. I did play the GameCube version. I don't think they had it. Okay, so the GameCube version, thank you. I was not aware. Actually, I don't know if I know people who played the GameCube version of Anniversary Collection. Oh, shit. I should have paid attention earlier. I think I saw it. I was like, let me get my ass out of the way, but alright, fine. I did buy the life. As we're pointing out, if you do die, you do come back here. So not too bad. Yeah, I don't know if I know anybody who played... I think all the people I know played Anniversary Collection on the PS2. Now, they didn't sell well on the GameCube, I don't think. Or on the Xbox when it came later. I mean, the only real differences I know between those, aside from the controls thing on the GameCube version, is I know the GameCube version had... On the PlayStation 2, there's an extra that gives you an episode of the Ruby Spears cartoon. On the GameCube, they have the excerpts of the G4 episode of Icons with Keiji Inafune. Sorry. That goes into aspects like making of Mega Man. And then the Xbox version, I believe it had an episode of... I think it had an episode of Mega Man Anti-Warrior on the disc. I thought you could reverse the direction. Well, let me try reversing the direction. I think you're right. Okay, there you go. Alright, so, yeah, you're right. Okay, I thought so too. It's like, wait a second. I think it's just... Okay, so I guess it's random when you hit it? Okay, I don't want to test it because I want... There is something... I know... You know what I'm doing, clearly, I think. What I'm trying to do with this one. And I think if you don't do this, you either have the Super Adapter will get that one eventually, or you say, alright, I'm going to use... I don't know, can you use the Rush Coil for that? I mean, I can test that too. Yeah, okay, I think you can make it with Rush Coil, but we do want to get Rush Jet. From Mega Man 3, this was introduced. It was broken as anything in Mega Man 3, and then the other one's nerfed it completely. Actually, let me just test that. Okay, you can use Rush Coil as well. We will use Rush Jet, by the way, when we get up there. Alright, so you can reverse the direction, although it is worth pointing out when you turn it on. It's a little bit of a risk, because at that point, you're going to be in a case of being potentially crushed. Okay, so here are the, the robot worm thing. Actually, this is the same year X2 came out. In X2, okay, the GameCube version had the G4 interview, right? Which was the, from what I understand, I think they basically took the excerpts out of that Icons episode for it. Which is interesting, because you're like, well, okay, the GameCube version, it had the disc isn't as big as the DVD on the PS2, so were they able to have it? But the answer was yes. In fact, we're doing Scooby-Doo Night of Wonder Frights now. And when you turn this machine on, you're magnetized. Basically move left or right for the purposes, and you have those which... Okay, I don't even remember if I knew it did that. So, I want to test that. And I guess they'll shoot at you. That's the idea. Well, okay, shoot at them. Oh, I hit that, or turn it off. Okay, do that. Okay, so I hit it just at the right moment. Okay, back off. Okay, so an easy way to make that jump, so there you go, talk about being creative with the platforming too, saying, okay, I'll tell you this, I honestly think, I love the weapons in this game, honestly, in all honesty. It's really interesting because of the fact that you can kind of do these unique things with the environment. I mean, I don't know if I'd necessarily say it's the most useful arsenal of any of the games in the series, but it's one where, you're right, you can kind of choose to play this game in a lot of ways, maybe the way you want. In some ways, there might be a open-endedness to this one that... Okay, Mega Man has been an open-ended game, honestly, from the start, because the fact that every single one, basically, you choose the order of, as I missed the jump. I always make that mistake when I play this game, saying, oh, by the way, and we gotta go back here, but that's fine, no problem. In fact, let's show Rush Jet. Put him down, he gets into plane mode, and you jump on and move up and down. Oh, shit, but if you get hit by the roaches like them, there you go, he gets knocked off. But no, he went over the lava, he'll be fine. He's our great dog, as we mentioned with Blanc with Shadowheart's Covenant. Oh, shit. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Okay, that was my fault. Okay, I like the Legacy Collection also, as we're pointing out, but I think the Anniversary Collection is the best way to experience these games. Well, it's interesting about the Anniversary Collection in this way, as far as a couple of them, because... not 8. And the reason not 8 is because, why? Is it porting... Well, okay, feel free to go on 8, like, why not on that one, but it is interesting with the others because, actually, it sort of is porting, I mean, along with, for the NES ones, along with porting those, of course, it's sort of porting the PlayStation 1 versions in the sense that it has, like, the guidance thing, which is something that's in, okay, there we go, which is something that's kind of in those PlayStation 1 versions that Japan got. I don't remember if it extended to 5 and 6. I think those are still the only sort of releases of those versions in this country. And with 8, well, I don't know. I mean, there's weird stuff with the emulation of this game, I noticed when I was doing, you know, the tests and all this stuff, but it's still a case that you have so many games in here, you have a lot of extras to unlock by defeating all of the Robot Masters and things. And it's a nifty collection. We should definitely show it off for a couple purposes. I think for this one, I said I want to show it this way. I think we want to go the whole way, the original way, this way, and also, in all honesty, there's some weird things with the porting of that one, I'm not gonna lie, that honestly made me say, like, I'd rather show this one if I had a choice, but also in case we'll go the whole way. Yeah, they got rid of some of the sprite flicker and slowdown for the NES game. Yeah, you're right, they did. With this one, it's weird because that was actually the first time they recorded this. And you can kind of tell some weird stuff. Stuff with the lighting is weird. We went to Cloudman stage. One thing I noticed when I was doing my prep for this game over the past couple months, I realized when it started raining, it's actually really dark on the PlayStation 2, or on the Anniversary Collection. You know what? To the point where I almost want to put footage in when I edit this in a couple of days showing that. And also, the end of the game, the animation that plays over the credits is not there. And I think that's a consequence of the idea of how they're emulating, because wasn't there like a specific chip in the Super Nintendo version of this? I think there was. So I think the idea of like Capcom trying to figure out how do we emulate that. And yeah, you play the complete works of versions 1 through 6. That was it. Okay, the complete works. Isn't that what they called the Japanese ones of? And was it all 6? I know 1, 2, 3, and 4 had it. I guess 5 and 6 had it too. You know what? I'm not gonna kill him with this, but I always get the Thunderbolts energy set. I was enjoying this wonderful music. Oh my god, so good. I love it so much. Yeah, the PS1 ports had the remixed soundtracks. Yeah, because you can turn them on and off in that. In fact, I think I remember it was in Nocturne that way. It said, like, they're basically the same as far as, like, yeah, but I think there's that guidance system. You know what? Before I go on that boss, I'll pull off my shelf the Anniversary Collection of the PS2 because I won't get the manual briefly because they emphasize something. The way they say that, I want to get that set. I don't want to edit it. Let's see. Right, that's the Navi mode. That's what they call it. They said you can get game hints as far as on the options screen. I don't know if all this is in those versions from PlayStation from Japan. Like, beat the bird will show you the paths to go. And other characters give you hints. That might be a way to show those other games. In fact, I think maybe for those, maybe for the NES ones, maybe that's how we should show. I mean, I know Nocturne also has the Mega Man The Wily Wars from Genesis, the reproduction version that came out a couple years ago from Retrobit. We want to show that too, but there might be a lot of ways to kind of show those too. Maybe in case we can do, I know this is some weird multi-parts on a game like this. Alright, let's fight Junkman either way, so we can keep going on that. I just want to get that sense as it was. Okay, so Junkman, he's honestly the first boss I ever beat when I first played this, so it's not too bad. The idea is that his pattern's not too bad. He just jump. When he lands on the ground, he'll shake you. I'll show that later. He'll also hit his arms that way. He'll shoot towards you, and then he'll jump up there. And when he lands down, he'll get the junk shield set. Slide under him, and slide right there. As long as you do that, and basically wait for him to jump, you're good. When he gets to the other room, he'll do that and throw the junk at you. This is how you handle it, so it's not bad. Even if you're just running this way, he's actually a pretty good one to beat. I don't know, ElecVerse, when you played this, what was the first, Robot Master you beat? Was it him? For me, it was him. The first time I played this, going back like 30 years. I will also show what happens when I get knocked on my ass for his stun attack. I mean, if you do get hit by the junk, as far as that when he hits it, you're going to be stuck for a little while and kind of hurt. I mean, I got this one as far as this part of it, but there's one boss, gonna Mega Bustering, I'm not confident on. It was Cloudman. Okay, so he's the one you beat first. I'm trying to... Oh, wait, I want to show myself getting knocked down. I don't want to kill him before that. In fact, you know what? My health is high enough. I will jump over this. I'll let him hit me with the junk shield just to show it. I may as well show, like, every aspect of this game. We're going the whole way. I always promise that. yeah, I get stuck, and like, okay, I can't move, and I get hit, so whatever, that's fine. But honestly, even as far as this, like, doing the slider, not bad. If you do have his weapon, we'll show his weakness, by the way, in the rematches later. He'll just repeat his pattern. Okay, so you get knocked down on your ass. Okay, you can't. Not too bad, but I did take a lot of damage, but I'll be fine. I know his pattern so well after all these years. It's one of those cases where, yeah, you know what? I don't remember certain things I did in college or in school as far as this, or even certain things I did, like, last week that I had to do for work. Like, if I remember 30 years later, like, how do I pitch this pattern for Junkman? He's dead. So not bad. There you go. You get the great victory music redone for 16-bit style. It's nice. Let's absorb his powers. And going back to the idea of, you know, the idea of how they introduce the weapons after you get them, it does make sense saying, Mega Man saw this stuff going on. Like, I could call it this junk shield thing. It protects the user's rotating spheres, right? So he also wants to get a sense of, like, I'm on the right track in this one, right? He said, yes, you are, but they only absorb so much damage before they get busted. Okay. So there you go. That is, Junkman done. I like the charcoal look as far as him. We're going to come back to this stage, by the way. In fact, we probably will. Depending on what boss you want to see next, we'll either come back to him after we defeat all 4 of these and then go to the Robot Museum, or we will go back, I guess, after we... What is it? After we beat Freeze-Man. If Freeze-Man is the one you want next. Do you want him or Burst-Man? It's your choice. I'll let you guide this because, A, this is the game you want. That's number 1. And number 2, because I'm busting them all anyway, so I can manage it. If I couldn't, I would say, no, I can't do this, but in that case, I probably didn't use their weakness. Or, you know what, I probably wouldn't do that for the purpose of doing for the show. I'd say, you know what, I'll practice all the time we need just to make that happen, as is the case. Okay, and we are going to be getting more stuff going on for the purpose of what we've got now. But yeah, if you don't have a choice, I'm going to take Freeze-Man, but if you want Burst-Man, speak now or forever hold your peace, as is the case. Also, I'm Mike pulling in between, just to make sure that A, stuff doesn't go on with the recording, which sometimes it has, although it hasn't in a long, long time. And I actually had to look into something from last week, because I realized when I did it last week, there was like an audio cutout, and I realized it was something weird with how it was set up. I think it was like my Windows setting. Freeze-Man, you got it. I'll say this, if I was going to be doing this just on my own aspect, I would go for him first, especially now that I know how to go for him first, because he is probably the hardest of the 4. Because he does give you a weapon that's extremely great utility, although, as we showed, the Thunderbolt does as well. And also because of one of the things you get, as well as getting like the little polar bears, they do that growly, and they toss out the ice ball. And I love that animation there. It's like, yo, them tossing. It's kind of like the big robots we saw in like Mega Man 2, with like dogs shooting out the lasers. Although, in honesty, going back to the difficulty, I thought this was easier than that. I had a lot of trouble playing Mega Man 2 the first time I played it. And that was after I had played this. I'll just remember Proto Man doesn't even show up in Mega Man 11. Okay, so, yeah, he's not even in that. Which, again, is strange, because it was the first case of seeing Mega Man in, like, as far as the new game, was it 8? No, it was 8 years, because it was 2018 when 11 came out. And honestly, that's one, I don't know if version really matters. I mean, I have the Xbox One version, so we'd run that way. But it's really either way as far as how that would go. Okay, so I do love also the nice Winter Wonderland, so that's the idea of how this is going. And yeah, you are seeing the way the slowdown's going, although I guess then, as often the case when it comes to Super Nintendo, maybe that can help for something like this, because it's saying, well, wait a minute, if I'm not going to be in line, I might want to, it might help me. It's like, oh, okay, I don't have to be worried too much, you know? It also makes me wonder if Capcom even likes Proto Man. I mean, I don't know. Do you know if there's something they've said, like, well, wait a minute, we don't want to associate the idea of him? Or just thought saying, like, well, he's a one-time thing. You know, I can use the jet, because here's the other thing. You can do a couple things. Right here, because right as you mentioned, so good indication that you can say, hey, this robot there, he shoots down the ice, you can jump on that and not avoid the spikes. Remember, in Mega Man World, hit spikes once, you're instantly dead. Or you can just do that. And the other way you're supposed to do doing this way is saying, well, hit him. And you know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to knock him down. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Rush does, when he gets hurt, he does go away. He'll be back. He's way better in the comics. Right, because I know, like, the Archie comics win stuff like that. I don't know if I've read a whole lot of it, but I know people told me those comics are really, really good. I don't know if it's those or it's other comics that Mega Man is, but we are going up here because I do need to get a rush plates. You need the coil to get up here, and you also be careful because of the fact that, well, those are ice platforms. I can't put rush on top of them. Okay, I can't. I just want to make sure I'm not lying to myself. Basically, do is jump here, boom. Yeah, jump at the edge, and there you go. Get the H. We're all set. Maybe that's that case, because I'm trying to remember, wasn't there a... I don't know if it was Sonic or something else. Wasn't there a franchise you said, wait a minute, there's a character in it that they don't do anything with, and there's another aspect, whether it's canonical or not, they did it better. It wasn't this, was it? I mean, this is one example, yes, but I'm not sure if maybe there's something else on top of that. Whoa! Yeah, you do have slippery platforms, not bad. It makes sense also why you have them. Also, in this case, it's a little easier with the Rush Jet. Actually, way easier with the Rush Jet. Who am I kidding? Look at that. Way easier to go get Rush Search. This is the reason why I come here. This chip is a pain to get. Oh, that one? You're right. When I first played, it's like, oh, Jesus. How am I doing that? Also, for that, I was like, well, let me hit him. Whoop. There you go. Shoot out just normal shots, or as they call them, lemons. Yeah, it is a tough one to get, because if you miss that, I think you have to kill yourself in order to try again, I think. Because I don't think the ice platform comes back. One thing I am going to do is I'm going to be... Okay, good. Rush Coil's not doing anything. Also, this one adds a new thing to it. Uh-oh, sorry, Rush. Oh, crap. Yeah, I don't want Rush getting hurt here. It adds icicles. I do want to go get the energy tank because it's there. And I'm not going to be playing this the Mega Man 9 way, which is... Or the achievement for Mega Man 9 way, which is saying, no coffee breaks, no energy tanks. That... Jesus Christ. Playing through Mega Man 9 that way. That is a hard game anyway. Playing with that is like, Jesus, what... I don't regret going for that achievement and getting it, but good lord, that was hard. Saying, like, no energy tanks on that one. Okay, it's worth pointing out, we're going to start using Rush Search. I love Rush Search. Now, how Rush Search works, you pull him out, and he starts digging. Hi. And I love, like, the sniffy goes, he does the bark. When he does the bark like that, it means there's something there. And you do use it here. We're going to get something very nice. And we could buy in the shop, we could buy the exit chip, but no, we don't have to, just get it right here. But you can also have him dig around for anything. And depending where he is, he might find something. We'll see what he gets. Okay, just a boot. So unfortunately, Rush did not pull his weight here, but he can sometimes pull out items. And I want to show the Game Boy case, but I mean, since we are going back to Junkman stage, his is, I think, easiest way to find. Okay, I got some health. So yeah, that's a good dog. Yep, Rush is a good dog. We, honestly, because we haven't only played this one, we haven't really gotten a sense of saying what's going on with our great dog, or another great dog. And if he's digging for longer, he usually comes with something nice. Holy shit, he came with a weapon tank. I don't know if I've ever seen him come up with that. Jesus. Yeah, okay, there you go. A good element of recording yourself. Alright, let's fight this boss. Jesus. This is the hardest of the four to start. But if you understand his pattern, he's not too bad, but you have to execute that pattern. Took me years to figure it out. Here's the deal. We shoot him. He'll do that jump. But the idea is, though, wait till he does that and then shoot. But here's the deal. He also will shoot up in the air. He'll shoot the ice. You get frozen by that, you're stuck. But also, if he throws down the ground and you're in the sight of that, you're going to get yourself hurt, too. What you want to do is you basically want to wait till he's close. I got him frozen. You jump over him, you shoot him, and then you can slide underneath it if you shoot him. Basically, wait till he's out of animation to do that. Actually, I might die because of how I am, but we'll see. I'm not going to use my energy tanks on him. There's one boss I might be breaking that rule. Not because, like, oh no, I feel like I'm too good for it. There we go. He's not easy. You're seeing exactly why. Because there's icicles, there's ice balls he's shooting. There's all this stuff you have to be in line with. And be careful. Oh, I get frozen. Jesus Christ, isn't close. Okay, damn, I died. That was insanely close. But I have another life, yes? Yes, I do. Okay, and when you die, by the way, at a boss, you come right out, back at the beginning. Also, fun fact, according to an interview with Ian James Corlett, along with voicing Mega Man and Snake Man, he voiced in the Ruby Spears Mega Man cartoon. Right, because... Or he voiced Rush in the Mega Man Ruby Spears cartoon. Ian James Corlett, he was in... Wasn't he in Mega Man 11? As far as voicing him? I don't know if I mentioned him in any of the voice actor discussions in anything we've played so far. Or if he was in anything we've played so far. That's cool to get a sense. They say, well, I guess Capcom saying, well, hey, we can get a voice back that way. Or kind of like with Arzat, the Jewel of Faramore, the fact they got Bonnie Jean Wilbur and, I always forget the guy who's a Link in the CDI Zelda games. They got them both back for that game. Actually, it's pretty damn good. You think, oh, that's not gonna be a good game. And actually, no, it kind of is. That's great. Oh, he voiced Rush as far as that. Yeah, I mean, also, what's your experience with that cartoon? My experience, honestly, is just the ouch. What was it? The episode that's in the Mega Man Anniversary Collection, and I'll see if I get a content strike of showing that. If I can get away with showing that, I will, but I'll look. I don't know. So in that case, I don't have much memory with it. Actually, Nocturne's the one with more memory of it than I do. Uh-oh. That doesn't get close. Again. Okay, good, got him. So yeah, he is hard, even as far as me being prepared. Well, prepared enough, saying, okay, I can do it, but we got him, so he's done. Yeah, they got young Xehanort as Mega Man. Oh, yeah, you're right. And we are coming back to Kingdom Hearts next year. I'm going to be previewing... Yeah, because we're going to do something... I don't know if I mentioned this to you. There are games I know we got to get to that are really long, but I want to get a sense of how we handle them. Kingdom Hearts Rechanted Memories is one of those. I don't know how to handle that. So we're going to preview that. We're going to get a sense of how do we handle that. And also I got stuff I know you want to see, because I want to get that answer. I know you'll probably have the answer for some of this stuff. For that, for Persona 3 FES, and also for BlazBlue Calamity Trigger. So we'll have shows to go on that for our scoping sessions segment of the show going next month. One of those a month, as is. And also, again, he also voiced Nigel Uno, number one in... That's also Kingdom Hearts as far as the Organization 13, is that right? Hence why we'll get back to that game. Okay, since I do have everything for this, I'm going to do two things. Since I have the Rush Search... I'm going back here. We're going to go back through this and Junkman stage, because there's some things I want to get here. And then we'll go to Burstman stage. And also, just to be safe, I'm going to put a save state down, lest we run into what happened last time, where the game crashed on me in the Legacy Collection 2. And I don't know why it did that. I don't think this will, but I don't want to press my luck. Oh, from Codename Kids Next Door. Actually, I'm not familiar with that show. That was Cartoon Network, yes. And I think there's a game based on that, is there not? And if so, is it any good if you've played it? I mean, we'll get to that when we play, play Mega Man 11, and also when we play that. Oh, there's an extra life. How many lives do I have? None, so I want this. Okay, so... Rush Coil time, let's go back. Okay, because here's the thing. If you have Freeze Crackers, we're pointing out, Flashlight Warrior, I do this, yeah, it becomes snowy. I love that attention to detail, and actually that does help for when we go to the area with the platform, because it actually makes them visible. So again, being clever with weapons, and also saying, well, hey, you can do different things, is one of those things. Right, that way not get myself hit, as the case. Actually, I'm trying to remember on Codename The Kids Next Door, wasn't that a game where, or if there was a game based on it? I don't know why I'm thinking this. Wasn't that one? Because I've been thinking of an idea of, on last week's show I mentioned the idea of, oh, we have the interview I mentioned, thank you so much, ElecVerse, I'll go on the link list going into that, and I appreciate that, because of course we're adding more content and content we talk about. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if there's a game based on Codename Kids Next Door, and if so, was like a Power Stone-like. Because I mentioned last week, I was saying to Crusader 64 and Chasm 22, I was saying, hey, there are so many Power Stone-likes based on licenses you would not believe it. I mean, there's Powerpuff Girls Chemical Extraction, there's 2 Tom and Jerry games, Fist of Fury and War of the Whiskers. There was the game based on the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy from Midway. That's a Smash Brothers game. There's Rave Master, which was on GameCube. I would sort of put Inuyasha Feudal Combat on the PS2 from aiding in that boat a little bit. Sort of. To the point where I figure I could probably do a showcase of that, like Power Stone likes. And then like, okay, let's look at actual Power Stone 1 and 2 for the purpose of that. Yes, by Ramblin Reploids, it isn't a good interview. Well, yeah, I mean, the idea, like, hey, let's at least have that content going on as far as things. We got something to reference that, because, I mean, hey, we got to get a story out somehow. And if there's a reference to that, there you go. But also, saying, sometimes finding some of that stuff. Okay, so here's the deal. I also came back here because Rush Search, I want to run it here. If you run it here, and if I'm standing in the right place, I don't know. Okay, I am. Good. If he's barking, you know it's something special. He'll get it. Okay. Ian truly loves his acting career. There's something to be said about that. I also want to see that there. 170. Yeah, you're right. There's something to be said about the idea of loving what you're doing. Okay, this is a Mega Bolt. Pick that up. That is 100 bolts. I don't remember if you can keep coming back to get that. Oh, wait. There's the junk shield. All right, I hit him from the side there. You know what? Let's at least show our weapons off. And I could also exit here. We're here. Let's just go. Let's hit with all our weapons. Here's Freeze Cracker. We're pointing out with Freeze Cracker, you can aim it downwards or upwards, saying up on D-pad when you hit it. And then also the bullets knock off and they will hit things, which you love that. No, you're right to say about the idea of somebody truly loving what they do for a living, you know? Especially something like that. It's something I kind of got a sense of when, because this week was the Nintendo Direct, or the new Nintendo Direct about Kirby Air Riders, which is out next month. That was Sakurai-sama, as it is, as far as who made Smash Brothers and also invented Kirby. And they did him come back to the franchise for the first time since, I think, what was it, Amazing Mirror or something? It's been a while since he's been involved with Kirby, but he clearly loves A, making games, and A, talking about that game, everything he's putting into it. So, and I know some people going nuts as far as that. Oh, he also played Coconuts on The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. He did? Oh, that's awesome. So, Dr. Robotnik's favorite robots. I always say that, but I don't think that's exactly how it sounds. Yeah, because the only game we played that has Coconuts in it is Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, which I want to do that again because that was the first time I ever used this mic, and I said, I didn't mix the audio right as far as that. I want to fix that at some point, so we should do that game again. Okay, so next thing we do, we're going to go to... I'm going to go to Junkman stage, we're going to just do searching, and then we're going and go to Burstman stage. Burstman could be the hardest, but let's also get our search out. Rush, we got a job for you. Can you find us in Famicom or a Game Boy? I've seen it pop up here, but I think it popped them anywhere. I mean, maybe it's taking a while since something good. Oh, there's Game Boy. Perfect. All right, I just had to ask. So there's the Game Boy. You do need to have either the Super Nintendo original, this port from Wii U, the new 3DS port, and I think Legacy Switch 2 on the Switch does do it, because I did buy it when it was on sale. Oh, wife. Okay, there you go. So, yeah, that's a great dog. I guess this is going to be the case as far as great dogs in gaming as far as it, and that also is the case of a potential showcase thing going on there. We're great at Famicom as well. Also, I can believe that, honestly, since Gary Chalk played Gutsman, played Grounder. Really? That I did not know. Actually, we didn't really talk... Yeah, at that time we did Mean Bean Machine. I don't know if we went into, like, voice actors as far as, if it's just Sonic the Hedgehog, except for, Long John Baldry. That's the only case I mentioned. And I don't even know if I mentioned Julia White as far as that. In fact, I think the only time I really mentioned that was... We did DuckTales Remastered, which actually, that was the last Capcom game we did. We did that, like, 5 months ago. Oh, Energy Tank. Damn, I'm getting really lucky with these drops. But I also am here for another reason. We'll see as far as the Famicoms go along, or if you know where to dig to find it. And that is, when we played that, Rooster Taylor's in that game. The late Rooster Taylor, who was voicing Huey, Dewey, and Louie, and Webigail. And I found out she apparently was the voice of Tails in the pilot of Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Like, that was kind of interesting. I did dig that up for the link list when we did that show. I'll link to that show when we did it below. I had a great time playing that one. At some point, we'll definitely do the NES game as is, and DuckTales 2. But it was a case of saying, like, I think that's, like, the only time I mentioned, like, the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog voice actors, and also voice actresses as well. And for that matter, also, cases of this, but as we go along, we'll get that going. And also, I want to thank you for giving that attention that way, talking that way, because I think in some way it made me say, like, let's go to the voice actor discussions. Even cases of sometimes people asking me, wait a second, as I'm freezing the lava, which you can do with the freeze cracker. You do need to do that for getting the rush plate here. They say it's like, yeah, Scooby-Doo Night of Our Frights does not need 8-page notes. Like, yes, it does, given the fact that I'm going at the voice actor discussion. Yeah, in this case, it makes it a lot easier to go, and in this case, also breaks down the wall to get up here, or down here, and then also through here to get the S plate. And we only need the, what's the plate we got left? The R. So the R is over at, what's his name stage? Burstman. I'm blanking on his name. Okay, so, you know what? I'm gonna be the easy one here as far as going through. Okay. So this case also means that you can walk over that safely, and it's no problem. And I love the idea... Shit, I was being too... Okay, there you go. I did it after I died. Crap. That was funny. Oh, I'm going to go down that way. We're going to show the full way of this. All right, but I do need to get some energy as far as it... Do we have a weapon tank? But either way, we'll keep going. Yeah, and he also voiced Optimus Prime in Beast Wars Transformers. And Ian was... Cheetor and Scott McNeil, who is Proto Man, and Dr. Wily in Mega Man, did the voices of Silverbot, Dinobot, Rat Trap, Waspinator as well. Yeah, because you mentioned that. Actually, I want to ask you one other thing, which is, we played Medieval on the show. We finished a few weeks ago. The people made that Beast Wars Transformers game that was on the PlayStation. Maybe we should show that one, you think? And do you think, what do you want as far as a Transformers game? Do you want to show that one? I know I want to look at Transmetals because it'd be funny, but I don't know. Would that be the best way to show Beast Wars as far as that? Because we should get, and that's the other reason I said, like, hey, let's look at licensed games as far as some of this stuff. Because, well, they have a reference as far as a franchise. We can kind of give our love and discussions on that, and you have the experience with that one in particular. My experience, as I said, my experience with Transformers is actually very limited. I've only seen it a little bit. And I didn't see Beast Wars, but I did actually go into it after you mentioned when we played Spyro the Dragon. It was okay, so like, actually, yeah, this is actually pretty good. I was really surprised that I kind of missed it, and I would like to play that game, because it is the Medieval team that made it. And the thought of saying, well, they made that game, and I guess, I'm trying to remember, because the guy who made Medieval is also the guy who made James Bond. I don't know if he also made that game. Well, wait, whoa. If he made, Chris Sorrell is the name of the guy. I don't know if he made that Beast Wars game, but he was working at the company that did it, so that did Medieval, so I think so. Oh, let's dig in here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait, Rush doesn't go through that? He can't dig in the garbage? Oh, man. Yeah, the one time a dog doesn't want to go in the garbage. Like, okay, Rush is too good for this trash. Fair enough. I think both could make for good streams. Right, okay, but also I showed that as well, because if you have him off of an angle, he'll yawn. He'll try to dig, but there's nothing to dig there, so he'll just stand there looking cute. And he does look cute. Yeah, there'll be good shows. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Look, we'd make them good shows as it is, for sure. Also, because, like, knowledge of people who want to see it. I'll show in, Transmetals. I'll look for a copy of that. I definitely want to see about that one. I don't know how much Transmetals goes for. I'm trying to remember. I think that was also on the PlayStation, but I don't know what was the idea as far as that as well. Because I know there's some ideas I've been thinking about that, especially some stuff you mentioned. Because I know you mentioned Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue. I kind of want to show all three versions of that at some point. Which would be the Nintendo 64 version you said, quote, is the first game I realized was really horrible. The PlayStation game, which is really, really good. And the Game Boy Color version, which is by Natsume, who made the Super Nintendo Power Rangers games. Alright, let's go to Burst Man now. Alright, I forgot, it was just save here. You know, I'll do it now. Sorry for the immersion rune, but I gotta do it. So, I also don't love the remix, by the way, of the old boss theme for this. Yeah, we should, because I've always said, when it comes on sometimes to franchises like this, like, I don't know what sometimes the best case to look at it is. There's just a franchise I don't know very well. And when everybody in chat comes by, it's like, oh, they know a franchise. It's like, okay, let's do that. Well, that's also how we're looking at Digimon. Because as far as we're starting with Digimon, I'm going to look at Digimon Racing for the Game Boy Advance. I picked that up because I was mentioned sort of as a joke when we played Twisted Metal last year. And then Reese the Worthingdos, the artist formerly known as Sweetie Theme Rondage, mentioned, well, we mentioned the game, but also another one, Digimon All-Star Rumble, also a Power Stone, like, kind of from PlayStation 3. I said, well, okay, those are good ones to start with. Actually, Digimon Racing is the bad game case for next year, but not because it's a bad game. It's a case of, I don't know if it's a bad game. I think after Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, where do we go from here? It's a game that, question, is it good or not? It seems okay based on what I played of it so far. But that case of having somebody who knows a franchise, knows the idea of what it is, and has a frame of reference that, look, I'm not going to be able to give to something like that compared to other people who I'm going to try and get that. Actually, right, because I think I can dig right here, or search right here, and find something nice. I think. But I'm off a little bit, so I do want to be careful on how I get Rush centered. I don't know if I might be too far off. Honestly. Honestly, in a way, you could say that Beast Wars are kind of like the seasons of... Oh, there's the boot he had. Okay, let's try and... I'll see if we can dig something else better. Yeah, you can see it's like the Okay, Beast Wars are the seasons of Ruby Spears Mega Man that we never got, really, when you think about it, in that they have similar voice casts, they use similar sound effects. Yeah, you're right. I never really thought that. That's... Okay, well, yeah, I think this is a good place as far as getting upset. Okay, got a nice priceless watch. I can't pick up the watch, so, like, yeah, sorry, Mega Man's too good for the watch. Also, I have to be careful as far as this. That's an interesting thing to think about, and I don't know if other people would have mentioned that. Okay, he's on the edge as far as the digging something. Okay, broken sunglasses. I'm just showing every damn thing I can with this. Alright, there we go. So I'm online this way. So maybe just gonna find... Oh, maybe find something nice. What do you got? Energy tank. Jesus Christ. Actually, am I gonna be getting energy tanks? I'm already full on energy tanks. Jesus. Okay, I didn't expect that. Uh-oh. Also, this level has the platforms of exploding. Step on that button that goes downwards, and if it's 0, it blows up and gets yourself hurt. And yeah, spikes on the ceiling. Ouch. I've had many, many cases of this where saying, well, as you have the Metools that are now in scuba gear, just wait till they open up and then shoot. You have to make that jump very specifically and take advantage of the fact that, as we're going to show with Yoshi's Island in a couple of months, the buttons of the Super Nintendo controller are technically pressure sensitive. So don't hold the button down or you're going to die. So tap it a little bit or tap it a little more of half or... Come on. I don't want to die. There you go. Got it. Oh, right here. This is where you tap it. Because otherwise I'm going right into that and I'm dying. So there you go. And David Kay as well. He played Megatron and Beast Wars and in the Unicorn Trilogy. And we're going to play Proto Man and NT Warrior. Right. Actually, I mentioned that we did Wolf Among Us. I had to do that off screen because of the nudity that's visible that I had to edit out. But that was our first David Kay look. Not live admittingly on the show. I wish it could have been. But he was in the game as, Dr. What the hell am I blanking on the name of him from Wolf Among Us? He's like the human doctor guy. You know what? It's gonna bug me if I don't get the sense of, like, who the doctor from Wolf Among Us was. I should know. I was like, this is the game that I was wanting to... Dr. Swinehart. There we go. I was like, I didn't want to edit that. I just wanted to say, okay, Dr. Swinehart from that game. Right, it was Unicron as far as, Beast Wars. Right, I did mention... Well, what you mentioned, saying, hey, he was in Beast Wars Transformers. And then also Ratchet & Clank, which you have to touch that franchise. Okay, this is where this game crashed on me when we played it on Xbox One. I don't know what happened. When I started this boss, the game just crashed, and since I didn't have a save state down, I had to start the whole game over again. Although, to be fair, I'd only put like 15 minutes into it. As far as him, you just slide underneath him, and when he does that, and just shoot back. And don't jump too high, otherwise you can get spiked. And also, in this case, when he blows up, stand right where he is to get whatever item's there, which is good that way, because you're going up. I guess we're kind of in, like, the lab or something. Ouch. And you have those things, give you a sense of what weapon we're going to get here, as is... Also, let me see about my... Yeah, not much as far as what I really need to recover. As we're kind of going for a swim, but also kind of going up with the tide, which is unique again. I don't think there's a lot of other games in the franchise that do this. Even, because most of them are really, a lot of platforming challenges you go in the water. Even in Mega Man 2 and Mega Man 9 when they introduced Splash Wing. For this one, walk off. Do not jump off, otherwise you're going to fall into those spikes. Another case where I've had that happen once too many times before, but I guess then in case that, as far as the difficulty game, we'll go to that specifically just to start, as use the, I either use that to get up, as we're getting also the disappearing blocks. Remember these? Yeah, they're there. But the case that, when it comes to the difficulty of this game, I think it's more just, maybe the game punishes your mistakes, like, yeah, being deliberate, as for this, as we're pointing out, you have the blocks, you have 2 on screen, and then when the second one goes away, or when the first one, the second one, and then the first block goes away after the second one's already there. So you use that to get your sense of timing. And it's not too bad, and there are not a whole lot of times where this game is really going to ask you to do this, and they're way more straightforward than Mega Man 2. Honestly, the ones in Mega Man 2 are really, really hard for me. That's why when I played that Legacy Collection, oh no, when I played Mega Man Anniversary Collection, I was like, wait a sec. I'm good at 7. I'm having trouble on 2. It's like 2 seems like it's way harder for me. And there's the R plate. It's kind of in plain sight, so not too bad. Alright, here we go. And we got all 4. You get instant access to what you said is kind of a middling thing. I guess middling maybe compared to Mega Man 6. I played Mega Man 6 a little. I don't have much of a frame reference completely, but we fused with our great dog. So what happens when you're in Super Adapter mode in this one is you can't slide anymore. When you double tap the B button, you do that jump, as far as it lets you get through certain areas. Also, when you do a charge up, you shoot your fist out. There's an upgrade we're going to get later that lets you shoot the arm further. And you can find in stages. I initially was not sure if you could, but I said, well, alright, I want to look and see. And I guess, I'm going to assume, ElecVerse, you're saying, like, hey, it's not that useful in this. Is it compared to 6, or just on its own, ouch, merits? I mean, I think it's useful for the platforming, admittingly, and one boss in particular. And to be fair, it is something that when I was practicing this, I did use a lot, I guess, because it was there. I guess, sort of the Proto Man thing, but not really. I don't know if that's the reason I was like, no, let's sideline Proto Man. You're right, I don't know what that's about. If I can find an answer with, like, they say, like, no, we don't like Proto Man, that's fine. And I'm not gonna fight the boss this way. I'm just gonna say, yeah, hit the fist out. But we'll show that later as far as more, but let's get going. Okay. Now, he's weak to the Freeze Cracker, although in some ways it kind of behaves the same when you hit him with a charge of Mega Buster. Sort of. And maybe the Freeze Cracker can also help because if you hit him in the back of the arena, you can hit him in the back, but it also can be bad for you because you push you towards you. Push him towards you, say, because we've got bubbles here, the bubble areas. There's a little bit of buoyancy there as here he is, the last of our 4 Robot Masters to start. Hit the top, we're in trouble, so just shoot him. Here's the deal, he has his weapon, the Danger Wrap. It shoots out those little orbs. If you can jump right in between them and not get caught in, it'll be good. The idea is that, well, if you get caught in that, hit the buttons rapidly, get your way out, and if you hit the top of the screen, you are dead if you're within that. But if you get the timing right to jump right in between, like I'm doing, it's not easy to do. I'm making it look way easier than it is. You'll be good. The other thing you might want to do is saying, well, okay, I'm doing charge on Mega Buster, which is good. But also, some cases, you might just want to use lemons, I guess, just shooting blindly. Because in that case, the way that the Danger Wrap moves when he shoots him out, it goes high, so your Mega Buster charge will sometimes not hit it right. Or it'll hit too high and it'll go through it, so he won't take damage. It'll basically bust that or do more damage towards that. I'll say this also, compared to Mega Man 4, 5, and 6, I think the Mega Buster is way better in this game. Especially because it doesn't push you back when you were doing a jump with it, the way it did in the old one. So honestly, I think the way the Mega Buster in this one goes, I think way nicer. It is a little eye of the needle, by the way, of getting between the Danger Wrap, but I'm doing a surprisingly good job doing that. You know what? I'm not going to waste my time. I'm going to lemon him. He's dead. Boom. There we go. So those are our first of the 4 Robot Masters, but we got a couple more going, and we're going to go to them in just a minute. Alrighty, so there we go. We got the last weapon. It is Danger Wrap, as we mentioned. So what does our reconnaissance say? Well, Mega Man says it fires out a bomb encased in a bubble. Yeah, that's true, it does. And those also fell in the arena, so you can get hurt if you get hit by them. But it can also be used to encase other things aside from bombs. Yes, because you can use them on enemies. Melee, I never really used this that much, but there is some pretty useful things you can do with it. And actually, the next boss we're going to fight is weak to this. You got a password, so let's get going. Okay, so when you beat all 4 of them, I was already here, but like, let me come back. Yeah, welcome home, Mega Man. You were gone for like 2 seconds. Like, yeah, I was feeling missing the place. But remember that guy, Base, we saw earlier? What do you think of him? Yeah, good question. What do you say? Well, his actions don't seem to indicate a direct threat. So, yeah, so far it seems like he's a good case. I don't believe he's our enemy, and besides, even if he was, it's a case where I guess I dealt with him pretty well as far as, like, showing him the energy. It's like, yeah, don't fuck around. It's like, oh, wait a second, what's going on with the damage over there? The main screen turned on, and Wily's attacking the Robot Museum. Okay. We have to leave. Like, okay, we'll be over there, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. Now we get this area where you're hearing a remix of a bunch of old Mega Man music. I guess we might as well go into more names on music. Next name is Hiroshi Shimada, whose only credit is this game. That made that easy as far as it, but all through this game, I'm giving him credit that way. As well as Makoto Yomizawa, who did music for Mega Man Legends 1 and 2 that we played. Sound design for Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge for Game Boy. The music for Resident Evil for the PlayStation, as well as Mega Man X for Super Nintendo. The Great Circus Mystery for Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, and Game Boy Advance. Well, the Dino Crisis games from PlayStation, and one was on the Dreamcast as well. As well as Project Number 3 for GameCube and Mega Man 10. As you're also hearing this music, which is kind of a remix of a bunch of different musics of Mega Man. We have a little bit of Gutsman from Mega Man 1. As you're going to walk around seeing like all these great adventures as far as Snake Man. There's Snake Man, there's Lizard Man, question mark. I know there's Snake Man in here as well. I'm trying to remember, did I take down like every single case of what the music here is going with? I think parts of there's like 2 things on Snake Man. It's a nice remix as far as what they got here. Okay, but yeah, we are seeing some of the other things. There is... It's not Fireman, it's Flame Man from 2. And there's Pharaoh Man. Okay, there's Pharaoh Man. I know Pharaoh Man was in Was he in 5? I think he was in 5. There's other robots back there. I'm gonna give it a little bit of sense of this. I don't know completely if all of these are actually in other Mega Man games as far as... What's that one? Can I get over there and see what that is? It looks like that sunflower case, and I know, a little late to indicate this, it's he. Oh, good to see you, Zubat Brigade. Oh, actually, you know, fine, I'm gonna say it. It's Nocturne, we mentioned that before. So good to see you, thank you so much for mentioning that way. Sorry I couldn't be on the show as far as it for joining me, but we're so glad to have you tonight for sure. I've been thinking about you as far as it was. We've been going through Mega Man 7 for Super Nintendo. So good to see you tonight. If your memory's flaw on this one, what's your experience with this one? Because I don't know if I even aware of what yours is. And other aspects you have on Mega Man or anything else, as we're going to be fighting, what's the name of this boss? I actually took down the name, I didn't remember what his name before you started. Oh, Mash. He's weak to the Danger Wrap. You know what, I'm going to try and hit him with the Danger Wrap once, just because I want to see what happens if you hit him. I don't think it's encased, but alright. Dr. Wily came by. He's stealing his beloved Guts Man. He loves him. That's for sure. Thank you also for indicating who the other Mega Man robots I missed as far as the Robot Masters are. Appreciate it. Also, I've said, by the way, I've said before, like, Zubat Brigade is her when we did, what was it? When we did, Wheel of Katamari. Okay, right, it just knocks it off. He just does more damage. Okay, so what you do with Mash is that Mash is just weak in the head. It's kind of like a gesture robot. What he does, he bounces around, he grabs his head. If you hit him in the head, when it stops spinning, like that, boom, he gets knocked off. Just keep hitting the head. That's the only thing that hits him, or that hurts him. And then he goes and picks it up. So you basically have to kind of repeat as far as that. The hardest part of that is the fact that the head bounces a lot. That's what makes it hard, you know? But not too bad when you, again, understand the pattern. But something where it can be a weird one, you know? And he will eventually jump, by the way, back to wherever his head is. And when it stops, the beast will jump right to where it is. So you'll know to kind of be out of the way. I guess, going back to, like, the size of the sprites in this game, in all honesty. I don't know if it's a case where this is really changing too much as far as that. Ooh. Also, crap. No, don't worry, Mash is going, he's gone. Yeah, look, prototype Clown Man, right from Mega Man 8. I was showing my coworkers that, running the Danger Up as far as them. Yeah, sorry I couldn't make up for tonight, at least watch. That's fine, Nocturne, I appreciate it, as far as it. As long as you're doing well, that's all I care about above anything else. But it's a disaster over here with Wily's robots running raging through town. We got 4 new ones, as is. But still thinking about you. She's still on show, so she's here. So Nocturne, feel free to go into anything, or Zubat Brigade, both cases. If you're to go into anything you got on this, I'm glad to have you, no question. I've been thinking about you as far as this. Yeah, it's a Mega Man game and she's not on. Like, what's going on here? That seems weird. But no, she is here. Surprise, everybody. Okay, so next up on the list, and also, do you have a request of who you want to fight next, as far as in the line? Because we do have our new set of Robot Masters now. We have Spring Man, we have Slash Man, we have Turbo Man, and we have Shade Man. I was very glad to see everybody, as is the case. So, yeah, great case as far as that. And she'll be on the show. I think it's early next year, we're figuring. We'll talk Nocturne as far as what that is, as far as what your scoping sessions game is going to be, and also what your next game for the show is going to be. And also, what do you want to do with Mega Man? Because I know we had ideas of what we want to do with the Classic Series, the X Series, and the other ones that we mentioned tonight, and it mentioned as is. I know with Legends, next time we come back is Misadventures of Tron Bond. She wanted me to handle that one at some point. So I'll be handling that at some point, but I don't know if you want to do a Mega Man game next, if you want to do something else next, if you want to do something for your scoping session, because there's a show that she's going to be doing for that. She was kind of giving a sense of it when we did, we were doing the Croc part, about a month ago. I do Slash Man, he's also weak to the ice. Yes, he is, he's also one of the only bosses, I don't know if there's any other case in this entire franchise that's like this. He's weak to 2 things. He's weak to the freeze cracker, which unless you're using the password for this that only works in the Super Nintendo version, or straight emulation, because we're running the Wii U's version, as is the case for this. He does not work in the Anniversary Collection or the Legacy Collection 2, by the way, for some reason. You will, unless you're doing that, you will always have one of his weaknesses, which freeze cracker is one of them, and the other one is the Scorch Wheel, which we get from Turbo Man coming up later. As we're in not Jurassic Park, it's a nice case of it. I love the music here, and also the case of, like, the jungle. With, yeah, the electric fence, so it is like Jurassic Park, and all the dinosaurs running around. Like dinosaur robots. And the hook of the music, it's good stuff. Yeah, that's what you use the Danger Wrap for. Knock him away, and it's like, yeah, bye-bye. I don't want to jump on that platform. It's too tight of a fit. With when I jump down, he's going to be sliding all around. It's not good. Yeah, the Scorch Wheel being the other one. Yeah. Did I say Scorch Wheel? Or maybe, I don't know. Yeah, because he reached both of them. I'm doing the hard thing, and Nocturne knows this. Actually, I think you probably both know this. I'm Mega Bustering him, and this is going to be interesting. This is, I don't know, chat, unless you have a disagreement on this. I think Slashman is by far the hardest boss in this game to Mega Buster. I think, of the main Robot Masters. Although there's an energy tank, I don't need it now because I already found a bunch of them by using Rush Search. In fact, you know what, let's use Rush Search right now, just to make it funny. You know what? I don't know, he smells of dinosaurs. Like, yeah, you know, I'll just let the dinosaur go. That's where you jump off the dinosaur, by the way, because the fact that, yeah, he'll go around, and he'll go underneath that. Oh, fake teeth. I don't know if I actually ever saw that. Agreed. Slashman Super Hard. Hello to Ichigo Dave. So good to see you tonight. Welcome to Super Roll Game Saturday. I'm Captain D-Trag. What I do, it's a retro show we do every week. Playing Mega Man 7 for Super Nintendo. This is celebrating 30 years of itself this year. I mean, technically last month, I think certain cases kind of got out around October. It is part of a Halloween block. It doesn't look Halloween block yet. Just wait, we're getting there for Slashman. Trust me. So good to see you tonight. Welcome to the show. We thrive on our chat discussions. We also have Nocturne, who's going to be guest tonight initially, but she's a Mega Man expert of sorts of our group, as is. Going to the chat discussion and your memories on games, so feel free to let anything flow or just sit back and enjoy the show as Rush is just having a nice time looking at the dinosaur, but like, yeah, I can't dig on that, sorry. Alright, so we'll have to leave him be. I also get E-Tanks from Burstman entering and exiting the level over. Right, because, good point, because of the fact, as I got a life. Okay, that was a lucky shot. Because, yeah, for that one, when it comes to that, you have the energy tank right when you go down that shaft that we saw as we're going down for that. As we have this robot, he's weak to the Thunderbolt. This boss is a non-issue running the Thunderbolt. If I die, I'll show the Thunderbolt going, but if you're not going Thunderbolt way, he shoots out the energy from his chest, or he shoots fire out from his jaw like that. If you're underneath him, you're usually fine. You can also go upwards. You just hit him that way. You don't want to necessarily just say, like, oh yeah, you know, we're gonna just completely cheese these bosses. Although, yeah, I'm in trouble on the mini-boss. Like, okay, fine, I guess... You know, I'm gonna compromise. I went up most of the way. There you go. Okay, just two more, so there you go, he's dead now. If you just use that, he goes down really, really quick. So if you're looking at the easy way to take him down, he's Thunderbolt. As I said, unless you use the password, the light gives you all the 8 Robot Masters at once. And you have a version of the game that even lets you use that. As we're going to see the bees are going through the forest. Yeah, hit the beehives and more bees are going to come out. Actually, a little bit of predecessor to, what's the bee weapon that Mega Man 9 has? That one. Actually, I do love that weapon in Mega Man 9. It's a great weapon. Having said that, I think I'm going to have to use one of my energy tanks before I go into this, because, damn, it's going to be a big problem. And there's only a couple songs I do dislike, which is good for a soundtrack like this. Yeah, I know. What are your favorite and least favorite pieces of music in this soundtrack? I mean, I love this entire soundtrack, although I don't know if I really sat back and like, what's the ones I like? I mean, there's some I like more than others. You know, I'm going to use this because we're going against Slashman. And by the way, I hit Y button on this to use it. This is I don't know if this is my favorite one. I mean, this is one of my favorites. I would say this one. I would say I love Springman. We'll get to Springman. I love Shademan's themes. There's 2 of them. We're gonna show both. Don't worry. He's actually played that level twice, as the case. I also like some of the Wily stages. Actually, especially like Wily stage 2 and 3, and I like 1 as well. There's a lot of good ones in this as we go. And I have more names on music I could get to. Alright, let's talk about it. This is like Wolverine from X-Men saying, "Let's go, Bub." I wonder if they had that on their minds, perhaps. But alright, what he does is he just slices. He will slice it, has a further distance, then he does this. This is the hardest part. He drops down those eggs, whatever they are. If you step in the goop, you're stuck. So you're probably going to take damage. If anybody's ever no damage this thing, please tell me how you did it. For the love of God, I want to know. I think a lot of people probably want to know, too. Or maybe there's a way of people seeing that. Honestly, I'm not big on the shop music and Wily Stage 2, honestly. Yeah, a little minimalistic, especially Wild Stage 2. The other one's kind of, I guess, repetitive as far as the shop, but not bad. I mean, I get the sense of why it sounds like that. Yeah, because also if you get hit by that, he'll go towards the red and you can't shoot. Oh, you know what? I'm going to use the energy tank. How many lives? You know what? I got 5 lives. Or 6 lives. Remember, 0's a life in this. Fuck it, I'm not gonna not use it, but I'm gonna say, well, I'm gonna wait. It's hard to pick, honestly, what favorites. Yeah, you know, I know. Yeah, but he will dive. So in that case, I'm fine letting myself die on this one. This is the hardest one, no question. And I get the sense chat agrees with this. It gives me more ideas to get a sense of what to do. Because the thing about the drop of the eggs... Correct me if this is not right. I think it's random as far as how it goes. I've not been able to figure out what the pattern is of that. Whoa. But I know what his element is, what he does when he takes, or when you hit him. Even with the freeze cracker or the scorch wheel, he'll still go back into doing this. I think it might be luck. Okay, that dive he does. He doesn't always do that, but when he does do it, it will be where you were last standing before he starts diving. So you can kind of walk out of the way. So even if you have the goop on you, crap like that, and you're not stuck in the ground, you just move out of the way and get it. But you might want to hit you anyway, because when you're in that, you can't shoot as is. Like, ugh. Honestly, the slice is not too bad as far as avoiding it. Yeah, you're seeing there, like, I keep getting stuck by that, but sometimes it'll just drop. Ugh. Alright, we'll see what we can do. I'd say stage 3 of Wily's the best one. That's a good one. But honestly, I think there's really no wrong answer, honestly. You know what? I'll tell you. Uh-oh. Although, if you do get hit, try and let the other ones hit you at that point, because at that point, then you won't walk into the other ones and get stuck in the ground. Okay, if I get down to my last life, I will use the energy tank, but I did practice this. I really did. But I'll try again. We're beating him. I said I'm X-Bustering. Oh, Mega-Bustering. X is the other game, sorry. We'll do X at some point, because I guess we'll do Mega Man X as far as next time we do it. And then Maverick Hunter X on PSP. With Nocturne's handling that one. But usually the case is also because he'll dive towards you. That's usually the hardest part of it. A little bit. Okay, there he does that good. Also, you're looking up in the graphics on the ceiling, it looks like, as that's going, there's like goop there. I looked at that when I was doing practice. I said, wait a second, am I able to use that to get a sense of where the eggs are coming down? The answer is no. I don't think so. Okay, there you go. So that was somehow me avoiding that part. If I can get through this without... Not that I'm too good for the energy tank. That was the Mega Man 9 mistake I made when I played that. So I'm gonna go for that no coffee break achievement. I got it, but at what cost? I mean, I almost have him. If I can... Okay, this is gonna be close. No! Oh, no, no, no. Please, please, please. Got him! Whew! That was good. My God, that was awesome. Okay, I feel good on that one. Also, I should mention, group fans are making a remake of Mega Man 7. They're calling Mega Man Reimagined. Nice. Holy shit. That was awesome. Oh my God, that was good. That calls for celebratory glass of Pinot Grigio. I was gonna pull this out at the end of the show. Pulling out. The Slash Claw, by the way, cuts things apart. Yes, it does. Like, I somehow beat him without an energy tank. Christ. But has a limited range. It's less than what he has. Yeah, talk to me about that as far as Mega Man 7 Reimagined, because I know there's also a fan game, Rockman 7 Famicom, which is like an 8-bit style, that has all the bosses available at the start and excises the levels of, what is it, the intro and mid-levels. Okay. Yeah, there you go. That victory brought to you by Santa Margarita Pinot Grigio 2024. Probably Italy. I got this because after Edwack and Nikki's wedding, said, we have too many bottles of wine, we need to get rid of this stuff. It's like, give me that Pinot Grigio if you'd please, I appreciate it. Like, yeah, sure, no problem. Also, I guess as far as our other corporate sponsors tonight, let's go to an indication of that. Poland Spring Water, because I have it all the time as far as the water. As well as Mint Milanos. Apparently the version I got says they're holiday exclusive. Like, what? These are not holiday exclusive. Remember when these were the normal ones? Pepperidge Farm remembers. And also, Nocturne, for you, another sponsor, because I have 2 cases of this for you. Pure Leaf, Peach. It's real brewed tea. It is delicious and peachy, and full of peachy goodness. Also, link here from ElecVerse. What do we got here? Oh, right, the project. Okay, the Mega Man 7 Reimagine project. What are they? Okay, feel free to tell me what you did that. Oh, the demake. Oh, yeah, the demake of. Okay, so there's a demake of 7, which I indicated, and a Mega Man 8. Yeah, right, there is one of Mega Man 8. And then this Reimagine thing. What are you seeing of this so far, as is? I'm curious as far as that. And feel free to get a sense of where do we go next. We did get the hard part out of the way. So the rest is going to be smooth sailing, believe it or not. And also, I got a sense of if there are any items I didn't get yet. Actually, I think most of the items that I can pick up are in, yeah, they're all in the rest of the levels here. So yeah. Oh, okay, no, there is something. We'll get the Scorch Wheel to come back here, right, for that. Feel to go into where you want to see next, and also go into the music discussion, because you also go into making this, going to new facing chat. We're having an active chat tonight on this one. The music for this game also, because there's like 9 names, I gotta cover every one. Noriko Ando is involved. As far as music, this is the only game that she, I believe, worked on. But also sound designer on Street Fighter Alpha, Mega Man Battle & Chase for PlayStation, as well as Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, and both of the Dino Crisis games. I'm also curious seeing Tron and Duo being playable characters. Tronbon? Really? Okay. That's interesting, because I guess we're talking about the idea of, and Nocturne, I don't know what you think of, Proto Man being underutilized in these games. Springman, you got it. Let's go get the, let's also go and get, the Hyper Bolt, because that's here. Here's Springman. I love his music as well. Very playful, but also a case where we're kind of going to the city. You're gonna see that. That's really cool to get a sense of, okay, because the only case of Tronbon being playable is in Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and 3. And I owe you Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I'm going to figure doing that one next year. Maybe we should do that scoping show, because I don't know how you want me to deliver that one. But that being said, on this level, you do have, yeah, the nice cityscape, nice nighttime as far as that goes. Hit the springs. You hold the B button down, and you launch higher. And it goes like, bung. It's nice as far as it, so it goes to a little bit of the playful style of how classic Mega Man tends to be, but also the case that it kind of balances out with some of these maybe more, I don't know, harsh areas we're gonna go. Let's run Rush Jet. And then jump off right there. Right, because I can go down there. Now, look at that nice thing. Here's the other thing, because actually, I'm gonna be one of the reasons I love doing stuff for the show, for this, is because even for games I know, it's a case where I sometimes will maybe take a look at them in a different light because all of you are saying something, but also the case of saying, well, we need to stop and take a look. Looking here, it's like, I actually never noticed outside, oh wait, there's a city, so where are we? But this level's kind of telling a story to that, and also, I'll go into this. Fans remaking Mega Man 5 from Game Boy in the art style of Mega Man 7, whose name escapes me at the moment. Yeah, because all those Mega Man games from Game Boy, they are re-released on Switch Online. Although they don't have Super Game Boy methods for graphics, you can't actually utilize the Super Game Boy method of 5 for that one. Yeah, that's enough. I'm surprised also those don't have another re-release, or fine, okay, one that came out, because it was going to come out. They were going to put Mega Man Anniversary Collection on Game Boy Advance, and then change the name to Mega Man Mania, which is going to be a Game Boy Color version of Mega Man 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from Game Boy, which are different from the NES games, but that collection was canceled. And also canceled from before that was a planned Game Boy Color port of Mega Man 5 that I think Capcom said, oh, they're going to do, but just kind of fell by the wayside, as it was. By the way, the remake of that is called Rules of Space. Right, because it's... Nocturne, you have the Japanese version of that. Am I right about that for Mega Man 5 or Rockman 5? What was it, Rockman World 5? Is that what they called the Japanese version of that? As far as all of those Game Boy Mega Man games. And because that kind of went into like a space thing, did it not, as far as the robots there? As we're also seeing here, it's like, wait a second, they're looking at the helmet of Mega Man. They're looking at his aspect of, like, his body. It's like, uh-oh, we getting studied? Also bounce around, seeing like, yeah, just, you're like going crazy with your bouncing, or like stuff like spring stuff with Sonic. This could be up your alley, too. As you can, yeah, the Slinkies, or as one of my friends in college mentioned, like, yeah, we had like a Secret Santa thing one year as far as my friends back at the Calcula Campus Ministry. I mentioned them before on the show, but also the case of saying, like, you got the Slinkies, like, oh, you're testing on the Slinkies, like, oh, it's the metal, because I didn't know it was the metal or the plastic one. He's like, oh, it's metal, like, yeah, the good one. He's like, yeah, you're right. Okay, Danger Apple, get that out of the way, please. You know what? Can I make that jump? I don't know if I trust myself to make that jump. You know what? We're gonna use, let's search around, see what's here. Yeah, have a nice, sniff brush. I also love the cute perspective, like him doing the sniff, like the sound of that. Okay, he's too close to the edge. Like, no, sorry, Rush, we gotta take you out and pull you back in. And then we'll go on as far as... I do want to see if I can find the Famicom out of this. We found the Game Boy. Okay, we got something. What do we got? Okay, health. I'll take that. Okay, no. Actually, I'm gonna try something else. I don't know if I've actually ever done this. I'm not gonna do the jet. Not yet. I'll probably use that to get out, or I'll use the... Okay. He's on the spikes. What's he gonna do? He survives spikes. We don't. Okay, he can't dig on spikes. Okay, fair enough. I don't know if I actually ever tried that on him. It's like, okay. If nothing else, I'm also learning a lot when it comes to the idea of, like, how does rush search work? As far as anywhere you put it. Okay, so here's the other thing. It almost looks like a Nutcracker-like case as far as, like, those robot guards things. And you're seeing, like, the spades and hearts and things. Like, okay, what's this? And this is the checkpoint, by the way. Okay, this is what I find really interesting. Because, yeah, we were outside. It looks like... I don't know if this is right or not. Chad, do you know? I get the sense it's like the city planetarium or something that we're going into. Even though it's like, yeah, he's a spring man. But the case for something, it seems like it's something kind of, you know, spacey this way. Also, wait a second. Right, that enemy. You know, I don't know if I ever came down here, A, and B, saw that, oh yeah, there's like a daily Jagged box over there. But we're pointing out one thing. Jump on the Jagged box, that way they change the direction and do that punch out, the big boom. Yeah, just keep bouncing. If you want to bounce higher, hold jump button whilst you're bouncing off of this. So, I do want to go somewhere specific. Ouch. And I believe it is over to the left. I do want to get that, because Otto's Hyperbolt is over there, and when we come out of this, we're going to go and see him. Okay, could you go up here? Now, no. I was going to say you need the super adapter, but no, you don't. I think you can use the rush jet here, I think. Well... Yes, you can. I just need to get him over there. Okay, yeah, you can. Okay, so use Rush Jet or use Super Adapter. Take your pick. And what you do here is you climb up here. Actually, I showed Super Adapter way when we played this a couple of years ago. Also, you have to jump on that, and I need to put it over to the side. Stand there and wait. Boom, we punch it out of the way. And with that, we can go in the door. Okay, so with that, it punches the door through here and onto the spikes. Actually, it was Nocturne who indicated this, because at first, like, what is that? Like, oh, yeah, it's that thing that he knocks through. But, no, Rush... Well, you know, fine, I will do it the hard way. Shit. I mean, I got tons of lives anyway, don't I? And I'm pretty close to the end of this. Well, at the end of the level number 1. Oh, yeah, I've got 5 lives. I got tons of them. I guess it's my luck with Rush Search. I keep saying Rush Jet. Like, well, I use Rush Jet to get up here, or I use the Super Dab. In fact, since I died, let me show you the other way to do it. In that case, we're confused with our great dog. Boom, there we go. They use that to get up there, and then use that. Unless there's another way to get up there that I'm not aware of. As I said, I'm not going to assume, like, oh yeah, I have all the answers on this game. I just have the notes I took down, and there's a lot of stuff I know that chat went into tonight, and always tends to when we play stuff, that I'm not aware of. Okay, I'm gonna be... Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll compromise. I could use the Super Adapt to get over there easy. I'm gonna use the Rush Coil, because remember, Rush does not die spikes like his master unless... Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, there we go. Get the Hyperbolt. So we're gonna go back and we're gonna see, what's his name? We're gonna see Otto. Because he needs this. He's like, oh, he said, like, hey, I got a couple screws loose. I'm working not that fast. Maybe help me out. But I do also want to go up there and show that and also indicate this, which is, yeah, I have Rockman 5 for Game Boy, by the way. Not sure it is. The bosses in that one are named after planets, okay, and Sunstar, if I remember correctly, of our solar system, including Pluto before it got demoted to planet status in real life. Yeah, she's talking about the fact that in 2006, it was indicated as a dwarf planet. It's like, no, that doesn't count anymore. As Nikki said when we played Putt Putt Goes to the Moon, he's like, yeah, they can't just take a Pluto, or they can't take one away from us. As far as this case, do I want to try and make that jump this way? Actually, you know what? Okay, I do need that, so you know what? Oh, I do need one to get filled up for the energy tanks. Fine, let's just take the spring. Let's take the spring. Let's also get a sense of, hey, Rush, what about underneath this Jagged box? He won't punch down, we'll be fine. Just have the sniff. Maybe something underneath him? Alright, there's a tiny ball. By the way, the tiny bolts are worth 2 bolts. The bigger ones are worth 8. And the big one, if you find it, as I showed in Cloudman's stage, that is 100. Banana peel. Okay, so we do have that. I want to see if I can find the NES. I mean, I won't necessarily like sit around here doing it, but also you get to enjoy the great music and the great look of, I guess, the planetarium. I don't know if they indicate that, but he's... Oh, there you go. There's a bolt. So we got each of the cases of the bolts. And, yeah, the only game, by the way, it's worth indicating as far as the bolt system there, where they're not a pickup like this, as far as picking them up multiple cases of enemy drops, it's 8. Which, Nocturne, that's yours, as far as it, because we've discussed that. She's running Ramblin 8 for Saturn. Because it has extra stuff that, none of the other versions have, because they've never re-released that Saturn version. Also, it kind of makes me wonder how Autobot, or the Auto's Hyperbolt got here. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that is a good question. I don't know, chat, what do you think about that one? Oh, okay, I need that. I want some health. Not that Springman's that bad, especially after we saw with Slashman. But that being said, I do want to have some health as is. I mean, I guess this is the planetarium, but in case that... Okay, somebody stole it. Well, actually, you know what? You were saying this about, Proto Man not being used much. But also... Honestly, I don't know if Otto's really been... I know he's a side character, that's the idea. But I don't know if outside of this... A little bit with 8. He's barely an 8. And, okay, he runs the shop in the other 2. 9 and 10. I don't know if he really has much development. I mean, maybe less than Proto Man, although Proto Man's Mega Man's brother, so in that case it makes more sense saying, where is he? Let's develop him, please. We're developing more, but we're gonna see a lot of him tonight. Okay, so Springman, let's go. Now with Springman, yeah, he's bouncing, so we gotta handle him. So here's the deal. He's weak to the slash claw if you have that. Oh, like I do, but I'm gonna be in case. He's gonna jump to the center, and he'll do that spin thing with his arm. They'll jump down. He'll shoot those, springs out. Shoot them. And if you have to use just shooting out rapid fire without charging, do it. He'll also jump around. After a little while, he'll jump back to center to repeat his element. If he catches you, he'll throw you in the ceiling or bounce you in the ceiling. He'll jump up with you and hit you in the ceiling. So just stay away from him. Whoa. It mainly took me some time to get his pattern down as well. And even if you're going to use his weakness on him, it's worth pointing out he will repeat the pattern here as far as him jumping back to the center, but you actually have to time it very specifically for the purpose of him to actually, what is it? For you actually to be able to hit him twice. Also, great! I gotta get rid of that. If you stand right next to him, it also means that if you turn left, it's easy to get the other one out of your way. But I might have been taking too much damage, so I might be in trouble. But yeah, if you stand right next to him like that... Oh shit, okay, I'm too close. But if you are close enough, it's not too bad. Alright, but I do have full health now, and I would say actually if the boss is after Slashman, in some ways he can be the hardest, especially if it's a case where you're not prepared for that spring thing. That's honestly the most devastating thing he does. Because as long as you stay away from him, he's not going to toss you in the ceiling. I suppose if I get close enough and I'm really at high health, I'll let him toss me in the ceiling to show what it does. Okay, there you go. I'm showing it now. So he said, and then he throws you away like yesterday's trash. I mean, you can also hit him in the air when he does the jump up. Okay, so stand close to him, but not too close. I guess it's like what they used to say with Mortal Kombat, saying you're standing in sweep distance. It's not like right next to him, but it's sort of in distance. And then you can basically turn left and hit the spring, or if you're going the other way, do it that way. Mm-hmm. I almost got him. It's not going to be too bad. Okay, now he's done. Alright, so bye-bye to Springman. Okay. I also don't know how people do Noise Crush trick to instantly kill Springman, Turboman. Yeah, I tried to do that. Oh, wait, does it kill Springman? Oh, yeah, it does, because, okay, what ElecVerse is mentioning, I'll try to do it when we go to, well, Well, actually, I don't know. Do you want me to... Okay, I'll tell you this. In that case, do you want me to go to Shade Man next, and then we try that on Turbo Man? It's worth pointing out, yeah, what the trick is, if you have the Noise Crush, and I'll indicate this, charge the coils to make them jump higher. I'm going to talk about that because the game leaves out an important piece of information for the wild coil here. But, yeah, if you shoot off the Noise Crush just right when you come in the room, when you're going against Turbo Man, and I guess Spring Man, I know you could do it against him, it basically bounces left and right across, and it'll just keep hitting him, and he'll get stuck in a loop, and it'll kill him really easily. I've never done it either. I don't know if maybe a Super Nintendo thing. Because I tried in the collections versions, and it didn't work for me. I think you have to be dead on. I'll try to make it work. In fact, just for the purpose of this, since I'm using that Wii U version, I can at least put down one of these restore points. Let me do that. Just have a set of that, so I can come back to that if I need to. Turbo Man. Alright, so we're gonna go Turbo Man next. But I'll have this there, or no, Shade Man. Okay, so, and we're showing the thing with Shade Man. We're showing him twice. But first, since we did get the Hyper Ball, don't know how it got to Spring Man stage. Maybe stall it. Come in here, is like, hey, wait a second. Yeah, here's your Hyper Ball. Yeah, that's the ball. Thank you. It fits perfectly. Yeah, but as long as I get the ratchet ready. Boom, boom. There he goes. Tightened up and bonsai. He's all set to go. And by doing that, as we're pointing out, he works double speed when you ask him to make an item. And there's also new items that pop up on the list. And also, the bulk costs for the items that already were there are cut in half. So, feel free to go on the item you want made. Okay, so the new items he gives. So, in that case, the life was 40 bolts, it's now 20. As far as the new stuff he has, there's the S can, there's a special can, there's a full recovery of all of your energy and all of your weapons. You can also buy the Rush Jet if you don't want to find it in the level. You can buy the Rush Search, or Search Rush, as they call. You can scan for secret passages or items in particular. That's the Rush Jet. This is the Energy Equalizer. This is in Shade Man stage. We'll go into that as it is. And we actually have to go through that twice because we have to go different paths. It depends on how you kill the mid-boss. And then there's the Hyper Rocket Buster, which lets the Rocket Buster on your Super Adapter to go further. It's worth pointing out, Nocturne, I know we talked about this before we, after we did the Croc last time, the idea that, is this something you have to buy? You can buy it. I did find out it is in Turbo Man stage. I'll show where it is, as far as how it is. So in this case, I think we're set. So long, Mega Man. We'll see you later. Also, oh, that's the video of the trick. Thank you so much, ElecVerse. I'll try and see if I can show it. That's why, okay, that's why I put the save state down. I won't put a save state down again for anything else, because at that point, I'll come back to this. I'll try and see that maybe we can make it happen. But, okay, we're going to go to Shade Man stage first. Worth pointing out. This level is the specific reason why this is part of our Halloween block. So I'm going to do a quick mic pull just to make sure everything's set, the audio isn't screwing up. Yeah, because if it is, that'll fix it. But okay, for this one, you do the Easter egg? You bet I am doing the Easter egg. The Easter egg for this game, or for this level, this is, again, the reason we're doing a Halloween block show for this one. Hold the B button down and then hit start button. Usually you just go fight his case and you hear the well, now we do this way. So hold the B button down, hit start. Like, wait a minute, that's different. You have to do this, by the way, the first time you come here, otherwise you're not going to be able to hear this, but... Or first, without beating it. Oh, if you come back here and don't beat it, with having not beaten it, you get this piece of music instead. Okay, this is also a representation of a franchise we sort of shown off on this show. Actually, we showed off a little bit on this weekend last year. Let's talk about another Capcom horror franchise. This is the horror element as we're going to the castle. Let's talk Ghosts and Goblins, or Ghouls and Ghosts, or Super Ghouls and Ghosts, or Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection with the PS... No, Ultimate Ghosts and Goblins is the PSP game. Resurrection is the modern version by the people who made Tomba. Yeah, memories on Ghouls and Ghosts and Goblins and that entire franchise, or the Maximo games on PS2. I wish it was Shade Man's default song. It's a great song, isn't it? He also has a great original song. We'll get that one too, but yeah, you hear the and they do have the zombies coming out of the grave just like in Super Ghouls and Ghosts from Super Nintendo. We haven't played it, but good lord, that game is hard, so that's gonna be a comp hardcore. Let's me practice that for 15 months game. Okay, so that one on NES. Holy shit. But anyway, still a good game. It's still that case of it as well. I'm not saying the original is bad, but I think this is better personally. Although, I don't know classic Mega Man 7, 2, and 8 as well as I know X-Zero, ZX, and ZX Advent, as well as Legends Battle Network. And soon enough, I'll know Star Force with that Star Force Legacy Collection. You bet I'm buying that day one, else I can get myself going. Okay, so for this stage, there's a couple things we gotta do. Actually, I'm gonna have to come back here a little later. I also need to get some health. Yeah, what's memories to everybody as far as, what is it? Ghosts and Goblins. Mine is the one on NES. I have it on Virtual Console and on Wii, not Wii U. I have Super Ghouls and Ghosts, which is on, or I have access to it on Switch Online. Nocturne, you have Super Ghouls and Ghosts on the Super Nintendo Classic Edition unit, just to let you know. It's a good game, it's just hard as hell. I also have the Genesis Mini 1 that has the Genesis version of Ghouls and Ghosts, and I have the, it was on the PC Engine Super Graphics. I showed that version from the PC Engine line from Japan. It's really good. It's also really hard, is the case. I own the NES version of my Virtual Console. Okay, there you go. So, same concept. Okay, one thing I do also want to indicate is, I'm not going to show this as far as his weakness, but in this case, it's Wild Coil. We got that from Springman. Here's the deal, it does charge up. It doesn't bounce. And it's probably not a good place to show this, but let me do this again. Because if you hold up and down, you hold down when you shoot out the charged one, it bounces low. When you hold it up, when you charge it up, it bounces high. Pay attention to that, or be aware of that, or hope that you figure that out before we get to Wily Capsule 7, because we gotta know how to do that there. And the game sort of said, like, hey, you know, it shoots out for certain things, although I think it's a mistranslation because it doesn't really give a sense that, oh yeah, you bounce it up and down. Ouch. Also, these are set where the helmets come out, but I also am not good at avoiding them. You have to be pretty close. I was playing Ghouls and Ghosts via the Super Nintendo app on Switch. Yeah, and also there's a Game Boy Advance version of Super Ghouls and Ghosts. I've never played that one. And also, okay, Demon's Crest counts as well. That's sort of part of the franchise, as is the Gargoyles Quest games, which one is on, I have the Virtual Console version from 3DS on that. It's on Switch Online. 2 has not been re-released from NES. I don't know why it isn't. I have it on Wii U here. And then the other one is Demon's Crest, the third one, which I know Nintendo Power apparently said in their 100th issue in 1997, they said apparently there was a week that it generated negative sales where more people returned the game than bought it. I don't know where they're citing that from, but whatever the case, apparently it's something where, yeah, like, it's really hard. Like a lot of these are, but it's also a different case about how those play. Okay, boss here. This boss has a specific name I gotta give. I'm also gonna fight him a very specific way. Now, the thought is that he opens up and you have to hit him there, and I believe he's weak to Slash Claw. And he's also flickering out as far as how this thing is. But when he bounces, hit him in the eye. Just seeing the jack-o'-lantern, he is lighting up. This guy's name, by the way, is... You know, I'll kill him first, and I'll name him after he's dead. So if you hit him when he's doing the bounce like that to hit the eyes, you go a different path. If you kill him by killing him when he's like this, you go down that broken floor, he's over. We're gonna have to do that later. But we actually have to do this in order to get something else, and also see more Easter eggs for this. And actually, I did not remember to do it. Also, you can't hit him that way when he's open like that. You have to wait till he's closed and hit him that way. And it's gonna take some time to do this. You get to hear more of the great music as far as that. I mean, those games are fun, going back to Ghouls and Ghosts, Ghosts and Goblins, all those, but they're hard. And you have to beat the game twice, and it's also a case where, with a couple of those, you have to not just beat the game twice and avoid his goop. You have to beat it with specific items on your person, otherwise you go back to an earlier level. Or in other cases, we have to beat the game twice for the first one, because the final room is a trap to visit by Satan. I got him. Okay, so when you do that by killing him with the eyes, that way he busts the wall down over here. And this is where we're going to find the energy equalizer. We'll get that in a little bit, but first we have more going to the castle. So yeah, there's another area of the stage to go through. It's kind of like Junkman as far as what we saw earlier, but going that idea of saying, here's something unique that other games this franchise maybe don't do quite like this. Yeah, because we have, like, the robot guards. Okay, right, the enemy we killed. That was the pumpkin dude. I want to get his name down. Van Pookin. That was the name of the pumpkin we killed. Yeah, Van Pookin. Van Pookin. Sorry. Okay, I do want to use the super adapter here because I need to go get the life. I don't want to have it, I guess. Oh, wait, no, I can't get the life that way, and Rush Coil won't work either. Actually, Rush Jet? Let's try Rush Jet. I'm actually getting more usage of Rush Jet out of this one play. You know, let him go, sorry. He'll come back this way than, honestly, I think I've ever gotten in any of the time I played this game. Alright, so Rush Jet, you can get it that way. We fall down the top in order to get the life. Okay, so we're gonna go this way, because actually, this is something really interesting. And Nocturne, I don't know if you've ever seen this. Feel free to indicate if you have, or anybody here, what the idea of that is. As I said, we're going the whole way on this game. I mean, already, I'm 10 minutes away towards the end of our last show. It's like 2.5 hours. Like, okay, here we go. Right, there's a wolf there. But this is a great attention to detail I actually did not notice. Which is, see the background there? The moon is going out in distance, and when it does, it gets dark. So, wait a second. That was really nice. Perfect for Halloween next week. And by the way, we have a show on Halloween. ElecVerse, it's yours. Castlevania Chronicles. It's on Friday. But when the moon comes around, well, these robots, you know, I'm not gonna kill this thing because you have that wolf. It's based off of the were-dog in Super Ghouls and Ghosts from Super Nintendo. But I will show the moon going off again, unless it doesn't. Basically, the idea is that those night enemies, like the what do they call those things? Oh, there you go. Yeah, they turn into those knights there. So basically, they are like werewolf syndrome in the sense that they will turn into something that way. I do want to show the transformation. Yeah, what a horrible night to have a curse, and what a horrible night for you to die. But when he does transform into the were-dog, he does... Yeah, that's what he's called, were-dog. It's before the werehog from Sonic Unleashed. They take a lot more hits to kill. Although, to be fair, they do take a decent amount to kill even the first time you do. As far as just going the other way. And fine, me piloting him, that's maybe not going, but... Okay, there you go, and then he goes up on the wheels. And you have to go this way in order to see that. Okay. I love that attention to detail. I never noticed that. I didn't either, actually, until today. I'm trying to remember. I don't think when we played this a couple years ago, I went this way. At least I don't think I did. I'll look back on the video when I edit to see did I or did I not. But I said, let me do that. Yeah, damn phone keyboard as far as that detail. Like, yeah, it's fine. Like, the gist is there. I understand that idea. But you do have to come this way in order to use Rush Search underneath this picture of Wily, who is a vampire, apparently. Yeah, because you get the energy equalizer off of this. But yeah, that's a detail I didn't know really either. I knew there's a separate path. But also the case that I said, look, I know you wanted to see this game. You wish you were there the first time. We didn't do it this way the last time. So I said, we're going the whole way. I'm looking at everything. Even when I was doing my test, I said, where's the extra stage? Where's the extra path through this? It's this way. There's the energy equalizer. When you use this, anytime you pick up a weapon capsule, it will go into your list of weapons and recover of whatever has the least amount of energy. So if I pick one up, it's going to go into Wild Coil on its own. Under normal circumstances, you have to have the weapon selected in order for the energy to go there. But with this nice upgrade, you don't have to do that. And this is also how you get to the chapel as far as the end of the level easier. Normally you go the other way. But that's how you go from there. Okay. Speaking of damn, by the way, it's worth pointing out. We're going here. Boom. Oh, I hit. Oh, shit, I hit him. All right. Damn, I was careless. We're pointing out this is what they says in the Super Nintendo original. They did not tag this for mild language when it was on Super Nintendo as was, or Mega Man X3 for that matter. But every other port of this, including in the Legacy Collection 2 and also on the Anniversary Collection, he says, darn, I was careless. Super Nintendo original and the 3DS, or new 3DS, and Wii U ports indicate it this way. It's like, I was careless. Yeah, me also apparently hitting your dog. Sorry. Yeah, I feel so stupid to be defeated so easily. So, okay, Shade Man, I guess, isn't fucking around when it comes to that. Maybe I should give up and leave Wily to you. I mean, we know what we're doing, clearly, and we got quite an active chat tonight. It's like, also, we're clearly on the element, but don't worry, we're a team. Light will be allowed to fix you up. Yeah, Light is always curious about robotics. In case, like, alright, I'm glad I have a friend like you. Well, thank you. So off you go. Yeah, he probably needs to, because I shot, Treble in the face. I didn't mean to do that, necessarily, but alright, there you go. And we're gonna come back and show the other way, and also show the other piece of music. But also, just soaking in the detail. And yeah, for this part alone, this is a Halloween block game, and it fits. And the thumbnail is gonna be something Halloween-based for this, like a collage. Alright, we're fighting Shade Man. He's a vampire robot. He wants to suck your blood. If he does, it's recovery of his health. He also has aspects of something we're going to see in Castlevania Chronicles next week, Medusa. But basically what he's going to do is he's going to fly around in that foggy area. He'll do the swoop down, I should say. Slide out of the way. If you get caught by his claws, he'll come up and suck your blood and drain your energy and recover his. He looks in the eye there. If you jump in and hit that, you get stoned. But also, there is his, what was it? His, noise crush. Also pointing out, if you hit him with the noise... Actually, right, if you do the rematch and you hit him with that, he actually will absorb it more. And they didn't censor Dam... Or yet they didn't censor Dam in X4. Right, in the... Actually, either of those collections. But actually, it's worth pointing that out. As, yeah, just basically rinse and repeat this. Just don't get hit by the stone, and if you're gonna do that, just slide underneath that. But, yeah, actually, the X Legacy collections are rated teen. And then it's E-rated still for the X collection on PS2 and GameCube. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, like, wait a second, why'd they change it necessarily for that? And something I think I noticed when I was growing up, well, because it was this and it was Mega Man X3. Those are the only ones that had an instance as far as saying "damn" in that. Which, not a big deal now, really, but also a case of kind of surprise of saying, wait a second, you know, the case that there's that, and also I guess the surprise that the ESRB didn't have their My Language tag on it. Same also with Donkey Kong 64 when you have the part of the DK rap where he says he may move slow, he can't jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy, which is worth pointing out the Smash Brothers games rated more intensely than that. Censor that. Weirdly enough. But it's also a different version, so it's not like they censored it that way. Whoa. But, okay, yeah, I was too low on health, but I'll take him down. Admittedly, that, I'll say, if there is a hard part after you learn to slide out of the way of everything for him swooping down, getting the jump in between when he does the stone thing and then the first noise crush is hard. Although, actually, I'll try one other thing this time. I'll see, can I make that jump across both of them once? I don't know if I can. I'm going to do that for the purpose of understanding that. And that's the other reason also we'll be a little more leisurely as far as this baby. Because in that case, we can kind of learn stuff. I learn a lot, just for the purpose of what it is, for the prep of the show, but also when we do it. When stuff I know and I've never seen in years. And if you do hit him, if he doesn't grab you with his claws, he'll just hurt you. So you have to be specific how it happens. Alright, so let me just get this set. Okay, I can't, but at least I got to show what stoning looks like. So Mega Man was stoned. Super Bowl Game Saturday out of context, so after last week. Yeah, I also don't understand why they added damn in X's only line of dialogue in X1 in the original collection. Yeah, you're right! Because, yeah, they changed the dialogue from... In the Mega Man X collection for Mega Man X1, what Alex was mentioning, he's right about that. When he says, I guess I'm not strong enough to defeat him for Vile, when you have to lose that battle when you start. In the X collection, and only that one, they say, damn, I guess I'm not strong enough to beat him. So, yeah, I don't know, it's like the only time they added that, and that's the only version of that game that's like that. Although, going back to Mega Man 7's elements of how they emulated, saying, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna sound like a broken record saying this, Wii U and new 3DS are the only straight emulations of the Super Nintendo version. Like, why does it matter? Well, because of certain things with this, which will indicate, yeah, okay, that's the hard part of the way. And also, he's charging up as far as the noise crush is visible, so don't bother hitting him. The case that that's the only version that has it, and also, the port of X and X2 in that, it is actually, superficially, it looks the same. But in that way, you're right, that's one thing that's different. Alright, he's dead. But it's interesting because if you play those again, and it took me some time to actually realize this, it's sort of porting the Super Nintendo version of those, but actually at the end of the music, it reloads the music. You hear a little bit of a brief pause to that. So there's something the way those the X collection on PS2 and GameCube are doing, that it emulates that part differently, which also, I guess, explains the thing with the dialogue, as you get the noise crush. It's a powerful sound wave. Yes, and you can also amplify the wave by absorbing the beam. And you have to do that with your body. Basically, you shoot at a wall, bounces back at you, you pick it up, it's stronger, and shoot out stronger than that. Okay. So we got the noise crush. It is the weakness of Turbo Man, our last case of it. And also, X Collection got rid of the slowdown. That's true as well, ElecVerse. Thank you for reminding me of that. It was particularly Mega Man X2 where that's the most noticeable. And as I said, I think, because I mentioned, we'll get to this at the end of this game, the animation of Mega Man walking away from Wily Castle 7 that we're going to see, it's not in the Anniversary Collection ports. It's in every other one. And I think that was the first time they emulated, I guess, I think there's like a separate chip, the way the CX4 was in X2 and X3, something like that 7 had. And I'm wondering if maybe with that X collection was still a case where they didn't know how to emulate that straight yet. Because also with X3, that's also X3's case of being based on the CD-ROM version, the one that Saturn and PlayStation got in Japan, and that the US did get very, very specifically and very limited on the PC. Virgin, I know, did a port of that. I never played it, but it is based off that version, and also they ported the Japanese version of that to Saturn in Europe, I believe. But you're right, it does have a case of slowdown that made a couple of those bosses really easy as far as X2, particularly the X Hunters, not the Maverick Hunters. We're the Maverick Hunters. The X Hunters. It makes those bosses kind of a non-issue, especially... Is it Sergei's the one that does the spinning around? I think it's him. I should know. I was the one who played that one for it, but... yeah, whatever it is, it does that, and actually every other port also fixes that, in fact, including the X Collection, like Legacy Collection, I should say, does that too. Alright, Turbo Man, let's go. And we do need to go here for the purpose of the Proto Man fight. We'll do that in a little bit. But here's Turbo Man, a year before Jingle All the Way came out. But unlike that one, it was like a flying, like, I don't know, robot. Well, no. Okay, flying superhero case. He's a car. Okay, this great case of, yeah, we're going to, the garage. Like, the garage, you're making it sound so fancy. It's like, what do you call it? A car hole. And, with the car hole, as far as how it is, you have this guy with that, what is it, yeah, he has, like, the truck and things. Also, I'm gonna show one thing. I'm not gonna be able to kill him before he gets to the end of this, but I do want to show one other thing, which is I'm gonna hit him and get hit, but also, love this touch. It's like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go in reverse. Like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna put my hand on my arm on the armrest. And like, yeah, I can just switch in reverse, go get him. Like, oh, no, that ended up being his death. Yeah, you don't go in reverse as far as how that goes. Just keep going straight. I don't know, maybe he's trying to also hide the idea of Counterfeit's Gene's operation running from out of his car hole. But either way, yeah, also cones. No one expected those. They're going to be dying. They also show up in Mega Man Battle and Chase for PlayStation. Gotta show that. And I'd like to see another port of that. Because it's not since the X Collection that came out, and as Nocturne often likes to say to me, and I don't know if she said this on the show, but if not, I'll indicate it now. There's a specific vehicle that is not in the port we got. And that's the only release of that game still this very day in this country. Which is kind of surprising. Like, oh, wait a minute, that's it. Okay, one thing I do want to get a sense of is... Okay, no, I know. Okay, I know where it is. I first would say, wait a second, where is the Hyper Rocket Buster? It's here, and I'm also gonna use the Rush Coil here because, yeah, if you jump on the tires, you'll bounce, or it'll. If I hit on the side, you'll bounce. You hit on the bottom, you basically hit your head. But what you want to do is making that jump is hard. So either you use the Super Adapter or use that, or you can probably use Rush as well. Actually, one thing I'm also gonna do is, I know there's a waste of time going down here. Okay, sort of a waste of time because, yeah, look who's back. I'm also going to try something different. I'm going to use the Thunderbolt. I feel like I haven't actually used the weapons. If you're going to hit him with anything, hit him with this. Yeah, because 3 hits and he's gone. Yeah, that opens up the garage over here, but there's not really much of a reason to go down there. Business, if you fall, you come back here. Okay, you know, what am I doing? I should use the danger room. You know, let's also use my weapons and also emphasize the fact that... Boom, off you go. Yeah, you hit the L and R button, you can also switch between your weapons on the fly, but that does not include rush upgrades. ElecVerse, I know you mentioned the idea of that Mega Man, what was it called? Mega Man 7 Revamped, was it called? Hold on, you have it in here, let's see. Mega Man 7 Reimagined. Yeah, for that one, I wonder if they're gonna say, well, for that, let's also make it so that that you can also do quick switches with the rush, the rush upgrades. I'm surprised it's not a case where you can do between that. But either way, let's get going. Okay. I do have this kind of perspective, like the driving beat here of how they go. I can see, I guess, how they can be annoying, but in some ways, I kind of like the idea of saying, like, it kind of takes aspects like car sounds here. We go, so it sounds like you're kind of doing horns going on. So the idea of even thinking about, hey, for this music, let's get a sense of like what this looks like. Let's also, I guess, start showing off the weapons as well. And yeah, for this you can't get through, but you slide. And for this, I actually am going to use. So I don't know if I can. Oh, I can get the Super Adapter running after I make this jump, which is fine. Or, no, I can make it now. Yeah, it does make the platforming challenges a bit easier, so that does help that way, especially on this level, because this is some of the hardest platforming challenges there are, like that. If you bounced into spikes, you're dead. Actually, let me also show this. Let's try using the fist as far as killing this guy. Well, I'll show the fist later. And I'll also try... I said that I was gonna not change save state, but since I'm coming back to this, we're coming to this one last. I'm gonna try and... Okay, slash claw, yeah, I'll just slash, and he does have a decent reach, but it's not massive, but he does go down to that one. Quick enough. Yeah, the junk shield is also very useful in the sense that, hey, you know, as you take hits, it'll go down, but it does get rid of the enemies pretty quick, unless they're like in an invincible state the way the cones can be when they're not jumping, because otherwise it'll go bust quick like that. If you hit Y button when you have it set, you can also shoot it off quicker. Freeze Crack, we showed that. Wild Coil is saying, like, yeah, let's kill him with Slinkies, why not? Danger Rap is wrapping him up, as we saw. Okay, this is when Noise Crush, you shoot that out. And if you shoot that out, the wall there charges in when you hit it again, and then shoot off, boom. I like that sound, it sounds really nice. Alright, so let's get through this, and then we're going to... We'll go back, because we do need to go back to Shade Main Stage in particular, not just because of the music, we need to go back for one other reason. Actually, we do have to come here and do something here before we do that. Oh, whoa, okay, I'm trying to remember if I actually could clip through that. Okay, I guess I could now. Also, I guess if nothing else, it means... Hold on, let's see something here. You also shift forward, like, yeah, I'll put him into drive as far as... I want to try and say this, which is that, can I use that hover to get over him? And the answer is no, I can't. But the fist does do damage, but, yeah. Thunderbolt, that's the way you want to run. Thunderbolt is absolutely the way to go as far as killing them, so I'll just have to do that. The fist is pretty powerful, and mainly there is one weapon that I think they... Or one boss, I should say, that they design you, pretty much to use, although... You don't need to use it. Even we get to Wily Capsule 7. For some reason, I was under the impression or heard the perspective saying, well, you need the weakness to beat him. You don't. It's just a pain in the ass if you don't. And even with it, it is. But we'll deal with that together. Yeah, because we're going to get a good amount of this game out. We're basically going through everything. Also, the lack of sliding actually is a liability, so I do want to have... Just Mega Buster here. You know what? We're gonna use Rush Jet. Actually, I'm again using Rush Jet more than I think I ever have in this one game. Let's go this way. There we go. And just don't jump too much. Okay, there we go. Perfect. So we are getting close to where... Actually, it might be here. It's a stop sign platform. I basically have Rush Search. I don't think it's on this one. I think it's on the one coming up. We haven't done this in a while, so let's do it. Alright, what do you got, boy? Maybe a Famicom underneath there? Okay, hell, I'll take that. This is not where it is. There's one coming up. And if you do it there, we get the Hyper Rocket Buster. I just want to see him digging, you know? Keep going. Alright, so there's some energy. So I did recover the energy I had as far as 2 bits. You have to point out the tiny, either health or weapon things recovered 2 bits of your weapon or health energy respectively, and it's 8 for the big ones. Wife. Okay, there you go. Use a good dog, dig up the lives. Okay, so here's the deal. I think it's that one. I do need to... In fact, I do want to run into this room with the super adapters to point out. Jump over to the right and come in here. Oh, shit. Never mind. Actually, is he going to see this? Yeah, we're seeing Proto Man again. Yeah, he's not utilized much, but you have to come here and see him again after you see him in Cloud Man stage. Hey, friend, the RUSH circuit plates. I have, but I'm not wearing the thing. Okay, never mind. He realizes anyway. Okay, I thought that changed the dialogue but didn't come in. But remember, Super Mega Man arm is too bulky to slide. Good luck. I'll see you later if you survive. Yeah, you have to come here. And then we go down the path we did not go the first time of Shade Man stage, and then we fight. That fight is not easy, but it's also, I think, the only fight in the game that does not have, aside from the mini-bosses, that does not have a health bar to it. So we're going to be doing that a little while in a case of understanding that pattern. Yeah, if the joke is he's insanely easy in Mega Man 3, not in this one. Okay, so yeah, come up here, we're going to rush search. So if you stand right here and use this, we're going to get a nice upgrade for our rush adapter. I think. Either this one or the one down below. Okay, if it's not this one's the one in the middle, because it says it's one of them that's near Proto Man's room. You basically just hug the wall there and jump in. Let's see what you got. Alright, health we don't need because it's full, but it's either way. Okay. Alright, so get rid of him. And alright, so Rush, it should be here. It should be. Okay, yeah, that's good. I actually have not dug... I don't think I've ever dug this up. I just was looking... Nocturne, you said I thought you had to buy the Hyper Rocket Buster. I wanted to see if you could, but okay, you don't. I mean, if you did, it's one thing, but it goes to what ElecVerse was mentioning, saying, hey, you know, this game is opening up styles of saying, you want to find stuff in the levels, go ahead. You want to go buy them, go ahead and do that as well. Basically, what that does, it pretty much just makes the arm shoot further. So basically, it goes pretty much across the entire screen. Actually, one thing I didn't show is it does home onto enemies. I'm trying to remember, did Mega Man 6 do that? I don't remember if it did, and actually, I'm not going to get used to it here. So I have to take it off. Alright, so we're getting, I guess, into the winning circle, and this is actually a pretty long level, honestly. If you have the freeze crack, you can freeze these, but I'm not getting good luck. And they'll hold for a while, but then they'll come back, and they do hurt. And honestly, maybe just in case we're just gonna keep going. And pay attention to where on the bottom they are, because you see the lights there. When they fill up all three to red, the fire's gonna come out. But I also need to be ready for another purpose. I need sliding for this. Remember Heat Man and Mega Man? No, Quick Man and Mega Man 2. I didn't know the concept when I played this, but yeah, that fire's coming out. This is way easier than that, except if you're going to be going after the energy tank. Don't. Shit. Yeah, because if you get hit by that, it's one to kill. Good news is the checkpoint is right here. Up at the top. Yeah, I had a hell of a time doing that when I played Mega Man 2. This game, I mean, it was something I sort of had to deal with as it was, but not a case where, like, that was, oh boy. Okay, yeah, as long as I get this set the right way, it's not going to be too much of an issue. Yeah, because it's not that long compared to the ones in the other Quick Man stage in 2. Actually, I didn't even know when I played 2. I said, wait a second, it's in this game too. Okay, here we go. So we got the Wily Truck, CC. That's the name of this thing. It's shooting out these. I don't know, like, what is it, the Japanese lion case? He's weak to... I think he's weak to anything, really, but as far as what I know hurts him. I think I can just slice him. Oh, no, I guess I can, just clinking. Oh, I think he's weak to the... No, okay, that's not going to reach him far enough. Okay, I think it's Thunderbolt. Yeah, okay, it is Thunderbolt. It doesn't sound like he's doing much damage to him, but it is. But I think it is. Whoa! There you go, got him. Alright, so CC unfortunately has a case of his teeth. Sorry, my friend. Okay, I'm gonna try... Yeah, because we're at the end level, basically. We're coming quite a distance, by the way, where we're going. Okay, because as far as the trick, let me... Yeah, give me a little health, not much. Let me put save state down here. And you only set one, by the way, on Wii U, but still, it's pretty useful. Okay, so we're gonna try what ElecVerse mentioned. ElecVerse is saying this, which is that you have the Noise Crush. It is the weakness of Turbo Man here. If you hit, I think you have to hit the Y button right as you walk through. I'm gonna test it on this just to start. Oh, okay, I hit it to myself. I hit it in the wall, or... Right, and you have to have the first shot, because remember, the second shot does not bounce off the wall. Only the first one does. So, if you time it just right, as you go in the room, you hit the Y button right as you go in. It shoots it off. It does not hit the wall and reflect onto you. If you time it right, this boss will be not an issue. But we'll also see if we can do it. I've never done it, so wish me luck on this. Oh, did I do it? I think I did it. I did part of it. Alright, let's see. Oh shit, I did it. My god, I did it my first try. Shit. Alright, that is the easy way to do it. Don't ask me how I did that. Beginner's luck. There you go. That is the easy way to do that boss. I will show the actual way to do it in just a second. Let's absorb that. No, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll absorb it and I'll use the next case as far as that. Awesome. I don't know how I did it. Let's take a look at the explanation of the weapon. Okay, because what happens is I think the idea is that it's bouncing across the wall. Nocturne, you ever seen that before? Yeah, the wheel may also burn the things it touches. Yeah, like, where did that come from? And how did Mega Man get that information? Well, I'll tell you. We're loading it back again. We'll show. But there you go. So I got it done. That's also going to be a clip out for the Twitch site. Okay, so yeah, because the idea is this, I guess, because when you shoot off the... Okay, no, let me hit the, hit B button, close this. When you shoot off the Noise Crush, it bounces off the wall. It's supposed to get more powerful, but the idea is that usually... You know what? I want to see something. Okay, we're gonna do this a couple ways. I want to see something. I've never seen that before. Yeah, me neither. I'd heard it. I don't know. Maybe it's a Super Nintendo thing. Okay, I want to do this. Okay, so wait, no, I don't want to do that. I want to hit it off the... Okay, here we go. So, hold on. Let me see that. It's still bouncing. Okay, it eventually stops. So, alright, let's see that. Okay, so... Okay, no. Okay, fine. Let myself die. I don't care. And I have... Because I want to put this to the test more. And that's the other reason why we savor these games this way. Because, like, we're learning stuff we never knew, and I never did this. I think I heard about this, like, a month ago. So, what is this all about? Okay, because the thought is that... Okay, he does... Okay, because, yeah, this... Okay, that's what happens when he's hit with his weakness. But the idea is that you usually don't have enough time... Alright, I'm inadvertently showing how to kill him with his weakness. I guess the idea is that... Alright, let me try this. Okay, it doesn't hurt him enough just doing it from the stage. Or from just bouncing back and forth. But there's something about the way that that's coded that... The way the game understands it from what I looked at... And I'm gonna reload this just because I had all the lives from that. From what I understand, the way they do that... Is something about the way that the... I don't know, way the damage is set... That somehow, it has some time to bounce across when he has his animation frames going, so it builds it up enough that he just jumps in the air and he dies. From what I understand. And if I find more of an explanation, I'll do it. But there you go. So, okay, how you fight him this way. I showed how his weakness goes. He's the Scorch Wheel. He does that slice there, and it slows the frame rate down. And also get mad that way, and he'll suck you towards you, or suck you towards him. Just slide out of the way. That screech goes like, eat, and whoom. When you hear that, jump. The time upon which he does that is random. And also the idea is that you want to basically get it so he bounces that close to where you are. I was near death, so that's fine. We'll come back with a full set of health. You basically have it so he hits the ground with that, and then it rolls up. Because if you're too close to the wall, I'll see if I can show that happening. It'll basically go right up, and then when it comes down... the flames will be trouble, potentially. Like, you'll show that. Okay, that's sort of it, because, yeah, they won't go far enough, and then you can't have a safe distance to be. But you also, if you're kind of close to him, you can kind of avoid it that way, too. Ouch. Also, if you do get hit, I love that attention to detail. They did pay attention to that, like, hey, Mega Man got hit by a car. That should hurt, and it'll push you back. Right, okay, because that's what you want to do. The idea is that if you're too far against the wall, I was trying to remember what it was, the fire will be too close to the wall, but if you're not, it'll hit the ground and roll up. And then, when it comes back, as I'm being really reckless with this, it'll go out of distance, and you can basically get yourself over there and be set without taking damage. Alright, I was gonna be careful now. Or in that case, not be careful, fair enough. It kind of makes me wonder if the Noise Crush Gwist works on the other bosses. Well, you said ElecVerse... Didn't you say it works on Springman? I mean, maybe it does. I would not put it past this. And I think, yeah, someone should use the password to unlock all the bosses, test it out. We'll do that. But you know what? I think we have a reason, by the way, to come back and show this game running that way. Maybe we should just do that. Have a third show for this game. And Nocturne, in that case, we'll schedule that when... I mean, fine, if you get a case like, hey, you can't make that show, I was like, no, we're not doing this until she's back with this. I don't know if I can find out. I mean, you're probably right, and it's also pointing out, remember, you have to have the Super Nintendo version, or this Wii U version, or the 3DS version, or the new 3DS version, I should indicate, to get the Unlock All Bosses code to work. It doesn't work in any other version. And I don't know if that glitch works in the other ones. I thought it did. I don't remember people saying, no, it didn't work in the Legacy Collection 2 or in the Anniversary Collection. In fact, I'll look at that link you have, like, for showing it happening before I did it, somehow. I'm glad we did it. I'm glad I got to show it that way live for it, but, as we got him, oh no, now, oh, hold on. Okay, yeah, so if you get hit by the fire when it's in circle, you're stuck and it's not good. In that case, just hit him with a lemon, he's gone. So yeah, it's a lemon, hit the lemon at the car, turn the lemon, it's dead. Must've been a Yugo, or a Pinto. No, oh wait, he's a Pinto because he blows up because I hit him in the back. Okay, perfect, the gas canister. Perfect. But, anyway, I'll look, I guess I'll see that in that video what version are they using. Maybe they're using the original. Hey everybody, Captain D-Track here. I want to elaborate on what we saw about a minute ago, assuming I end up doing this right here, for the purpose of what we did with the Noise Crush trick. That somehow I pulled off against Turbo Man First Case. Because we asked, ElecVerse asked this, saying, can you do this against every robot master in this game, and also what's really going on? Well, I looked into it a little bit more, and what happened was that I initially said that, oh, you shoot the Noise Crush, it bounces off the wall and hits you, and then you have more shot going on. And that if you hit the Y button as you go into the boss room, I'm in front of the door of Springman here, it will bounce across the wall and create a stronger, hit against the wall, and it will hurt him more. I was mistaken when I said that, because what happened, look back on the footage, just wait a minute, what really happened when we destroyed Turbo Man? What happened was that it was bouncing as it went along by shooting just right, so that it just let loose in the arena when we went in. And then Turbo Man came in, but as soon as his health bar comes up and starts to fill up that it basically right there turns him into an active hitbox, pretty much. So in that idea, hitting the Noise Crush over there, he's technically 1 HP at that point, based on how that bounce is going backwards. So he just starts to get his health increasing, and it's at 1, but I hit him and he dies instantly. So that was what's happening, because first, wait, if it just bounces across, does that make it stronger if you don't absorb it? And the answer is doesn't, as we showed. But we also were asking, what happens if you try this against other bosses? Can you do it against other bosses? So I put in the Super Nintendo only, or straight emulation of the Super Nintendo game only, password, let you have all 8 Robot Masters available at once. So as you're seeing here, I do have only the Noise Crush. It's weird playing the game like that, and I think we can justify a third show for showing the game being played that way, as indicated. But I said, alright, we're going to test it with the other Robot Masters, and I think part of what's going to go on is it has to be an arena that we enter where when I go to the door, I have to fall down. Basically, the floor is not, aligned particularly with the door. Because otherwise, I'll shoot it off, and it'll bounce against the wall, and then it would hit me, and it would basically charge. Basically, I have to have it so you're going to fall down a little bit as you enter the door. So, I think with that, we could do this against Springman. And I guess it's also going to depend, I guess, if the sprite of the Robot Master is big enough so that it'll bounce back and forth, and it'll hit him as his health is going up, and then it one-shots him. Assuming that there's not something else I'm missing. So we give it a shot, and I have a save state down just in case this doesn't work. So let's save. Got it. Alright. Let's see if it works. Oh, it stopped. Okay. Okay, so I did it. Okay, this is gonna stay in, but... Okay, so... Because we saw when we played the game... that... Okay, he'll bounce me in, I don't care. We saw in the game that when, Turbo Man got set, his health started going up, and it bounces back and forth, and eventually it stops. But I think what happened here is that I guess Springman's animation is too slow, so he doesn't have his health going up really quickly. So I think in that case, I don't think we can do it against him. Okay, that one I was too early. But alright, so I will have that just to indicate. So I think then that's the answer. I think you have to have a case of a boss where his animation when he bounces before he gets to his health, rolling up, is short enough that it'll start rolling up, and then the Noise Crush will hit him whilst he's in that and kill him. And I guess because of Springman bouncing around, hence his name, we don't have that happening. So that means that, well, it's not going to work. Actually, in this case, I'm also going to let myself die. I don't think I have another life as far as how this is, but that's okay. Alright, so we did do it as far as what it is. He's throwing away nothing. I like that attention to detail. Wait, I got another life. Let's try that again just to see. Okay, I didn't time it right. So, okay, you're seeing 3 aspects of how that goes. The first time you time it, hitting the Y button right as you go in the door. If you're too early, like I was last time, it hits the wall and the door and absorbs into you. And if this case you do it too late, it just doesn't shoot out. So at that point, either I gotta kill him or I let myself die, because I think I'm on my last life. Let me just check that. Yes, I am. Okay, so I guess then that might be the answer. And also there is one other variable to this that I didn't mention, which I guess maybe goes without saying, but it was not obvious to me when I was even thinking about it. Well, can you do this in every boss? Well, the only boss you can't do it against is Shade Man, because A, it's his own weapon and you have to fight him for it, and B, because he's immune to it, and C, because when it comes to the rematches at the end of the game, you come in via your transport thing. When you come in as far as like the blue lights. So at that case, you don't have an opportunity to shoot off the noise crush. So it's only going to be working on stages like this. So in that case, okay, I don't know. I think, okay, so let me answer that question then, going back to this. Turbo Man, it worked because of the way that is. In the case of Slash Man, I think he might be too short to hit with it. Cloudman goes in the sky and he doesn't have walls, so it wouldn't work against him either. Okay, so in that case, thinking this through, if that's right, and since I was able to do it with Springman, and it didn't work because I bounced back and forth, but then it disappeared, because eventually it does disappear. We did show that we were doing the test on this, we were actually playing around with Turbo Man. First we killed him the quick way, then we said, what happens if we do that in the room? And then it just eventually stops. So this took too long to make that happen, but I guess then with everybody else, I guess then, Turbo Man, we know it works. So that would mean that I think it would work maybe with Junkman, maybe with Burst Man. I don't think Freeze Man, because I think his, am I correct? You know what, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something very unique. You're not seeing me do this. I'm going to actually open up on my PC. I'm going to open up the raw file of the show we did last night. I'm recording this the morning after, just as an indication. So, where is that? Right here. I was going to mute it lest it comes off on the PC, but I mute everything for the PC for the show. So, alright, I want to actually take a look, and I think when I do this, this will be how I do this. I'm going to show for boss rooms, I'll have pictures here when I do this, saying what boss rooms have a case when you go through the door, the floor is not, I guess, it's perpendicular to the door, basically. So, you walk through the door, you don't fall down. So, Freezeman's stage is not like that, you do drop down. Junkman's stage is like that, too. He might be tall enough, honestly, looking at that. Freezeman might be a case as well of that. Burstman, I don't know. Let's take a look at Burstman's case. I'll just skip through the... Oh, here we go. Burstman's kind of like that, but it's also something where it's just one block downwards, so it's almost specific. I would think if I tried on him, it might absorb into me. So that might not work, but I don't know. I can try that, see what's going on. Let's see. Just going back to Shade Man, I know we can't do it on him, but his case, the floor is, straight there. You basically go in the door and you're still on the same plane of that. So that wouldn't be one anyway, even if it... taking out of the fact that it didn't work. Turbo Man we did, so that's fine. And I want to look at Slash Man, going back to that one, because I think it's too high of a case for the door. Yeah, and when he comes down, yeah, because he's on the ground, he's outside of the range of the door. So I think, okay, I think the case of this is going to be... It has to be a lot of different factors. I think it has to be, alright, yeah, I'll show the picture of Turbo Man here just to indicate that again, which is, his room is, let's see. His room has a case where you go in, actually that looks like almost one block, downwards as well. You have, him there, and his animation is quick enough that he's able to get his health starting up, and then he gets hit by that if you shoot it outright. Okay, so I guess the answer is... It could work on a couple of these. You know, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will, have a quick cut. I will come back when I have all the other bosses set as far as these 3. We're gonna put it to the test. Why not? I think that's a great idea as far as what ElecVerse had. So I think with that, I'll be back with the next one. Okay, we're back at Burstman stage now. So we're gonna try the trick again, see what happens, see if I do it. I also have a save stage set down here. If it doesn't work, I'll try reload it. Well, so let's go. Whoop. Okay, it absorbs me. Okay, so somehow I'm really good at doing that. I don't know how. Basically what you do is you walk in the door and you have to time it specifically in order to get it, but okay, we can't do it with Burstman because the way that the ground is here, well, I can't, it's gonna absorb into me. That was what I was thinking, but I said I didn't know. I was not gonna say, assume, oh, I knew what happened. Also, I'm gonna show what happened. That's what to get worried about when you're doing the Burstman fight, by the way. Either the case that he gets the bubbles coming from the bottom and you're using them as platforms and you either jump when you're up too high where the spikes are, or you get caught in the danger wrap, and I may as well show this part of it anyway, because I didn't really show this. Okay, I guess I sort of did. No, I think we did in the rematch. No, we did in the rematch. That was the case. Like, no, I'm not going to get myself caught. But yeah, if you do get caught, button mash. Basically move anything, although I think it looks like D-pad goes faster, which actually I did not. Yeah, D-pad definitely goes faster. I'm hitting that B button to try and jump out of his way. But that's actually taking a lot slower. It's basically move the D-pad left and right, or just jiggle it all around. So that's the quick way to get out, so I'm giving you also a little something more as far as what happened. Okay, so since I did test, it didn't work on that. Slash Man, actually, wait. No, go. Slash Man, it wouldn't work going back to that one once more because you have to wait, because since he's not active as far as being able to hit until he starts having his health go up, he'd be jumping around, but he'd go into it, but nothing would happen, because we did see a bit of a delay when it came to Turbo Man doing that. Okay, so in that case, thank God for only 3 lives as far as how that is. Okay, so, yeah, I'll be back in a second with, I'll take a look at Junkman next. Alright, Junkman, it's your turn. Let's give a shot at the Noise Crush trick with you. Can we do it? No, because it takes too long to come up. Okay, so if nothing else, I guess it's because of how fast Turbo Man's animation is. Also, there's one other thing to indicate for this that I kind of didn't really put thought into when this came up last night, as far as doing the show, and that is, you hear the way the music goes, the when it comes in. That is the intro of this boss music, but it's not like Mega Man X1, 2, or 3, where they all have a separate intro theme that's separate from the boss music. Does that really matter for something like this? Well, it kind of does, because if you play any of those games, and actually the PlayStation games do this as well, as far as X4, I think X5 and 6 do it too. I know the Super Nintendo ones definitely do, though, just as far as the indication where I'm going with this. It technically has a little bit of a load after you have the health thing going on with them. Like, of what we've played so far that I have recordings of, Mega Man X2, you have the and does it, and that stop there. It basically is quickly loading, even on the Super Nintendo it is, the actual boss music for like a split second. And I guess I would think, though, it's unique that this game is not handling it that way. When you come into the boss room, it basically has everything set as far as the music, and for the purpose of hitting, if we could hit Junkman as far as this, that being one way, but also any enemy with Noise Crush for that one, I would be curious to think that the fact that it doesn't have to have like a stoppage, that might affect it, although it's worth pointing out also, the health rack up of the enemy, it happens before that transition, but it's something I just want to at least bring up, because it's something I was thinking about, saying, wait, that's something I didn't mention really last night. Not that I really had much of a reason to. And as far as I know, I don't think there's anything in any of the Mega Man X games from Super Nintendo, or even any of the other ones after that, that has a factor like this. In this case, I know how to kill him, so I'm like, let me just kill him. I don't care at this juncture. I said, he does look like Buzz Lightyear to me. I don't know, in that case. Yeah, you don't want to be in the way when my laser goes off. Boom, there you go. Now you're dead. That's the reason why you don't. Okay, so, yeah, I think it is worth looking this over. Actually, maybe I should. You know what? I said, well, I don't think it's gonna work with some of these other Robot Masters. You know what? I don't care. I'm gonna try it with everybody. So, as I said, I'll be having cuts for this, to go into this. Alright, so remember the junk shield? That was nice, as far as us getting that last night, and also getting it right now. Yes, and the stream is not junk, definitely to give a sense, especially because we're going the whole way, and yeah, I like that idea, and sometimes, as I mentioned, all of you in chat and also guests come with ideas saying, well, let's look at stuff, as I said, I really do want to stand out from other shows so much, say that, would other shows care about this? To which I say, maybe. I'm saying, we're gonna care. People might think this isn't important. I don't know. I mean, we're getting information out on a game that maybe isn't out there. So if nothing else, it's also gonna be used as a reference to that, if nothing else, to say, okay, maybe this is something we can do. Maybe it's something you got going, and we can figure that. So actually, okay, just to indicate, so that does mean, just to go into what I was saying how I'm gonna try it on everybody. We tried on Burst Man, it didn't work. It definitely worked on Turbo Man. We can't do it on him because of the way the floor is, and also because he has the weapon and he's weak to it. We tried it on you, he took too long to come up. Yeah, they're slow pokes as far as that is. Cloudman doesn't have a wall room, so we can't do anything with that. Springman, he also took too damn long to come in, so that didn't work. So basically, the only other two we can really check to kind of confirm this are going to be, Slashman and Freezeman. That is, unless... You know what, I got one other thing I want to look at. And if this is the case, I might actually just put a password in and just go to Wily Castle for this one, because... of the bosses at Wily Castle... yeah, on Gutsman G, that is a question. He might be too tall. Actually, I don't know if I can even hit him with that thing. Maybe. Base doesn't have walls to his first room, and he has and for the second fight, and the first fight, he has dialogue that he blocks you with, so that's not going to work. When it comes to, Gammarizer is on floor straight, so it just absorb back into me, and he's going to take... Okay, actually, he doesn't take that long to come up, but also he has the big turtle shell, so in that case, it would absorb into me first, so that wouldn't work. And, Hanya Ned squared, he comes behind me as far as, when he appears, so that won't work either. So actually, really, the only three I could check, and I'll go that way, I'll do it, why not? Freezeman, Slashman, I don't think he's gonna work, but I'm gonna put it to the test anyway, and, Gutsman G. And Wily, it wouldn't work either way, because he, teleports all around on the second form of his, fights, and the first one he's in the robot skull thingy. So, he also takes a sweet-ass time coming into the room, so, and it's not walled, so there you go. So I guess that's kind of the answer, is like, what's going on with this. Well, let's take a look at those last three, and I'll see you at the next one. Okay, so next up on the list is Slashman. As I said, I don't think he's going to work, but I'm not going to say, no, I know that. That's always the case. Like, look, it might look like it, but I'm willing to put it to the test. For myself to understand this, because I don't know how this works. I'm basically finding this out myself, just as I'm doing this recording. So let me figure this. But because all of you in our chat mentioned it, and thank you so much for coming up with the idea. This also shows how much, A, I love this game, number one. Lets me play this game even more, even in this case where I gotta keep practicing Castlevania Chronicles for Halloween. And also a case that I just want to do this all for you. It's like, it's reaching for you, clearly, because you're always mentioning that it is. You enjoy that. You go the extra mile. But also for me as well. Okay, so let's do this as far as Slashman. Let's see what goes on. I do a save state, of course, as always, unless this goes wrong. So let's see. Boom. Shit, it went wrong. This first time it went wrong. So I told you it's, I guess, a good lucky case, but let's just load right here again. Happy birthday, ElecVerse, by the way, just to go into that. And thank you so much for everything you provided to last night's play. There we go. Okay, it does go. All right, so same deal. Okay, and it's just too little. It was closer than I thought, actually. Because you saw there, he was bouncing into it. He did hit it, but his hitbox was not active yet. Okay, so it does reflect what I was saying his hitbox becomes active when the health starts to rack up, which I did not know, really, until I looked at the video again. So it said, oh, it's building up strength. Like, no, it's not doing that. I looked and said, well, it's racking up, like, it's at 1, and then he died. So I said, okay, that's what happened. It must have been just the fact that it hit him. I mean, it's a weakness, yes, but still the case that that's how it went. So, and I'm not even going to try and say, like, oh yeah, I'm going to try and Mega Buster him and win, because I already did that last night, as far as how it was. I mean, it took me a couple attempts, but still. Either way, okay. So yeah, in this case, just, well, I guess, reveled in as far as how it is. And I guess then I don't know, because, I think about this. Actually, no, I guess, because I said on last night's show, I'll save edit this way for this. I said, were they thinking of Wolverine from X-Men for this when they made this game? I mean, since they made it in 3 months, that means that if it came out on, what was it? It was March 24th, 1995 in Japan for Super Famicom. They made this in 3 months, so that means they started this in December of 1994 for the dev. So that would mean that X-Men Children of the Atom was out from Capcom at the time. That was 1994, I believe. And then it was the year after. Right, it was 1994 for the arcade. Well, fine, let him kill me. I'm looking this up just to confirm that I'm actually right about this on Children of the Atom. That's the other thing. Is like, I want to get a sense of that. And I do have the collection that has that Marvel vs. Capcom collection. We will show that. I got the sense it was 1994. Okay, well, actually, they had just released it. Okay, so they might have been thinking about that. Actually, in Japan in 1994, December 1994 is when X-Men Children of the Atom came out in the arcades. And it was, we got it, like, at the beginning of 1995, and then, wait, is that right? Okay, it came on the Sega Saturn in Japan in 1995, and in 1996 in, the US and Europe. Came out on PC for MS-DOS in 1997, but 1998 on the PlayStation, is that right? I got the sense that it came out on the PlayStation 1 way before that. Like, it was right when the Saturn game came out. Okay, no, it isn't. Okay, so it was. Okay, I think it was. Okay, and I guess there's nothing else I can tell that because nerdy indication time, but also cases that we pay attention to the details. I mean, it's like how Acclaim Sports is they sweat the details. We're sweating the details indeed on this one. Yeah, because you look on the box of that thing, and it's the ESB rating of E for everyone as opposed to the kids to adults K to A rating that had on the Saturn, which they didn't institute the E rating until March of 1998. I think Yoshi's Story on Nintendo 64 is either the first or one of the first games to have that rebranded rating on it. Okay, so E for everyone. Looking at the box on that one just to go to that. 1998. Okay, I did not know it came out that late on the PlayStation. So, alright, to answer the question of, did they have that on their minds when it came to this? I guess so, because X-Men Children of the Atom had just come out. So maybe they're thinking, well, we had that idea. And I don't know. I will edit for this. Is there anybody on the dev team of this game that worked on X-Men Children of the Atom? If there is, I'll say down below who it is and give a sense of that. So, alright, that's that one. So, next I'll show off Freezeman and then Gutsman G. Okay, we're back to Freezeman stage. Let's see how the Noise Crush trick works here. It does. Okay, it's right above his head, and he's not gonna jump. Alright, so it doesn't work on him because he's not tall enough. So, you know what? I'm gonna get my revenge out. I'm gonna kill him with his weakness. If you're going for the first 4, he is the hardest if you're running as far as how it is. Ironically, it's the case where is that if I was going to be running the decision myself, saying, where I'm going to go, I'll kill him first just because of the fact he gets raw search off this place. And also get the freeze crack as far as how useful it is for other utility elements. But then again, I also love the fact that, and maybe this is something we should do when it comes to some of these Mega Man games we play. Chat your choice where we go first. Depending on who it is. Look, if I'm controlling it, I'll let you do that. I don't know if Nocturne necessarily, when she does other stuff, she's like, oh yeah, I want to necessarily be beholden to the chat that way. Maybe she does. I don't know. I'm not going to assume that. But in my case, at least for the ones I know. Other ones I might say, like, no, I don't know if I can, unless... Because I'll reiterate, I think I make a mistake, or I made a mistake earlier, so I'll have edited, I think, already to indicate this, but when it comes to the Mega Man X franchise, I'm going to do Mega Man X for Super Nintendo, not Mecha Hunter X. That's going to be Nocturne's jurisdiction. I think we'll do X2 as a second chance. I think I'll handle that one because I know Nocturne said I don't have much experience with that one. And X6. And I guess in X6... I guess I'll make sure I practice X6 enough before we do that one. And X3, I don't know how we're doing X3 because we have 2 different versions we could show. I don't know if Nocturne wants to do both of them. I think we talked, maybe we do. And I think we could second chance X4. We just do the one. I know we did a big show of it. but it was a while ago. It was with Ancient Tech. And also a case that I was afraid of copyright case on that opening song, which I don't think I had to be for that. So we could have that go and have it go full blast for the Japanese version. Which I think she has on PlayStation and Saturn. I guess we run Saturn unless she says, like, hey, I want the PlayStation version. But, okay, so that's all the Robot Masters. So, to recount this, yeah, Turbo Man's the only you can do it on as far as what our tests showed. I said, I can't show the Cloud Man for this because of the wall case. He doesn't have one. Burst Man didn't work because it zored into me. I get the weapon we need for that from him, and he has a straight floor, so I couldn't do it even if I wanted to, and he'd absorb it regardless. He takes too long to come up as far as how it is, or to jump up, or to get himself going. He jumps around, but his hitbox, and would hit it, but his hitbox isn't active until later. It was just right above his head. He's like, thank God he didn't look up, or was higher in stature, otherwise he would have died. He's tall enough, he probably would have been able to die to it, except he took too long to come out when it came to his animation before his health started to rack up. So in that case, for the Robot Masters, the only one that can work on is Turbo Man here, as we showed. But that being said, I'm giving you one more bonus. We're going to see the only boss in the Wily Castle that could possibly do this. I'll cut back to when we get there. Gutsman G, let's see if it works on him. Alright, we're back at place we haven't gone yet as far as how the show's going. A little bit of preview of the first boss of Wily Castle Stage 1. Also, I was totally wrong, or I will be totally wrong when I say later that the password we're going to show for the fighting mode, that when you use that without holding the L and R, and you get all the items, I say that you come back to only Wily Castle Stage 1. There's no password that actually saves for Stage 2, 3, and 4. That's a lie, because that password that we're going to see a little later, it takes you actually to Wily Castle Stage 4. Basically, last level of the game. So, just want to correct the record before I make the mistake later. But also, before we see this boss fitting, we tried the Noise Crush trick on him. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if it hits him. I've actually never tried hitting him with this thing, because I think there's stuff that Gutsman is immune to, I think. Or Gutsman G is. We'll see this in a second. So, let's go! Alright, so one last hurrah. Yeah, unfortunately, he isn't. You know, I want to also test, is he actually immune? Oh, he is immune to this thing, so it wouldn't have worked anyway, even if it had run, so... The grabby. He's gonna grabby with me. We'll show later. You know, just kill me as far as how it is, because this might be the hardest boss in Wily Castle as far as aside from the last one. There you go. Okay, so there you go. That is the definitive answer as far as the Noise Crush trick. So, just one last reiteration. Now that I give you that little extra. Yeah, Turbo Man's the one it works on. I tried it on Burst Man. It didn't work. I tried it on Junkman, it also didn't work. It sort of hit him, but his hitbox wasn't active yet as far as Slash Man, so it didn't work on him. I absorbed it with you as far as Freeze Man, which was also the case with Burst Man. I didn't try it with Cloud Man, but again, his room is not having walls to itself, so in that case, I can't do anything. Did try it with Spring Man. That didn't work either because it took too long to come out, and Junkman was too long and too short, and also immune to the weapon as far as Gutsman G. Any other bosses in Wily Castle are not going to be able to be affected by that for similar reasons across all that. But there you go. That is your definitive answer, by the way, of how the Noise Crush trick works and also who it works on. Basically, it's an easy way to kill Turbo Man. It is hilarious to see that. I'm glad I got to get that set. So, alright, I guess with this, hope you enjoy the rest of the video as far as we got, and see you later. Okay, music note. We said what Scorch Wheel does. What else is left on music that I didn't mention? Sushi Mori was involved as well, who only did music for this, but did sound work on Mega Man X4, Pocket Fighter, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Infinite Undiscovered for Xbox 360, Ghost Trick Fan Detective, Hey Pikmin for 3DS, and was the lead sound designer on Okami for PlayStation 2. And since we have Password Stage coming up... Oh, no, never mind. We're here. We're like, what happened? The place got trashed. I've not been drinking that much. I only have not even one glass. Just a little bit of this. Is that you, Mega Man? Yeah, we were just here like 2 seconds ago. What happened? Basement Berserk after I completed his repairs. Uh-oh. It's alright, base is a villain. Sorry, I'm not hiding that anymore. So the parts of the new enhancements. What new enhancements? He's like, no way. I can't believe this. As far as base, being an enemy. I mean, he even doesn't believe it in the next game, but Apparently this TV's a two-way case, so yeah, believe it, Mega Man, the Naruto case. Basic Trouble are my creation, so yeah, Dr. Wily created them to take us down. I knew you'd be stupid enough to let him in and trust him as far as everything else, and then he'd come to the lab. And it's worth pointing out, even after this game, the next game, remember, Mega Man says, we're not enemies to Base. Like, no, we are enemies. I guess he thinks, like, no. The case of him being, the peaceful guy, saying, he'll be good, don't worry, I can change that. But no. Yeah, okay, he knows also about the things for Rush and myself. I think he's talking about the Super Adapter case, I think. But either way, that's that. Alright, let me go to the other things on the music, and I'll just end that as far as it. It was Naruyuki Nobuyama, who also was involved in sound design on Breath of Fire 3, Breath of Fire 4, Pocket Fighter again, Onimusha Warlords, and Onimusha 3 Demon Siege, as well as sound manager on Dead Rising for Xbox 360, and Lost Planet Extreme Conditions, also on Xbox 360. And the last name for music, because you have 9 people in music on this game. Someone who's done a lot of music for Mega Man as it's been, that it being Ippo Yamada, who did music for Mega Man 0, 3, and 4 for Game Boy Advance, Mega Man ZX and ZX Advent for DS, Mega Man 9 and 10, Power Ranger Samurai for the Wii, Pac-Man The Ghostly Adventures for 3DS, Azure Striker Gunvolt, Galgun Double Piece, Mighty Number 9, which you sort of previewed on the show a little bit, Blaster Master Zero, and also for Bloodstained Curse of the Moon and Ritual of the Night. And there's the new Bloodstained game. I don't know if he's going to be involved in that one. There you go. There's your 9 voice cases, or music cases. Okay, we're going to go, before we go to Wily Castle 7, we're going to go back and fight Proto Man and show the extra path video. So let's go. And we'll also take more stuff going on the chat discussion, including this element, which is... Okay, first off, we're hearing the Shade Man music. It's great stuff. And after you beat Shade Man, you're always going to hear this, even if you hold B button when you enter here again. Is Mega Man stupid or something? He trusts Base after he attacks him, but not a robot that later turns out to be his long-lost brother. Yeah, I mean... Okay, this game is going to throw a little bit of a monkey wrench in that, as far as what we're doing, because we're coming here to do that. But, so good timing that way. But, yeah, good point. The idea that... Because in Mega Man 3, we haven't played that yet. In Mega Man 3... Proto Man has been possessed or reprogrammed. I don't know what the concept of that is. Anybody who knows exactly what the story element of that with Mega Man 3 is, please tell me, because I don't know what it is. I'll hopefully acknowledge my ignorance on that one. But case that, yeah, he attacks him as far as it seemed like what he is, but then with Base, I mean, we attacked him at the start of the game because we didn't know who he was. But in this case, no, he trusts him. So yeah, I guess maybe the thought of this, which is that Mega Man is like naive that way. And also kind of clashes with one of the details you can see in the ending of this. That is an addition of this version and a mistranslation, by the way, in this original release. Although it is something that's also sort of in all the other ports of it. They didn't actually change it back. So, yeah, you're right. The idea of what that is. And remember, in Mega Man 8, the opening, I was showing my coworkers this because they wanted to see the English voice acting where he says, "Hey, Bass, why must I fight you? We are not enemies." And then he says, "Shut up." And Ack was just laughing his ass off at that part, saying, I just love how simple the shut up was. You're right. Okay, so as far as he's weak to, use either the Slash Claw or the Thunderbolt. And by hitting him when he's open like this, which we're gonna do, we'll go down the bottom way. Yeah, so I mean, maybe that's the idea that, remember, I guess Mega Man, the thought of Mega Man is it's kind of a take on Astro Boy from Osamu Tezuka, with the idea that, it's a bit different as far as the way this goes against Astro Boy, the idea that, Astro Boy is the idea that a professor's son dies, and he says, like, okay, I'm gonna rebuild him as a robot and have his innocence in it, or raise him as his own child again, to kind of get a sense of what he lost. Mega Man is not exactly the same idea, but the case that Dr. Light is kind of like the father figure of sorts to Mega Man and also to Proto Man as his end Roll, because Roll is his sister, or their sister as well. So maybe the thought that, that boyish innocence, the case that Mega Man's trying to do the right thing, and I guess the Dakota Robotics, which the game kind of goes into, I know 11 goes into that quite a bit. The idea that he kind of wants to do the right thing, and I guess the thought of, I don't know, maybe him... I mean, I guess it's like when you think about it with the Mega Man X games, the case that how many times have people said, and I think we've sometimes said this as well, the idea that X continues to believe, why must robots fight? We can reach an element of peace, but he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it in the sense that it keeps happening, and he's like, oh god, why do we have to go through this again? But he will stand up and fight for it, I guess. Same case on this one. I think that's probably also going to be a good discussion point when we get to Mega Man 8. As is. And a lot of the other ones, really. But okay, so after you go see Proto Man and Cloud Man stage and Turbo Man stage, you have to go both those places first. You're fighting the boss of Proto Man here. He's way harder than he is in Mega Man 3, but there's some similarities. Some. We'll get to that. As far as his weakness, I don't know what it is. Chat, if you know what it is, let me know, or I'll let it down below. What is it? I'm just going to run Mega Buster on him. Not as weak as I thought. It's like, oh, wait a minute, what are you talking about? Remember, 3, he just does the jump around. That's always the joke on that one. But, well, I don't know. Maybe he's supposed to be stronger. I have no idea as far as what that is. Maybe he doesn't have one. Maybe he's just X-Buster, or Mega Buster, sorry. Okay, let's see which of us father made stronger. Okay, so now we're going to be fighting for our father's love, I guess. Okay, so he doesn't have a... Okay, he does do the same jumping thing a little bit, but then he does that. He also does the charge up, but also here's the deal. When he does that, he also do the dash towards you. So if you can get... I'll tell you, the strategy I'll say on this boss is when he does that, and fine, he's going to kill me, which is fine. If I just go back and fight the pumpkin dude again. Oh, never mind. Get a game over. By the way, game over is infinite continues... And you have infinite continues to just keep continuing. But just go back to the map. But it's either way. I knew I'd run out of those lives eventually. All good things must come to an end as far as that, but I'll probably get like tons of lives before we go to some of the later parts of the Wily Castle. Not right away. We'll do this, and then we'll go to the Wily Castle. And then as far as other stuff we'll show, I will show off the all bosses thing, just because, but I will, as far as how to do it, but I also will show off... I think we do another show for that when we play the game that way. I don't know if we do that before we do Mega Man 8 or any of the other ones. And Nocturne, since you're also the one as far as the Mega Man expert in us, if you're going to let me know where we go next as far as Mega Man every aspect, Classic, X, all of them, and which ones you want to do. I guess for you next, for Classic, I guess it would be 8, and she'd be handling 8. Running the Japanese version from Saturn, which has 2 extra bosses that are not in the PlayStation version or any other ports, because they never ported that Saturn version ever. It's always the PlayStation one. And also when we get to that, when I edit, I'll also edit in the English cutscenes. We'll talk about that when it comes to voice stuff, but we'll have, the Japanese ones going. And also the Japanese intro. What was it? Electric Communication, that's the name of the music from Mega Man 8 in the Japanese version. In fact, I think ElecVerse you mentioned actually on the first show you were on, if I'm correct, when we did Sonic CD. We'll also get a second chance at that at some point as well, because we should do that with the Japanese music. Okay, so I'll show killing him with the Thunderbolt, and then we'll get going. It's a little hard to hit him with the Thunderbolt, because you have to kind of be dead shot, so honestly, I'm going to go back to the Slash Claw, because the Slash Claw you don't have to be as accurate. I do love the music here as well. It does create this great sense of atmosphere. Oh, there you go. You're dead. Actually, I am going to use one of my energy tanks here, and the reason I'm going to do that is because if I do die again to Proto Man, I have to do this boss again, and I kind of want to not do that. Electric Communication, that's the name of it. Yeah, it's a good piece of music. And I know license reasons are the reasons why it's not in the US versions, any of them. And also, Legacy Collection 2, although you can turn the Japanese version on and have its music, or, no, it's voices, sorry. You don't get that music, for that very reason. But it also does, I don't think it causes a licensed content case for anything, including the one in X4, so we get second chance X4, honestly, and blast that one more. Okay, back with Proto Man again. We're gonna give him a lot more love than maybe Capcom does, I don't know. Okay, so, back with his fight. The strategy I'll give is he'll do the jump, but also do that shot, and I think sometimes it's random what he does. So when he does the charge up, hit him as far as that. When you hit him with the burst, as far as like a fully charged Mega Buster, he'll do a dash towards you. And he has the shield, which, by the way, will block anything. But also, in that case, he'll also do, like, the spread shot. That is actually one of the harder things to avoid of his. I'm doing a real shitty job as far as this. Let me get down to business on this. I'm doing worse, I think, than I did on the practice on this one. Okay, there you go. Ouch. Also, yeah, because when you do the slide, when he does that, he will hit below. So in that case, you do want to do X-Buster charge shots. Oh, there you go. Also, without a health bar, you don't know how far he is, but we'll get him soon enough, I think, I hope. Well, I mean, I'm not beating this game without killing him. Uh-oh. I was like, shit, I was like right at the edge. Yeah, Electric Communication, I like that one, but I think we got the better opening song. Actually, you know, I'll have another listen to both of those, saying, like, wait a second, what's that about? Okay. You know, I'll use this. Oh, actually, not. I'm trying to think of another unique way to kill him. Yeah, what the hell, let's just use the slash claw, that's still the way to go. Feel free to go on other stuff as far as any discussion points whilst you do this. And then we'll take Proto Man down again. Yeah, I mean, I don't, as I said, my experience with actually it is when I bought Anniversary Collection on PS2 that I first got it. And also, as we're pointing out, when we play it on Saturn, also there's a completely different piece of music that Tangumian has on Saturn that is not on the PlayStation version. I don't understand why there's a different piece of music. I like both of them, but it's also something where that's something unique about Saturn as well. Come on. Okay, I'm out of juice, but that's fine. I don't care. In this case, it's just kind of a little bit of a nice breather before we take down our brother. Alright, there you go. So we got him. We do get something nice for beating him, as it is, so we show that. Out of the way. Alright, I'm also going to go in charging as far as this, because actually I think this is... Yeah, this is the last classic Mega Man game that lets you use the Mega Buster and hold it when you go into a boss, so then you can let loose when you okay, never mind, not in this room. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Proto Man. Third time's the charm, or fourth time? Okay, we're gonna get him. We're gonna get him, I promise. Alright, who did Father make stronger? Let's see. I mean, I kind of showed a lot of the stuff he does. As long as you hit him with the charge shot, it means that he will go to that dash pattern, but sometimes he'll do it anyway. And sometimes he'll go to that where it's like, oh, I'll just dash around and I'll do the charge. So you do have to sometimes wait for an opening. Usually that's the opening you get. There we go. In fact, I'm getting him in a good position now. Being when he does the jump is not too bad as long as you hit him with the charge, but as I said, I think in my case, it's tempting to say, oh, just shoot the pellets out because it's quick, but it does not reset him into the dash. Only the charged up shot does. And I believe it does it to full charge. Yes, it does. Yeah, like that. So in that case, you won't do that other attack, so you can kind of prevent it that way. At least he does telegraph his charge-up shot a lot, so it's not too bad. But I just take a lot of punishment, so I gotta keep going. You hold still and let me shoot you. There's always a case, I feel like I'm just about to get him, and then like, wait, no, he's going into another attack thing. Because it seems like he's stopping for a second. It's like, wait a second, he's gonna go into... Okay, we got him. Thank God. There you go. So that's the fight. We got him. Alright, maybe you are the superior model. Well, I don't know if I'd say that necessarily. Or the famous one, but like, okay, so there we go. We got him. It's kind of basically kind of a bit of a waiting game and also making sure you avoid his shots. Well, alright, by beating him, you get his proto shield. It's like, yeah, you can't give this to me. Like, yeah, that's your whole deal, right? No, yeah, don't worry, I got 20 at home. Take it, and also watch your back. Okay, so in that case, you're saying, alright, just be careful, my brother. Okay, so the proto shield, let's talk about this. It basically should be replacing the Mega Buster if you can be running that way. Because what it does, it is the Mega Buster pretty much. The idea is that you have the full charge-up shots as far as how that is, but when you're standing still, it reflects shots off of it. It also creates this nice animation here. It's like, hey, he's shooting past it, so yes, you're kind of doing the Proto Man thing. And it's like, oh, by the way, Tessa right here on Sniper Joe, he shoots you. I'm gonna let him shoot me. It reflects right off. Boom, there you go. He's dead. That being said, for here, I am gonna want to show off or I'm gonna use other weapons than this. Because my health is a bit low, so I do want to get some more. In fact, let's do that. Now, let's talk to our great dog. Come on, Rush, let's go. Also, I'm gonna see what happens if I search up here. And we haven't seen the Famicom. If I don't find it, I'll put a picture of what the Famicom looks like. It is in this version. I know it is. But apparently, you can't drill there, dig there. Okay. Alright, this room, it's a bit dark, so it's hard to see the way. Now, if you're going in this level normally, you're kind of blinded, but he can see in the dark. Alright, there's a Coke can. Yeah, just with the taste of it. Oh no, that's Diet Coke. Alright, so what you do here is you have two options to make this place right up. Either say, no, I don't want to use anything. Use the Thunderbolt, because that eliminates the room for a brief period, but the better option to use is Scorch Wheel, right here. In that case, you can light the candles. They do not stay lit forever, but they do give you a light as far as this. And the bat guys who have a name, I don't know what it is. I'll either write down below chat if you know what the bats are called, let me know, and I'll indicate that. And also, in this case, I also want to use the junk shield. The junk shield is very useful for the elevator section. Because, yeah, we went down the other way, and now we're coming up. It's worth pointing out also, good luck getting the items off of this, because this is not a solid platform. In fact, I'm going to actually try something else. You want to use the junk shield here, because in that case, it tears through the zombies pretty quickly. In fact, I'm going to try one other thing. I'll say, hey, Rush, can you search on this platform? No, he's like, fuck this. I can't stand on that platform. Like, okay, fair enough. But I also like this detail here. I'm taking them down, but also, yeah, look, yeah, that window gets crashed. Like, yeah, a bit of a horror case. Like, uh-oh. But a good case as far as that. I guess, yeah, I guess it is our most family-friendly game of the horror. Well, that or Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, which we started in August, and finishing in December. But that being said, it is still on our docket. And let's take a... Yeah, let's take a look also at the stained glass windows, which I do love that. I mentioned that when we played Medieval. That was a good case. Alrighty, so start digging, my friend. What we got? Bolt. Also, yeah, it's worth pointing out, any of the rush forms, you do have, I guess, pellet usage as opposed to, you know, Buster case. You can't use Buster whilst he's there. But either way, keep digging, my friend. We got... Oh, bomb. Oh, right. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't hurt you. First, I was like, wait, does the bomb hurt you? I guess it doesn't. I don't know if anybody's necessarily ever showed off the rush search as much as I am, but that being said, I think it's kind of interesting. Okay, another banana peel. Yeah, so, somebody has to clean up this church. I'm sorry. Maybe, Rush, you can do it. Like, hey, you can sniff out, like, all the trash that needs to be cleaned up. It's like, why is there a bomb here? That's horrible. Alright, there's some health, at least for the road. Alright, let's go. You know, I want to try one other thing, which is... Okay, I didn't do it in time, although... Okay, like, first I think I can answer your question this way. Actually, no. I'm trying to remember. We'll go to Wily's castle next. I'm trying to remember. Was the boss room of Springman... You said it can be done on him. It's not a flat run-through as far as that, is it? Basically, the idea, when you go through the door, is the door on the same level as the floor when you walk in. With, Turbo Man's, it isn't. With, Shade Man, it is. I don't know if it is with, Springman. It's not with him. So I think that means that... I think, although I'm not sure, that going to the trick with the noise crush that we showed, I think if you have any boss room where it's not like Shade Man here, where the entrance is on the same plane as the floor, that you can do it. I think. But don't quote me on that one. Okay, so before we go to Wily Castle 7, let's go to the shop. Let's see what's going on as far as bolts, and then we'll head over. Okay, so what do we have? I have tons of bolts. I haven't necessarily used much. Okay, 560. And if you're going to be buying the Hyper Rocket Buster... Oh, actually, wait a minute. There is something we need to do. I just remembered. Actually, you know what? I'm also going to try and buy this, just because. Don't be greedy, Mega Man. You can't carry any more of that. So it's like, no, you can't buy that. Right. We do have to go back here. Let's see. Did I miss anything? Okay, we did that. First man, we're set. I showed the snow there. Yeah, Slashman, we have to go here. I forgot, there's one thing we didn't get. Actually, you know what? Let's also, let's use Rush Jet. Let's blast through this. Except in this case, it's not maybe that useful. Certain things, because of enemies that come up, give me trouble. But yeah, look at that. Those tough platforming challenges are not tough anymore, but... There you go. But again, clever usage of your gadgets and also of your weapons, which I do love about this game. And a lot of Mega Man games do it, but this one also does it uniquely. And also, yeah, let's go the whole way. Also, I'm joining Milano for the purpose of my this. Okay, now this is gonna be weird because I don't know if I have enough energy to go the whole way. We're gonna try. Uh-oh. Shit. Okay, I got hit in the sky, so that didn't work, but that's fine. Oh, they didn't hit the checkpoint. Crap. Alright. Yeah, so much for that. You know, let's pull the super adapter out. Let's just go. Because I don't have enough juice for the rush yet. And opposed to Mega Man 3, where... Oh, right. I guess I get to show that as well. The robot dinosaurs, you don't kill them enough. They pull the... Oh, no, the robot Stegosauruses, they will pull their head out from the front and go to the back. You have to jump over with the super adapter as I did, or you have to wait until they come the other way. So having a great time playing this, and also going into it more, and also going into it all with all you. I do love that experience as it is. It is a good one for it as far as that, because there's a lot to talk about as far as a lot of things that are kind of tangentially onto it, but also the game itself. There's a lot to show, which is also why that... Yeah, it's been... Okay, it's been like 3 hours. I'd say, how long has it been compared to the first one? The first one, like 2.5 hours when we did it 5 years ago. But nonetheless, also shows how far we've come as a show, and how far we've come because of all of you. All of our new faces, and also familiar faces in our chat tonight. And why we keep doing this, and why I love doing this. Alright, so bye-bye, guys. Actually, you know what? Did I use the energy tank? Yeah, I didn't. Or I did. Let's go get it. Right, I also show that, yeah, if you do get the... let's go the other way. So wait for the dinosaur to come there. Boom. That's the other thing you can do. You come over this way and jump over this ladder. Yeah, I'm showing this game 100% complete, no matter what. And I'm also going to decimate this thing with the Thunderbolt. Taking more hits to die on that thing than I thought he would, but alright, he's gone now. Yeah, the T-Rex looks nasty, but yeah, a little bit of that. You're saying, okay, here we go. I need to come back here with the Scorch Wheel. When you do, yeah, those snakes, those bees, they're pain in the ass. Let's burn down the forests. Prime Man told us to do this, so alright, we're gonna listen to our brothers. Like, yeah, we're playing with matches. Yeah, look at that. It burns the beehive, the frame rate goes down, which is hilarious, and also the snake there's like, uh-oh, I'm getting burned, I don't like this. Yeah, sorry, snakes, you're going down. Look at this frame rate. I love it. It is glorious. But if you burn this one, you want to burn all of them just to get the bees out of the way. Except that straggler. I'm not going to let him live. But now we did that, it makes that ladder appear. So with that... Yeah, Rush is behind that tree, I promise. Come over here and beat the bird. Here he is. Because remember, Otto said, yeah, I'm trying to signal him, but he's not around. Boom. Bash that cage. And there he is. When we free him, you get, beat whistles under RS. I don't know what the RS stands for. But anyway, what happens is if you fall down a pit, you know what, I'll show that. Why not? Actually, what is my situation on lives? I mean, I don't need it right now for the Wily Fortress. I think we're okay. I will show this briefly, though. Like, yeah, bye-bye to the dinosaur. Right, I forgot the dinosaur eggs come to life. Yeah, you fall down a pit, Beat comes and saves you. You can kind of move yourself out of distance, but he has the wide eyes like that. It means, like, okay, I can't hold on forever, so you gotta get yourself to safe land quickly. Kind of like the balloon power-up in McDonald's Treasureland Adventure from Treasure for the Sega Genesis. Which we'll get a second chance at some point with Ed Wack and Nikki. Also, that's one I definitely want a second chance. That's a cool one. Okay, so we're set. We did get everything. Let's go take care of Wily. Alright, and like the other games of the franchise, we're going through a gauntlet, although, unlike a lot of the other games of the franchise, you can come out and go to the store in between stages. And this getting this kind of menacing track, really good piece of music. But also one where it's kind of reserved a little bit. Like, it sounds sinister, but it also seems like, wait a second, it's just kind of like a little bit of a calm before the storm. You know what? I should use the Protoman shield. Also, that is not also beholden to the idea of switching weapons with the L and R buttons for some reason. Also pointing out when it comes to weapon weaknesses, all bets are off here because I might be using some of those for some of these bosses. Some of them, anyway. Oh shit. Oh no. At first I thought, wait, did my mic volume not come back? No, it did. Okay. I adjusted some of my settings from last week. And like with a lot of the Mega Man games, when you get to the last area, whether it's Wily's Castle in this one, Sigma's Fortress in the X games, or any other cases like this, I always like the idea of this. And along with another touch to Mega Man, was it 4 or 5 that has the platform like that? You stand on, the lights go out, and you also spin when they go over the exposed areas. They have that there, but also the idea that it's a little bit of a review of what we kind of did before, saying, here are enemies you saw, they're here in a different context, they're kind of arranged in a unique way. And at that point, kind of think your way through of saying new weapon challenges. In this case, also the floor is gonna be alike, so when you're on that case, it's there. But I do wanna, yeah, even the super adapter is not gonna be enough to get up there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bash that. I'm gonna use Rush Jet. Like I tell you, I'm realizing how good Rush Jet is. I love the music for this Wily stage, so Nocturne saying, I agree, I like... It's kind of reserved as far as how it is, unique as far as an idea of a first Wily stage. And like I said, I think he was leaving me mixed on this one, but it's interesting the idea of thinking this, which is talking about this game doing a lot of things differently, as I'm going to also get Rush going. There we go, because I'm going to come here for the life. And I'm going to go down there for the health as well, so we're going that way. And that is... Whereas the other ones, there's kind of a bit of a drive going on to like go into Dr. Wily. The first game is the and the second game is the It's kind of a bit of a driving force with a lot of those early ones, saying, yeah, we're gonna go get them. We're all set to go, pumped up. This one's kind of a little bit of reserve case, in the sense that something a little more sinister going on here, but also kind of laid back. I said to you once, like last time I saw you, said, it seemed kind of chill, and you're like, no, this doesn't seem chill to me. It seems more sinister. Like, I agree with you, but I want to elaborate on that one. What I meant by chill, maybe my thought was that it's something that you'd think it is sinister, right, as far as like the tones it has. You'd think like maybe it'd be more overtly so, but it's very kind of lighthouse going to be as far as like the light bass and also the way that the Super Nintendo's instrumentation, which honestly has come to music, we haven't really got to that part of it yet. The idea that it benefits this game in a way that's really unique. And honestly, I think a lot of the Mega Man games on Super Nintendo, the X games as well, do that. With this being one of the few classic Mega Man games on the console, and the only one the US got as far as the platform is concerned, maybe that kind of accentuates it even more in a way that makes it stand out. And we'll get to Mega Man Bass as far as that, since Nocturne does have the Super Famicom version translated as far as reproduction cartridge. We get a sense of what that's doing with the instrumentation as well, which is really interesting too. And using the Super Adapter does help as far as the platform stuff. I don't need that. What was my health looking like? It's fine. First boss here is... Okay, yeah, I just want to get a sense of what I'm using. I'm using weaknesses for some of these. There's one I think I can do without... Oh, actually, no, I'm not using weakness here. I'm thinking ahead. Hi, base. You're far too weak, Mega Man. Wily may fear you. Does he? But I do not. Okay, he's not weak to this. He's actually weak to the Noise Crush. In fact, let's show that. I mean, I can do that. Although the other thing I can also do is I can Super Adapt him. What the hell am I doing? Super Adapt him. Why? I mean, we have to do that. And we don't have to. We can do that later. Okay, the Super Adapter is really weak to. I mean, look at that shit. He's going down quick. Although I'm getting myself hurt too. Or I might not survive the way I'm going, but look at that damage. You know what? I'm going to use the energy tank now. Sorry. All bets are off. I'm not dying here. Alright, fist to the face, you're done. Yeah, round 1 goes to you, Mega Man, but I'll be back. He will. We do have another fight to do. Alright, so that's the use of the super adapter, really, to kind of put the hurt on him. It does hurt him a lot. But also something that, if you're not going to do that, use Noise Crush. That's who he's weak to. Which I guess is a nice attention to detail thing in this way of, hey, you know, we saw him, the only time we saw him in the stages that was not the first one is when he was at, Shademan stage. So maybe thought of, hey, he's kind of learning that way. Okay, so for the actual boss here, I do want the Slash Claw. I'm not good at this as far as busting this thing, so I'm not gonna try. Now, remember at the Robot Museum, we saw Gutsman. This is Gutsman G. He took Gutsman away and rebuilt him with a drill. He's weak to the Slash Claw. Him in the head that way. Also, he'll do that. Also, he'll push that over there. You get the squeezy, he'll come towards you and he'll grab you and toss you in the ceiling and it hurts. I am not good avoiding that as far as being able to not take damage. I think you could use that. You can also use the Slash Claw for that. Also, I can get hit in the wall that way. I might not be doing this boss the right way as far as saying how do I avoid that. It's also random when he does the grabby, because that's when you see him do that as they're crushed by the rock. He will do the charge towards you. If he grabs you, tosses you in the ceiling, and it's not pleasant. Also, I'm out of juice on that, so actually, I do have a weapon tank. We'll get more later. Trust me, we'll get more later, but, I'll do that so I can just get through this boss. I remember when I played this a couple years ago, I did use this as well, but I believe that I tried to, like, pace myself with the Mega Buster shots, like individual shots, but the idea is just supposed to knock him back when he does that. Like that. Okay, not like that. But for the life of me, doing the practice, I could not get the rhythm down to do that. And also, it's random where the rock's gonna come down, so just don't be necessarily close to him, or be ready to slide out of the way if it's close, and if he isn't, hit the rock towards him. So it's kind of a take of what he did in Mega Man 1, and I know we haven't played Mega Man 1 yet. Ow. There you go. God damn, look at that. But he's gonna go down. Boom, he's dead. Okay, so we did get him, but I did have to use the weakness, but in this case, I'm okay with it. I didn't necessarily promise no weaknesses on the final bosses, but in this case, I'm okay with it. Okay. So that's stage 1. And I don't remember if Mega Man 6, I should say, did this. I don't know if you can come back out afterwards. I know in 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 2, you can do it. I know some of the early ones you can't. I know 1 you can't, 2 you can't. I think 3 you couldn't either. So if you want to go to the shop again, you can do it. We're not going to go yet. We'll go later. We are going to see the next stage of Wily Castle. Next, I was saying, like, the chill case, this music is very chill, very minimalistic. Maybe not much to it, but I kind of like, again, the low driving bass. And the percussion going on. Alright, so also I'm not going to necessarily use the Super Adapter that much. It does make some of the platforming stages non-issue, to some degree. But in other cases, it's something where, like, hey... I mean, I don't know if it necessarily uses the challenge that much, but also something that, the way this game is designed, again, is very open, is, okay, good. Thank God I have a beat here. Yeah, Beloved Bird, who debuted in Mega Man... Was he 4 that he debuted in? What's the Mega Man game this beat came from? Yeah, alright, this is like the turtle area. This is like, yeah, this is the turtle area, as you've seen from the way that everything's designed on the walls here. The parts of this is going to be a little dicey, so you gotta be careful. A little. Not this. I mean, a lot of this stuff we've seen before, going back to earlier levels. Alright, there's a life, so we can grab that. Hey, wait a second, why am I not using the Proto Shield? Yeah, let's use it. We got it. It also makes fighting these guys, which I think are still Sniper Joe. They look a little more futuristic as far as what they are, but it makes fighting them no issue whatsoever. Okay, we're right. This part is gonna be hard because... Ow. Aku. Alright, also when you're on ladders, you can't use it. I actually didn't stop to think about that. Oh, whoa, that was lucky. Yeah, open yourself up to an attack, please. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, because you're on conveyor belts, so you have to be careful on that. Right, that one goes to the right, so to make sure I jump right and got it. Okay, so that was actually way better. Okay, I am going to use a super adapter here. Yeah, because, Base City, come back, here he is. This is kind of a fan room. You have a higher jump when you go through here. But yeah, wait is over. This time the mighty Mega Man shall fall. Treble, attack. So, fitting we're using here because he's also going to fuse. He has like that Dark Lord look. It's like, boom, and off we go. I mean, if you're not going to use this, basically wait for him to go that way and hit him. And he'll come down and he'll do that dash across, which is kind of like... What's the boss I'm thinking of in one of the Mega Man X games? Oh, right. It's, oh, yeah, because we haven't played Mega Man X3 yet. It's one of the things Bit does. Because Bit, he has, like, that dash ahead. Oh, crap. Yeah, but I got hit with the fist, so that's not going to help. Yeah, when he does, like, that dash thing ahead, it's kind of like that. Although, or more accurately, that's kind of like this. Because that came out after this did. Though in Japan, it was the same year they came out, but this beat the market by a couple of months. But he does hurt, so you have to be careful as far as that, or use energy tanks, which I could. We also have a higher jump here, so it is kind of a case where you don't have to worry too much about certain things. Even if you don't have the super adapter, it's not really that much of a, oh, you need it. Just in case that, yeah, the super adapter is causing more damage. Basically, you want to kind of wait for him to loop around by doing that to goad him into that, and then he'll do that pose, and then he'll be open for the picking. In that case, he'll also be off-screen, but alright, there you go. Whoop. It does look cool kind of running this way, saying, alright, we have both of our cases. Alright, because when he does that, he's invincible. I got him. Okay, we didn't kill him, though. You're seeing that. We only left him with 1 health. Why? Why can't I destroy him? Yeah, because we're Mega Man. Alright, so that is the end of him. Right, because the fans are on. That's the idea of this. The reason you have a higher jump is because the fans are on, so yeah, it's pulling you upwards as far as that, which is a subtle thing, but something that is the case. Okay. And now in this case, we have the springs again, so you're definitely pulling out all the stops going backwards, but also, you know, yeah, let's climb up here, because actually when I climb up this ladder, you just go bouncing as it is. Ow. Yeah, the frogs are there. Like, I guess I'll get out of the way. In this case, well, I do need to get rid of this because I can't do sliding. Yeah, you start looking while he's bouncing around. Like, oh, I was like, no, you got my dog, you bastard. Yeah, you gotta go down. Perfect, okay. Yeah, rush as we were. Please continue the digging. Oh, we got a action figure. I guess it's... Yeah, what is that? I'm trying to remember the reference to, or if that's supposed to be auto. I don't think it's supposed to be auto. At least I don't think it is. Alright, that's the boot. So yeah, underneath that guy was a boot. So let's see, what about... And it's worth pointing out, as you're seeing there, Rush will come down to wherever you are as far as platform elements. So yeah, start digging. What do we have? Oh, right. Awesome. Okay, now this is actually the place where you do want to use the freeze cracker against the fire here, because in that case you basically are able to make it so that it has a platform to go up, or in this case, well, right, what you really want to do is you want to kind of freeze it when it's just starting to be there, like that, because you can freeze it out that way, or, again, use super adapter, that's the other thing you can do. I feel like I'm using the super adapter too much, although I did get it, so... That. And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll do this. I'll do one better. Ouch. I think I should do this legitimately. I shouldn't just use the damn super adapter. How many lives do I have? I got 1 extra. Okay, I'm at 3. That's good. No, not super adapter. I'm not gonna use that. I'm gonna use the freeze crack to get up this. I'm trying to remember what the pattern really is, which is, yeah, you get that, go up there. Okay, there you go. That's it. Basically go up 1 at a time, except there, where it's right there. And can I get health somewhere, please? I think there's health. Oh, shit. I walked off the edge and died. Because the frame... yeah, I got burned on my feet. Sorry. Thankfully, though, when you do beat base, you don't have to go find him again. Basically, the checkpoint's right after him. So, if you don't beat him, you have to fight him again. But for this case, we do. Maybe I just should use... No, I'm gonna try not to. Maybe that's the idea. If nothing else, I'm showing how you can also make this game a little easier, saying, well, the super adapter is helpful for some of the platform challenges. But then again, if you're not doing that, you have to do it this way. Although, that's something that a lot of Mega Man games have, but ElecVerse you're mentioning, this game has a freedom as far as how you do it that is unique, even against other games in the series. But you know what, I'm gonna also kill him with something else. Let's see what I got. Scorch Wheel, let's try that. Right, I didn't actually show the Scorch Wheel went, but you also hold it up for a while and then it goes off as far as that direction. Okay, so, alright, what I gotta do is I have to basically wait. Do the first one, wait, go, that one, the second one, the third one. No, wait, hold on. Okay, there you go. Okay, so they got the one up top there, hit. Okay, so now, freeze that one. And then go up there, there. Yeah, me getting hurt's fine. Right, okay, well, alright, that one goes down, so in that case, what I want to do is hit that. There we go, and then this one hit there, and then hit the wall. There you go. Okay, that's how you do it legitimately. It's like, I felt I should show that. I mean, you can go the other way. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with going the other way. But since I said, well, I should show that much at least. Saying, how do you actually do it, you know? Yeah, we'll also danger up these dudes. Yeah, also blow up after a little bit of time as well. I don't know if I'm gonna necessarily do that here. Maybe I will. I don't know. And for right here, since these do drop bombs on you, I'll use junk shield. You know what, I am gonna compromise now. We're gonna use a super adapter. If same deals, otherwise just use the freeze cracker. Oh, so I want to get the health. Even if I have to take some damage to do it, I'm gonna do it. Oh, I don't know why it seeks on the flame, but okay, whatever. Alright, we're boss. Boss, here. Actually, this one I want to switch between two things. Sort of. He's weak to the wild coil. This is, as we're gonna see in a second, Gomerizer. He's a turtle. There are two parts to this thing. He has, the fire there. It also has the Scorch Moon effect. Ah. He just jump over it, and then when he does that, switch off to the Danger App. You also get them out of the way. It's worth pointing out when you kill these things, they give you items, unless the Danger App is overriding that somehow. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Am I gonna die? You know, we'll see. I'll let Luck and myself take me here. Yeah, I'm dying. That being said, if I do get into a jam right now, I'm not just gonna take the death. I didn't know if I had enough health to survive that, but I don't. So, let's see. I mean, you don't necessarily need to use the Danger App for the other part. Yeah, wait. I know I want the coil. And since I can't pause until the boss starts, let me quickly do that, and then go wild coil, hit there. Here's what you do is you hit him with the wild coil, or if you're gonna buster him, just hit him that way with it, and then slide underneath him. And then what'll happen is he'll go that way. Or, you know what, I'll buster him, I don't care. I'll buster this part. Because the idea is that these turtles here, when they come out... I guess I'll try the Danger App thing, see if I... Because usually they'll drop items. So I don't know if it's a case where they don't drop them, or I'm just getting bad luck. It might be that, because I've seen them drop items. I know I have. It's like every version does that. There's not a Super Nintendo only does this. Whoop, whoop. Also, you can charge it up as far as it, but I don't know if I have time to charge it. Okay, yeah, they do. So, in that case, the enemies will drop items, including health and weapon recovery. Whoop. There we go. I don't know if I have enough juice as far as this, so that's going to be the question. But also, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use... I'm trying to think what else I use to destroy him. I can slice him. In fact, I'll slash him. You can kind of use a bunch of different things as far as that part of it. And you can hit him straight on. If I have to do that way, I'll do it. And the number of dashes he'll do as far as sliding underneath that is random, as is whether he'll do one or two of those. Okay, that's what I usually do. I'll usually use this thing. Yeah, Beloved Thunderbolt. There we go. Whoop. Also, getting that like with the rhythm as far as how the slide is going. The dash is Mega Man X, not this one. No, I want to use something else. Let's use Thunderbolt, right? Why am I not using anything else? Also, I could get more ammo potentially on that, but, well, let's go. Yeah, I think he'll die with the next hit. Yeah, he will. Got him. Alright, not bad. He's probably the easiest of the Wily castle bosses in this game, probably. Well, him or the next one, but that being said, if you're not careful, it can be a problem, and you do need to use a lot of weapon energy. And uniquely for that one, you kind of have to switch between a lot of them on the fly. Okay. So since I'm almost at game over, I could go get lives. I'm not gonna do it. I'll do that on the next one. Or after the next one, I should say. I'm gonna show... This is another one I want to show twice, because there are two different paths to go. So thank God for the case of save states on this one. And this is the last piece of music you're gonna hear out of a new piece of music as far as, like, the level. I like this one, though. Oh, yeah, no, it's not. I'm lying. Sorry. There's a unique one for stage 4. Actually, yeah, I think every single Wily stage has a unique piece of music. I don't know if every single one, or if there are other Mega Man games that do this. I mean, I think there are a couple, but I don't know if they all do, because this one has 4 Wily stages, so we have only one more to go after this one, but the last one is going to be quite a long time. Because it's Boss Rush, and it's also both forms of Wily Castle 7, and that's going to be an interesting case. But I'm going to prepare for that one, don't you worry, and you kind of want to. It's nuts, and especially if you're not prepared, but I'm going to be prepared for that one. Let's just keep using the jet. Yeah, that's been the MVP on this to a certain degree. I was saying, well, I kind of just want to use the rush jet. Because it's sometimes underestimated, honestly. Okay, there we go. Right, you get this, but unlike where we had on Cloudman stage to begin with, we don't have a method of being able to... you know, reveal everything. But also, we're gonna make it look funny, saying, hey, Rush is standing on nothing, look at that. Let's see what he comes up with. Maybe a Famicom here. Alright, weapon energy, I'll take that. Oh, no! Okay, good. Yeah, I'm not gonna go on further till, he sees. And then we'll go. It's a pretty quick... Oh, there we go, got a dolly. Alright, so I'm picking up everything but the Famicom in this, so... As I said, if I can't find a picture somewhere when I'm talking either here or when I said before, I'll have a picture of it. Have it there. Yeah, and the Met tools, you actually... I don't know if this game even uses the Met tools a ton. Compared to Mega Man 8. Mega Man 8 is like they're on like almost every level. Also, I don't want to make that jump that way, so we're going to use Rush Coil. Yeah, the first Rush ability we got. Seems like it's been ages ago, even though it's just a couple hours. Oh, whoa! I do like this track, as far as, again, the driving force for this time, so we had kind of the third area. Also, let me see something. Okay, I want to get rid of that, number 1. Rush Coil. First of all, I'm going to take a look at that again when I see another enemy that way, because I want to see, is the Danger App something that's manipulated by the D-pad? I don't think it is. Because I didn't think it was. Actually, I don't even know if you can hit this thing with it. Well, hold on. Oh, maybe it is. Let me see. Hang on. The holding up on D-pad just goes up straight. Okay, so I guess... Alright, I guess it is. I didn't know that. Oh no, I gotta think about how to handle this. Rush jet. Yeah, it seems that that's the other thing. I mean, you don't necessarily have to go this way, but it's fine. Oh no! Oh, right. Okay, and now I'm trying to remember also what I have to do as far as getting the distance there. Also, yeah, as you're seeing there, if your invincibility frame you touch the spikes, you're gonna be fine. So, alright, sorry, Rush, you gotta go away for now. Come on. Okay, yeah, right here. In fact, I'm gonna put the save state down here just because I'm not confident on if I'm gonna be able to do this. There are two paths to go. Chad, if you have or Nocturne, if you have a preference on which way you want me to go, the upper path or the lower path, tell me, we'll do it. I am gonna go the upper path because there's a life here. But it's also something that you can't... The checkpoint's coming up where this is, and you have to get there beforehand, and if you die, you go back and you actually can't get it again. You make that jump in order to go the top way. In this case, you just stand still, do not jump, and go here. In fact, I'm going to put the save state right here, because I'm going to show the top path, I'm going to show the low path. This is sort of the easier way to go, but in this case, yeah, we need Rush Jet, or we need Coil, or Super Adapter. I'll run Rush Jet. Okay, this is also the case where I have the platforms again. I actually don't know what the pattern of this is, so I have to get a sense of what they are. Yeah, the disappearing blocks. You only see them twice. This is the one place you see it, and then right there, jump there. There you go. Okay, that's okay. You made that jump specifically to get the E tank, the S tank, and the W tank. And I'm not gonna take my chance. I'm gonna jump over there and get that. Okay, so. Okay, so that's how you go that way. Let me show you how to go the other way. And I know that I'm getting rid of the S tank. Don't worry, I'm gonna go buy another one. Trust me, I'm going to buy another one. Okay, so yeah, remember at Mega Man 2, going down some of those areas, you go that way, but there is a free life up here, but... either I need... Actually, you might need, the Super Adapter for this. I don't know. Let me test that. Is that Metal is there? Okay, no, you don't. You can use Rush Coil as well, because you have more buoyancy in the water. Yeah, that Metal is gonna cramp my style. Boom. Go away. It is a little easier to make some of these jumps because of that, but also remember you can't hit the ceiling. Ouch. But I'm also gonna say screw that, we're using Rush Jet. Oh, well. No, I don't want to use Rush Coil. I'm absolutely not using that here. Actually, you know what? I want to try one other thing, just for fun. I clearly love Rush Certs. It'll be in the tag list, guarantee, when I upload this next week. He's digging underwater. Look at that. Look how dedicated our great dog is, or this great dog is. And he found a life underneath there. Awesome. Good boy. Alright, let's go. Okay, he's not gonna find anything that way, but in that case, alright, well, yeah, our good dog, look at that. Also, that's something I think Chasm22 mentioned saying, because I asked him an idea. Oh, right, there's another, there's a mini-boss to fight, or, fine, it's the same one. Okay, Rush, be ready as far as action. Oh, I was gonna say, is he gonna get hit by that? Like, okay, he didn't for a while. Okay, it's the same mini-boss from Burstman stage. In this case, ooh. Same deals for stand in the area if you buster him. Okay, this part is harder because actually there is one area where if you make a mistake, you're gonna die. In fact, it's on the left, right there. Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do. Actually, also, if you do die, you come down here, you have to go this way. So yeah, the upper path is actually the bonus way. But alright, since I did die, I'm actually gonna load that restore point. Because I don't want to come back through this level again from that, and also because I did want to show this. So it's kind of the reason I put it down. Actually, wait, I did get the lives as far as it. I will get this one, but I will not go and dig again. So jet time, and then we'll be off here soon. Yeah, we don't have too much left to go, and then the only other thing we'll do before we end is I'll show off the, Actually, I also gotta see, what is he weak to? Actually, I think he's weak to the junk shield. Yes, I think he is. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, he is. Yeah, that just decimates him. Alright, that's weapon energy, which I could honestly use more health, but okay. Yeah, up there on the left, that box I got stuck on, or stuck on the side there. If you go in that, yeah, if you go in there, you're gonna die, so do not go in there. So that is a massive middle finger to you. Alright, so here we go. We did get some health. Okay, so for this one, yeah, come by. I do want to get rid of you and use the danger rep to do that. You do want to go the top path as far as these... Oh, never mind. He just wasn't there. It's like, yeah, he said, like, fuck you, I'm leaving. Okay, now, next boss is weak to Noise Crush. I could buster him, honestly. He's not that hard. If you know where to hit. This is, Hanya Ned squared. You hit him right there in the eyes and you get him. He also has that laser thing. When he does it shooting off there, just jump. And because of the way the slowdown is in this version, it's a little bit of a case. And then when he does that and comes forward, basically stare in the middle and you got him. He's not that hard. And it's also worth pointing out, since this is a scrolling level boss, you can't actually absorb the Noise Crush here. If you stay in the center, you avoid the cannons. Actually, he's not hard to buster. So I may as well just buster. Oh, right, you can jump on the missiles. I actually did not know that. Whoa. Plus, maybe I said last time I played this. Oh, yeah, you can jump on the missiles. I don't know if I did last time we played this. I'll be curious to go look back at the video, because that's also a fascination going back to that. Because first off, it was insanely early. Nocturne, I don't even think I told you at that time that I did this, number one. Number two, it's also something that when I edited that, the only edit that I put in that was not just the raw video was clipping off the beginning and end just to make it cleaner as far as how the intro is going. And also, he's not bad, he just takes some time for this, so I'll be fine. It was that, and also, when the game broke, I took a picture, or I found a picture online of Mega Man, like, having, like, a broken arm cannon. I was like, yeah, the game crashed. I'm just gonna show that, and kind of was the case where I remember I showed Chris Anderson before that. He's like, I never saw it. Like, I was laughing my ass off when I saw that, and that's when I realized, okay, we have to have more going on the edge of the show. I can't just take the stream as it is for it, mostly. So the edit became the next case of it and saying, look, oh yeah, when we have tech problems or things, I can kind of edit our way around that. Or ElecVerse, you said it best. You said, quote, thank God for the edit. And yeah, you're right, absolutely. Basically just jump as far as that and you avoid the laser, so it's not too bad. Just take some time, you're not noise crushing him, but since I'm gonna... Yeah, spoiler warning, I am not gonna be Mega Bustering anything else in this game. I may as well just do it on him, I can do it. Alright, so boom, he's gone. Alright, so one more challenge to go, but this is gonna be the long one, so buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going back to the shop, by the way, before we go here. No question. Okay. So level 4 is there. You want to be ready. I'm going to be ready. Well, I have a couple of Milanos, because why not? Okay, so for this, we have 7 energy bolts, so we got tons. I'm going to buy... Okay, I don't need any more energy tanks. I'll buy the S-can for the special tank. And yeah, he's working really fast as far as that. I'm gonna buy more of the W capsules. I want as many of these as I can. Be ready. There's also maybe gonna be a bit overkill, but in this case, this is kind of the way you go. And then I think what I'm gonna do is... Okay, I have enough for one more. Because you have a maximum of 4 of these, maximum of 4 of the energy tanks, and you can only have 1 S-can. So next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna buy lives. I don't know if I'm gonna buy 9, because you're maxing 9, but I mean, if I have the money, why not? I mean, it's honestly the only time I'm really gonna be doing it. So fine, we're just gonna get ourselves completely ready. We're gonna go in and decimate Wily. Well, decimate sort of in air quotes because, well, you see it in story, but also because I have to be set for certain things. It's not going to be easy. Alright, you're in max lives. You can't carry anymore. Sorry. You know what? Fuck it. Let's get our max beat whistles. Not that we need them, because there's no pits anymore, so it's totally worthless, but I'll support our local business of Auto Shop and Big Eddie, because there's Tiny Eddie or Normal Eddie. Not much of a factor in this game. Sorry, no more whistles for you. Alright, bye. Let's go. Also, I'm going to show off all the weaknesses of the Roadmasters that I Mecha Bustered earlier, because we got a rematch. And that's this level. It's the rematch, and it's both of the Wily fights. You get this great piece of music saying, yeah. Oh yeah, a little chill sort of, but I was like, yeah, this is a bit... Okay, you can also get those going down, but I don't care. I already went to the shop. In case it's like, yeah, now the pump up in case this happens. Yeah, and you have 8 doors here. They each take you to boss that we fought already. I don't remember which one they are, even though I practiced this part. Okay, I know who he is from the look of it. That's, and you know what? Him. You know what? Actually, you know, I'll show one thing. He's weak to this. I'll hit him with that. Oh, I know. It does, knock him off. But I'm actually not going to charge it up. Okay, okay, knocks him off if he's on the ground, I think. Is that right? Hang on. Yeah, it does. So, alright. I'm not going to use that. I want to hold energy for that one. Actually, I'm kind of glad I got this one out of the way first. So in this case, I'm going to sort of hit him with his weakness, but then in that case, I'm going to build up because you need the Wild Coil for the final Wily fight. Actually, I probably should show also what happens to him in the Noise Crush. Right, he absorbs it. That's what happens. I will always show that. I didn't show that last time we played. Also, the point of second chance, saying, well, what did we not show? I also show him sucking my blood. There we go. So he did recover his health a little, but don't worry about us. We'll be okay. Not just because of the energy tanks they bought, but also because when we do kill them, they're going down for good. They drop health. Boom. We're set. Okay, so next up, who's next on our list? Oh, Burstman. Okay, I will show weakness on this one, but again, it's one of those cases where it might be easier to buster him. Picking the ones that are easiest to buster, huh? Oh, okay, I also showed stuff he didn't do when we played before. He can also get the bubbles there and then hit you forward. You know what? I don't want to use that. Well, I do want to use that. I'm going to go through him. I'm not going to take the damage. Just knock him back. Whoa. Yeah, okay, I'm going to do that then. I'm going to do the same thing I did on Shademan. I showed his extra pattern that I didn't show the first time we fought him. But I'm surprised he didn't do, because he will do it if you're going through. How it is. Whoop. Because, yeah, the way the Freeze Cracker works is that he can be knocked forward, but you also, because you hit him against the back, you can push him towards you. You don't want that, because you do not want... You want as much space away from him as you can get. So in this case, I said, you know what, I did show his weakness to show the idea like what he's weak to. And those bubbles, basically, they blast through. You can blast through them easily. They will not trap you, by the way, if you get hit by them. They just hurt if you touch them, but it's not going to be too bad. I said, I just don't want to take the chance. Even though I have tons of lives, I don't want to waste them. Not that you necessarily need as many as I did. Look. ElecVerse said the first time we played this, as far as the YouTube comedy live, said, fuck Wily Capsule 7. I'm going to show you how we do that. Or how we take care of that problem. Okay, here's we're going to use the Slashman's weapon against him. So let's get the Slash Claw out against Springman. So Springman, talk about also making sense as far as the weaknesses here. So yeah, you're going to slice that claw there. Or you're going to use the claw to slice the steel. Okay, so slice him, boom, he's kind of shocked. He goes back to center. If you time that right when he jumps up, he's in invincible state as far as that where it is. But if you time it right, like that, almost, you can hit him twice. But it's not easy to get the timing down. Okay, there you go. Now I got down. If you can do that, he's no problem whatsoever. But even if he gets up all the way, it's fine. Just do the slide and then just slice him from down. And so he does reset his pattern, which is something that we often see in a lot of Mega Man games. Honestly, starting with the Super Nintendo era. Which, yeah, with Mega Man X. Okay, not every boss in the game does that, but there are a couple that do, and they make them a joke. Okay, there's Turbo Man. We showed how to kill him with his weapon the cheat way. Now we're gonna show how to kill him with his weakness, the not cheat way. Whoa! Except now I'm gonna get myself burned either way. But remember, the reset of pattern's easy. Basically, just when he does that, shoot against the wall, fire back. He's gonna die, no problem. Basically, do it after you hit him. Boom, boom. That's how you do it. He'll go down in no time. Get used to this when we get to Mega Man X3, by the way. Which helps, because, yeah, otherwise that game is a bear. And Nocturne, I don't know, how do you want to handle Mega Man X3? I know we could play both versions, how you want to... It's your choice on what you want to do as far as what our hang on that is going to be. Oh, Cloudman. Okay, Cloudman also is a joke with his weakness. Flashlight warning with Cloudman again, just to indicate that. He's weak to the danger app. Oh my god, it makes him a cinch. Boom. Just keep doing this. He's never gonna hit you. And you get your flashing going on, but still... Except, yeah, if he gets the lightning off, he will come out. So basically just wait till he goes that way. Basically right before the lightning comes out, just danger app. It means nothing. I just love that perspective, like, yeah, he just so he falls on his back, like, uh-oh. But also that great thing as far as something I guess I've really kind of, I guess, underplayed this entire play, which is the weakness perspective, which is that, as was the perspective of people who made Mega Man to start, and also Keiji Inafune, his aspect when he said this in an interview, saying, hey, you know, the idea is that it's the rock, paper, scissors concept, but the idea that nothing is invincible to everything. So the idea is that finding what the weakness order is and then having a bit of an easier challenge, but also cases where it still might be tough for certain reasons. Now, he's also easy because in that case, hit him with the Thunderbolt and then just slide underneath. That's it. You also got that great case of animations. I always loved that in movie when it came to the 16-bit era of Mega Man X, or this one really, which is when you get the weakness going on, you get a unique animation. And actually, in Mega Man X2's case, they had a unique death animation for one of them. If you use a Sonic Slice, you slice him in half. And he's the only boss in the game that's like that. And I'm pretty sure they might have planned more as far as that. I'll look in when we... Because we should probably second chance Mega Man X2. I had a great time doing it the first time, but we can do it again, I think. Then in that case, that's something to it. Also, yeah, he's weak to the junk shield. Although in his case, he does still kind of act the same way, even if he does get in that stun state. He still does the same things, pretty much. But in that case, he's dead, so not too long. And then the last thing, I'm just gonna look at the one I didn't use yet, which is... well... Okay, I'm gonna use both the weaknesses on Slash Man. I showed somehow how to Mega Buster him without E-tanking. There you go. Thank God I was able to get that going. Let's show both his weaknesses. Yeah, in that case, he just slides to the back, but the other thing you can do is... He'll still doing this, so yeah, in that case, you're not avoiding that. Ugh, slice me, please. Yeah, he'll also go back, as far as with the Squirch Wheel. So you use either one. And on a normal play of this, you'll never get in a case where you won't have those weaknesses. That is unless you put the password that only the Super Nintendo version works with. Which means that, oh yeah, fight all 8 Robot Masters, boom, at the start. But, okay, I'm gonna fucking die to him. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, good, I'm not dying to him. Having said that, I do want to make sure that I'm set, because yeah, we are at the final area. I'm gonna go get... I want as much on that Wild Coil as I can get. So, I'm gonna get that. Now, let's get... Well, actually, no, okay, I don't want to use my energy equalizer exactly, because I want to prioritize what I'm putting into. I want Wild Coil energy. I want Thunderbolt energy. And that should be fine. And for now, I can put in Danger App. It doesn't matter to me. As far as health... You know what? I'm okay with the first phases of this. So I don't... It doesn't bother me much. I'll hold that. And it's worth pointing out, if I do die, I come back here. But it's worth pointing out, when I do die, my energy is not recovered as far as weapons. So if I had to use that weapon tank, or any of those, or the S-tank, we'll do it. But to start, I think we're good. Let's get the Thunderbolt ready to go. Because there's two phases of this fight. He's weak. The first one is weak to this, and the second one is weak to, I think... Oh, wait a minute. Alright, so this is the last area to do it, and also because I never really got a sense of, like, what's over here. Well, chat, you know. Is there anything special about this area except for me saying, let's put Rush the dog to work one more time as far as his great skills of finding items. Or finding teeth. It'd be hilarious if I find the Famicom here. I found some health. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna try and see if I can get a full health recovery off of this because I'm here. But I won't try for long. Alright, there's weapon energy. Fine, one more and then we go down and fight the boss. Alright, so... What do we got? Oh, he's not finding anything. Okay, in that case, that should be alright. Let's go Thunderbolt. Let's take Wily down. Wily Capsule 7, here we go. It tends to be seen as one of the hardest in the franchise. I don't know if we'll go that far, but it is something where parts of it are nuts. Not this part. We have the Wily Machine 7 to start. Here it is. It's the skull thing, and it has the spike mustache. But no, spike goatee for a reason. He's weak to the Thunderbolt. Hit him with that, and slide underneath him. You also shoot those robots out. Oftentimes I try to hit him with this thing, but oftentimes they won't necessarily go away quickly unless you switch to. Actually, no, let's try that. I think I can just... Okay, no, they take a lot of damage anyway, so even the junk shield's not gonna help me much. But that hurts. To the point where... You know, I'm gonna take a death, honestly. I'm not gonna even do this. We'll come back as far as this. I'll get my Thunderbolt energy set. Wild Coils, no problem. In that case, fill up everything else. Sorry, let's go. Yeah, let's try this again. Yeah, I was gonna say, those robots that come out, for me, it's easier to avoid them. I don't know, Chad, if you're the same way. But it becomes more of a liability when Wily starts jumping at you, because he'll do the slow walk before he'll, like, do the jump towards you. But then also the other thing is that when you jump, as far as those robots, they will... What is it? They will kind of stay in place. I'll show them in a second. Right, because they just, yeah, if you jump over them, they kind of will turn around where you are. That's what I'm meant to say. Is it? But also the idea is that when he does his next jump down, they will die. But he might be replacing them with another one if he does the same pattern. Okay. But sometimes just getting rid of him to start might be enough. Saying, okay, just go as far as this. Or maybe do that slow. Okay, that worked. Okay, that's how you do it. Basically jump towards him with just the jump. Ow. And sometimes it comes through the direction. Not that it's going to matter if we got him to start, but we're not done. Let's get the charge ready on this. So here we go. Wily Capsule 7. Like Richie said, fuck this thing. Yeah. I'll show you why. Flashlight warning, by the way, this whole time before he does. He's gonna disappear. He's gonna come out. Here's the deal. He does that element there, and he can do one of two things, or three things. He freeze you, burn you, or electrify you. And the idea is that it'll move in 3 hits, like you go. What you want to do is you kind of want to slide out of the way of the first one, be underneath him if you can, and then jump at the last one. But the idea is that use the wild coil and also use the idea of holding up on the D-pad to bounce it higher. Because oftentimes you're not going to be in direction of that. And if you have to use your energy tanks, use them. I will be using them clearly. If you do that, you'll be okay. And despite what I guess the internet sometimes indicated, he's not. It's not a case where you can't kill him without his weakness. You can. It's just that it takes a while. I mean, he's not even getting that much damage off him with the wild core, and that's his weakness. And it's hard to avoid that shot of his, but you can do it. It's just in case I'm not doing a good job of it. Also, being too close. You don't want to be too close, but it's also something that you don't necessarily want to be too far away to start either. Yeah, like that, because in that case, I will have enough distance to be able to jump out of the way and survive. Oh no! Okay, I'm not taking that chance again. I am running out of wild coil juice, so I'm gonna be set on that soon enough. Alright. Oh no! And if you don't know that you can do the up toss of it by holding up on D-pad with that, yeah, you're not gonna be a good case. You're like, wait a second, why can't I hit him? I have to wait till he comes down. I mean, you can do that, but yeah, you don't want to. Also, I'm out of juice on this anyway, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna use the weapon energy. The weapon tank. It does recover all of your weapons. So sometimes he's like, oh, is that wasteful to use it? Not for this fight, it's not. But also, maybe it's one of those things that, yeah, if you're gonna be dying, yeah, be careful as far as coming back here without enough of those tanks. Alright, I'm also gonna say, fuck this, I'm gonna use the energy tank just because I want to be safe. Also, I gotta see, am I gonna avoid, is Mega Man gonna avoid that attack? No, not quite. And he also hit the bolts on the ground. It seems like it's a cheap way to do it, but this is kind of the way you want to do it. But also getting that timing of the slide thing down. That helps too, even in what I'm doing. I mean, at least it minimizes my damage, and you can just make that jump. Got him, we're done. There you go. I made him look like nothing, but trust me, he's not nothing, and I think you saw that I ran through everything I ran through. That's the indication that, yeah, he's not to be messed with. Yeah, so come prepared, and you'll be alright, but you still have to be on your game. Okay, we got him. I give up. Sorry about all of what I did. I'll go quietly. Yeah, but Mega Man's not taking that. I'm gonna kill him. I don't trust you, Wily. I'm gonna do what I should have done a long time ago, which, typo. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna kill him now. I was like, I've had enough. But he mentions, remember, rule robotics. Mega Man, robots are not allowed to harm humans. Now, in Japanese version, he says nothing after this, but in this version, and also in every English version, they changed the dialogue here to him say, I'm more than just a robot. Die, Wily. And it has been confirmed that was a mistranslation. It should not have said that. But before he has the time to kill him, I mean, he wouldn't have done it anyway. He just stood there with ellipses in the Japanese release. He gets crushed by the debris. We're standing there not doing anything, saying, okay, we can't kill him. Fair enough point. We hurt him, but we never kill him. I'm gonna go towards him, just like, hold on. But, yeah, Treble's here. And Bass is here as well. And in a quote from Joseph Hanson, the British writer and politician, he says, he who hesitates is lost. I believe that was something that was also added for the US version. But there we go, we got him. But so he's getting away, so that explains also why we're going to see Mega Man 8 and Mega Man Bass 10 in the sequel to Mega Man 8, I think. In that case, we're getting out of this tower. Tower's collapsing. The Anniversary Collection does not have the cinematic we will see because of the way it was emulated to start. Walking away with this great ending music. And also the case that, yeah, the place is on fire. Look at Mega Man. He's now clearly mad, so if nothing else, the idea that the part of him trying to kill Wily is the same. It's just what he says later, like that was something that the US version added. Like, yeah, he's maybe getting a sense of maybe he's not the good boy that we were thinking, as far as the idea of saying, like, after all this time with Wily, maybe he's reached his breaking point, going to what you're saying, like, first of all, seeing all the creatures, as far as all the robot masters and all the people who designed them. And I'm trying to remember, I don't remember if this game was one of those where it was taking contest winners from either in Japan, or I know Nintendo Power, they had one where they took kids coming up with designs for robot masters and turned them into actual creations for the games. I don't know if this is the case of that, but they're saying, like, who designed them as far as coming with the idea of everybody we saw. But the case that maybe Mega Man, the idea, like is he stupid or something when he says, like, trusting Bass? Maybe, but maybe he's thinking, like, okay, he's had time to cool down after we blew this place up, or it blew up, and we're walking away with that determined, kind of angry look on ourselves. Saying to think, like, alright, he has to think a long time, I guess, on the walk back home of what did he get told by Wily, saying, well, okay, you can't hurt humans. Or you can't kill them, anyway. So, maybe thinking that, alright, what am I gonna do? Maybe I need to try a different tack. And it looks like in some ways, maybe looking at this, he looks like he's getting angrier as he's walking along. Maybe just me. In the case he kind of just sit and stew with that, but then think like, well, wait a minute, is this the person I am? Because we never saw him. I mean, I know we haven't played Mega Man's 1 through 6 yet, but he never pulled the Buster on Wily afterwards. I mean, we destroyed his capsule. I mean, we're never actually hurting him. We're taking his capsules down. It's a great attention to detail. Think about that. And maybe like, why does he pop out begging for forgiveness each time? But also the case of him thinking, well, last time he arrested him, we pulled out the rope with him and took him in. But now, in this case, after what happened, it's like, maybe I've had enough. And there's other cases where the other games of the franchise are going to get in that in different ways, and also unique ways. But maybe that case is maybe the idea of the darker Mega Man, I guess maybe this thought of since Mega Man X had just come out, the idea that later on, remember Dr. Light's idea was that later Mega Man X was kind of the enhanced take on Mega Man that would be able to be having free will and be able to not have to be beholden, I guess, to the thought of saying, you know what, we're going to kill innocent people or kill, I guess, humans as it is. Because the X games, okay, X doesn't do that, really, and honestly, I don't know if in those games there's really a whole lot of cases where there are a lot of humans we're fighting against. But the case that he does have the decisions and some of the things he has to make that maybe Mega Man Classic doesn't. So the idea of saying, alright, starting with the idea that this scene is the more playful as far as all of the Mega Man arms of the series, but then the case that where is it hinting at where the other ones went on, and I know, Nocturne, you've said this, saying, like, the evolution of how they've went. With X, it goes a little darker, and it gets darker as it goes along, and then when Zero comes around, it's like, whoa, that definitely is kind of going full way. No question. Also, let me get that set for the Pro Controller turning off. And Zero, or no, not Zero. Zero definitely is the case. ZX Advent, I have them. I have ZX on DS, and I also have the collection has them, which we'll have to use to show it, by the way, for both of those games. I'm not familiar with ZX Advent. I don't know how dark that one goes necessarily. And Legends is on its own element, and that's a question of... There is sort of an element of that as well, but I guess as far as like where dark aspect is for its story, I mean, Legend 2, I guess, kind of going the most. I would think that, especially now that, at this case, unlike 5 years ago, we had not played Mega Man Legend 2, and I hadn't played it either. I didn't even have PS3, so I hadn't played it at all. Getting the sense of where that's going, I guess the evolution of Mega Man series, and wherever Battle Network and Star Force go as far as tone, I don't know if I necessarily say they go darker. I don't think they do, from what I can tell, but that's, I guess, an idea. Alright, but we did have a long walk home. So yeah, we're going back to Big Eddie's, we're gonna have a party. Yeah, but smile. Look at Rush having the yawn as far as that. Okay, so that's that idea as far as the main game. We got a little more to show on this before we end the show for tonight. So far, I've been having a great time with our return to Mega Man 7. It's a full look. We're going full way on this one. Also, as we're pointing out, when you do get to the end of the game that you're playing, so Capcom says thank you. You also have those digits down there, those numbers. That is, by the way, a password for two things specifically. Shows that they're 1415558578236251. You put that password in. If you put that password in, you are able to go through the game, or it basically loads a file where you're at Wily Castle, and you have all the upgrades, including everything for the Super Adapter, and you also have the Proto Man Shield. It's worth pointing out also when you come back from a password, you always are going to start at stage 1 of Wily Castle, so it's not a case you can save that outside of save state on a system like this or something like that, where you can go back to the last stage again. But if you hold L and R down when you put that password and hit start, something else is going to happen. I'm going to show that because we're pointing out, like a lot of games on Super Nintendo at this era, the game does not let you complete this by pressing the start button. I'm hitting start button to get back to the main screen. It's not letting me do that. So I'm going to do two things. First up, I have a Wii Remote set, and I have my Wii Classic Controller Pro out here because there is a 2-player mode this game has. this. It's kind of minimal. Nocturne, I don't know if you'd like this, honestly, personally, if I'm gonna guess. But I think for the purpose of complete look at this game, I want to show it. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit this. We are gonna do reset. Okay. And at that point, I will also then show off the password that you can only enter in this one for 8 Robot Masters. And I think we could just find another return to this for the purpose of that, but we probably won't do too much with that later tonight. Okay, here's password. It does go back with the last password you saved with. So we're pointing out one thing, which is I'm going to put the password wrong. You get those duck enemies. I don't know if that's supposed to be, but whatever it is, it erases the password completely. At first I was thinking, wait a second, is that something only the Anniversary Collection does? No, but what happens in the Anniversary Collection is it actually shows that screen, and it actually reloads the screen, fades out and fades in again. But if you get the password wrong for something, you have to enter it in all over again and completely erases it. The Legacy Collection 2 does fix that, where if you get the password wrong, it keeps it as it is, and you can just go back and change whatever you need to. So, first thing we're going to show is we're going to show the password they gave us at the end of the game, because we did not show that last time. So we have 1415, and for any of the passwords before you land, hit the Y button to go forward, and hit the B button to go backwards, and start button when you're done, and have it right. So it's 1415, 5585, 7823, and it is pictures as far as I read for Mega Man, Dr. Wily, the Met Tool. Looks like it was a 5 o'clock shadow, I'm just realizing. Dr. Light, Roll, Proto Man, Auto, and Rush. Let's see, 2-3. And then 6251. This is it. If you hit start here, you load the file up as far as the game at Wily Castle with all the upgrades. But you hold L and R and hit start button, you get this. You get a fighting mode. I'm also going to turn on that Wii remote I have set. Because either that or I used the gamepad. It was like, well, I'm going to use this way. I did put new Wiimote batteries in. I didn't keep them in because I don't want them to get crusty or drain them out. Because that's what happens with the Wii remote, we're pointing out. Basically, take your batteries out anytime you're using one of those things, because otherwise it's going to be dead next time you play. I went out the hard way also with rechargeable batteries. It goes the same way as far as it. Okay, so this is the versus mode. We're pointing out if you hit the L and R buttons on this, you can make that rotate faster. But you hit left and right, you can select between base and Proto Man. I'm going to show 2 of these. Hit start button to lock your choice in. Alright, you get a random piece of music as far as how it is. Now, how this works is, it is just this one level as far as what you get. Basically, you walk around, and it's like a fighting mode. You each have a health bar, you also push each other in that direction. And you have palette swaps, you have both Mega Mans running as far as that. And you have special moves, but the idea is how it works is it turns off sliding, sort of. So in that case, I'm hitting down B button's not doing anything. You just have jump, that's on B button, and Y button for your attack. You do not have the Mega Buster. You're shooting out pellets one at a time. And you also in a case where you have to wait until the pellet goes off screen before you can shoot another one. So that's one to keep in mind. You have special moves, as we're pointing out, they are button combinations. So if you played Street Fighter, some of these are going to be pretty familiar. So if you do a quarter circle forward and hit the Y button, do that slash. That is the arrow slash. If you hit down, down, and jump when you're on the ground, you do a slide. And that slide actually hurts things. I think it's the only case in this franchise where the slide actually can hurt things at all. Unless, chat, you know. I have the other controller up as far as doing that, just to show that. And there's one other move that you have. This is called the Feint Warp, and both characters can do this. Hit up twice on D-pad. You just do that. And why do that? Well, because when I do that, boom, I shoot right through them. It doesn't do anything. So it's kind of a basic thing as far as what it is. There's not much to it. It's kind of just a bit of a fun bonus, a little bit, and something I guess that Capcom would elaborate on more in the Mega Man Power Fighters games. Or, hold on, does the manual of the Legacy, no, the X, no, not the X collection, the Mega Man Anniversary collection on the PS2. Does it indicate these games? Yeah, yes it does. It indicates Mega Man the Power Battles, or it just says Power Battles, right? Because in that game, in that collection, you have to unlock them, and those have since been ported, by the way, to all the modern consoles in the Capcom Arcade Stadium 2, and I have both of them as far as on that, and also in the Mega Man Anniversary Collection, which we should show, because as we mentioned, some of the unique things they are in there, including basically the Navi modes that are reflecting the PlayStation 1 versions from Japan. Basically, in this case, we're just doing fighting as far as this. I mean, honestly speaking, it's also a case where, also, you can get knocked down on the ground. And also, I'm going to show this, if I can do it. I mean, if I don't show it now, I'll show it soon enough, you can get dizzy. So it's like a Street Fighter 2 a little bit. But not necessarily you're going to take this to Evo as far as it, because there's not a whole lot to it. There's no handicap case to this. It's only a couple of moves, moves a character. It does randomize what music you hear. You also can't select music. It's like, yeah, what do you think this is, Smash Brothers? But either way, case where it's something unique, and I guess the case where, when it comes to the classic Mega Man games, it's the only one that has a two-player of any kind. It's worth pointing out the Sega Saturn version of Mega Man 8, if you look on the back of the box, it says that it has 1 to 2 player support. That is wrong. They made a mistake on that box as far as the US version. The Japanese version, I don't think has that. I'm not going to correct me if that's wrong, or I'll correct myself when I edit in a couple of days. Either way. Okay, since I'm at this case, I do want to get a stun going on. I'll do that with each character to show that. Just to give this idea. And I believe it does pull from basically every piece of music in this game. I don't know if it pulls the Ghosts and Goblins music. We'll see if it does. If it pull Cloudman's music, it does pull the main stage, it pulls the boss fight. And you have the victory music going on there. Okay, there's the intro stage. We do have that. Let's try Slicing. So yeah, it is the same animation as the Slash Claw. Can I dizzy him? There's sometimes I go dizzy. It's like Street Fighter 2, where basically it's pretty much... Oh, there you go. I got him. Alright, so he gets dizzy with the beat, and then, yeah, he's dead. And you do get the final victory against Wily for the You Ultimately Won. Chad, I don't know if you ever played this mode when it came to this game. I hadn't really, but I said also for the look of this game, let's show it. Alright, show base as well. They also have different moves we're pointing out, and the only things are the same, by the way, for them is the shots, although even his shots, it's kind of shooting out the laser blast like that. He does have the Faint Warp as well, so in that case, I can do that and use the block. But his moves are forward, and Y in the air to do the booster kick like that. We should do that dash across that we saw in the fight we had, well, in the second fight, I should say. The other one is you have to do the Shoryuken movement. Of course, that is forward, down diagonal. Oh, okay. Yeah, forward, down, and down, forward, and the Y button. So basically, I know the way a lot of the modern Capcom ports of those things, they show in a zigzag pattern. Because you're kind of doing a Z as far as that. Now, I'm not good at this pattern, but I'll see what I can do. There you go. Okay, that's it. So basically, it's the Shoryuken from, sort of, Shoryuken. Well, no, it's Shoryuken if you're using using your foot instead of your fists. As far as from Street Fighter 2. And yeah, they don't say Shoryuken. Actually, this is a case where, ElecVerse, going back to what you're saying on the Mega Man X collections, we're going to show this when we get to Mega Man X, and also Maverick Hunter X does this as well. You can unlock the Hadoken from Street Fighter 2. Actually, X2 allows you to unlock the Shoryuken. First off, Mega Man never says Shoryuken in X2, any version. But also in Mega Man X, he does say Hadoken, and it's more indicative of Hadoken clearly on the PSP game. But the X collection, he doesn't say Hadoken for some reason. I don't know why, as we're hearing Freeze Man stage. I do want to get his dizzy as well, so just keep shooting him. The other weird seeing him fall to the ground. It's like, uh-oh. It's like, yeah, I don't know what to do. He looks like, yeah. But also, there's only one level, as we're pointing out, so that's another thing as well. And actually, in his case, it's actually harder to run with him. Okay, I did get the dizzy on him, too. It's kind of hard to run with base, because remember, that attack he has, that dash forward, you have to be in the air when you use that. And the timing's a little specific. It's not as responsive, honestly, as even, like, Street Fighter is. So, like I said, it's more just of a bonus mode. I don't know if they... Wait, I guess this is the idea. Like, if they made this game in 3 months... Well, they said, alright, let's put this in as a fun case. I guess we can't expect everything. I'll say this, and we'll go on this in our final thoughts. Mine and all yours as well. So feel free to hit me with those as we go. In case, my god, the fact they made this as well as they did in 3 months and is packed as much as it is in that time is pretty impressive. And honestly, I don't know, Chad, if you know this, if you let me know, is there a Mega Man game that was as quick of a development cycle as this one, or quicker. Because I don't know if there is one. You know, let's go with the purple one. The purple one's gonna lose. And also, I'll try one last thing, and then I'm gonna load up the idea that, and I'll have music for... I'll run the, music for, what is it? The Ghosts and Goblins thing is us leaving the show for the night. Because they're basically near the end. Okay, so in that case, I'm also gonna show each of them there, so like, let's get going. Actually, you know, I want to see this. I want to see, can we tie? We're getting all we can out of this game. I promised ElecVerse that, and I said also, well, we would have done this anyway. Again, new method of running the show, or newer method, now that, well, 5 years later, thinking about that. There's a direction to this program, and we've come so far, and all of you made that happen. And I can't, before we get to final thoughts and, you know, final sign-off and all that stuff, I can't thank all of you enough for helping make that happen. Nocturne and you as well, as far as being our first guest on the show. But just in general, saying, well, we started this small show, we still are, and that's the intention above anything else. We don't have to be necessarily massive. Okay, so, well, we kind of this casual hangout, we can kind of go into stuff, we can get into these deep discussions and come up with ideas and thoughts about some of the stuff that maybe we haven't had before. Maybe you don't hear this stuff. I always say, I promise you, we're gonna have the best discussions of anything game-wise you're gonna see anywhere. And, okay, never mind, so... Unless I can maybe get us both to die at once, I'll try. I mean, I'll see about that, but that's what I really enjoyed about this journey we've gone. Even as far as a game like this, because look, it's one of those games I've sometimes said this when it comes to games we'll play. I'll play stuff that I'm not necessarily familiar with because I know, chat, you want to see it, and I appreciate you coming in, and then there's a question saying, like, you want to see this, and I want to draw you in. I do want to have you involved with what we're playing. I know I can't have you play the game with me. If I could, I would, trust me. But just the thought of saying, what can I do as far as this? Saying, make you active, come up with a lot of great stuff as far as the discussions we have and your memories. But in my case, I'm learning a lot. Even games like this, where I've been playing this game for like 30 years. Let's see. Okay, we died. I was able to tie. Okay, no music for the draw. Okay, so that's a draw. Okay, so you can do draw. Oh, but it doesn't count as anything, so alright. Okay, yeah, slash me. I guess it's fitting we're gonna end on this part. You know what? I'm gonna take him down. Actually, no, we're not going to, because I'm going to be, You know, fine, let's slide him down. Also, if you're wondering another thing, I'll say this. Yeah, if you're in a case where you're trapped in a corner and getting shot at, the good news is that as the other player, I can basically just push him out of the way. So that kind of means that, okay, you can kind of get out of the way. And also, when it comes to you stumbling, it's a case where you do have to take a couple hits, and I do think that's set to a certain extent, to avoid the idea of saying, all right, you know what, you're just going to fall down and stumble each time you take a hit from your opponent. So in that way, it's kind of an okay case. So here's the Junkman stage. Yeah, you know, we're going to finish this that way. So, alright, we're going to give Mega Man the Bloodlust as far as it a little bit. I guess we're going to see this as far as him forgetting that Base is an enemy, as far as the next case of it. And also, we'll get to that, the voice acting, because as far as the next one, I mean, as I said, I'll stitch in those cutscenes in the English version. We're playing the Japanese one. And that is the idea, like, why does Mega Man call him Bass and not Base? I mean, it goes to the voice recording stuff. We'll get to that when we get to Mega Man 8, or Rockman 8 is going to be. Because I think that's going to be our next stop as far as classic Mega Man, unless, Nocturne, you say, oh, I want something else. Alright, so bye-bye Base, you're gone. And it's also one of those cases you do have to reset, by the way, on this, so I can't quit out without doing anything for this, and I don't think there's a soft reset, so let's go this way. I'm going to put that password in, by the way, that you do need, either the Super Nintendo original, which is $400, I'll get in a second, or the Wii U version that you can no longer buy, or the new 3DS version you can no longer buy, or if you play the fan game of Rockman 7 Famicom, I guess Rockman 7 Reimagined, is that what it's called? I'll make sure I'm getting that name right. But yeah, Mega Man 7 Reimagined. Maybe something like that. Or, I guess if you pirate this. Because there's no other port of this that's not the Super Nintendo as far as this. And none of the other collections let you put this password in that I'm going to put in. Which let me show you. It'll fail on all the other versions. I did test it. I tested on every version. In fact, I'll tell you how far I went on this. I said, let me test the Mega Man Anniversary Collection on the PlayStation 2 that I have. Let me test the Mega Man Legacy Collection 2 I have on Switch. And I said, for the hell of it, let's test the Xbox One version of Legacy Collection 2. And you're like, why do I have both Legacy Collection 1 and 2 on... Well, why do I have Legacy Collection 2 on Switch and Xbox One? Well, because it was on sale and I wanted to practice it when it was at work, number one. And also because that also Mega Man Legacy Collection 1 was on sale. And I only have the 3DS version, and the Switch version is straight porting the 3DS version, so it does have the extra, so we can actually show that off for a program, and we should. But, okay, password. Only this one has it as far as it working. The other ones are going to give you an error anytime you put it in. It's 1755. It's 8187. It's 5... Wait, hold on, is that right? Yes, 1755 8187 6486 and 2322. Boom. Here you go. When you get that, you get all the Robot Masters at once. I'm hitting minus button. I'm going to show this as far as select. Because fine, that's the select button as far as Super Nintendo to go to Eddie's. Or Big Eddie's. But this is going to show the idea that, yeah, we've never made auto before, so this does indicate that it happened. And you do start, by the way, with max bolts when you do this. He does still have the screws loose, but it does mean that, hey, you can buy anything you want pretty much immediately. Actually, I want to test something. I don't think it's infinite. I just want to see something. Okay, it's not infinite. So, alright, if you did want to just buy the exit chip, you can get that. Or the exit capsule, I should say. Boom. Yeah, just get it, and you're all good. Okay, that's also the other thing I didn't mention when he has the screws loose. He makes the item that bounces off his head into Mega Man's hands, whereas when you get the bolt right that he needs, he'll be fine as far as going the other way. Okay, so, yeah, this case, it does mean, yeah, you can play this game as far as going for Springman or Slashman or Shademan or Turbo Man first, as far as how it is. I mean, I don't have his weapon to check that as far as the noise crush thing. You know what? I'm gonna go through Springman stage again, and then I'm gonna end on, on Shademan, and we'll do the, we'll have this secret music for that. Because I want to answer the question ElecVerse had, and actually, the question I sort of had for this thing, because he said, hey, you know, that trick we saw for Turbo Man, I cannot believe I got that, and on my first try. I guess it's beginner's luck, or a case where we plan the show, I swear to God, or both. Ouch. But in this case, yeah, you're all set, and when you start, yeah, there you go, Mega Buster and Rush Coil. Like, wait a sec, yeah, we've never played this game before, and as I said, I think we can justify a return to this game to show this way of playing it. I don't think it'll be the next time we come back, but honestly, I think Nocturne also make up the fact that you weren't here for this show. I know you wanted. And I hope you're feeling better. It's good to see you tonight for sure for the program. Thank you for joining us. Because, yeah, your expertise as far as Mega Man is definitely appreciated. Even like, oh yeah, I know the other one's more. Like, still a lot for Mega Man as it is. It's a franchise you love. Same way I love Sonic the Hedgehog, as an example. So I do really appreciate that, but it's like, well, I don't want to necessarily leave you empty-handed. I mean, I definitely didn't want to live ElecVerse empty-handed. I know he wanted to be here for the show. Like, yeah, you're going to be here for the show. Even in case you say when you want it, it's like, we're going to do it when you want it, and you know you're going to be set. The schedule around, and it's just it. When it comes to viewer requests, there are cases where it's like, oh, you know what, I want to get a sense of when we're going to do this. If you want to let me know, I mean, I'll also get a sense sometimes, like, yeah, you know, when I get a request, I will sometimes have to either get the game or don't have it, and also be ready to do it, because some cases I think, well, am I going to be able to play it to a skill? When I know I will, I'll also be in a case of saying, you know what, when I know I'm ready or getting close to it, like next week with Castlevania Chronicles, you can tell me, like, when do you think is a good case? We usually do the show as far as Saturday and Friday nights. If you want, as far as 7 p.m., as far as that. Take your pick as far as how this. Usually that's the idea. If I'm going to take requests as far as the chat's concerned, it usually would have to be one of those cases. Although Saturday, it could be really any time. So it's like, you know what, I don't know, maybe I work during the weekend. I mean, I don't, as far as the case of what my life's like. Maybe yours is a case of thinking, oh, you know, I might. And I was like, but I want to make sure I see this, you know? I want to make sure you have the game as far as that. Not because, I know, remember, we do have the edits, we do have that going, so the show will be there, will be on the YouTube site archived, as it always is. Even if you're not here for the show, because of the idea of you want to be here, so I like hearing the idea that people like coming in, like the perspective of what we do here, and what all of you in our chat help make this show become. It's like, let's get in those discussions, be there as far as it, just enjoy this element, to be able to relax, sit back, have a great time, go through as far as it, and hearing your stories. That's it. You're driving the show, maybe more than I am, even though I'm the one sitting here playing and not shutting them out. I'm just basically, in a way, trying to guide everything with what we got, yes. But still, a case that I do take the idea of what all of your inputs are really seriously, especially when it comes to viewer requests. Like, I want to be ready for them. Even if it takes me some time to get ready, it's like, I want to be ready, especially with the game I don't know. This one I knew well enough, and I said, alright, coming up on this, and I said, well, we're going to do this, when do you want it? And as far as, like, a schedule, as far as the weekend or day, as far as the Friday or Saturday, just let me know, and we can make that happen. Okay, so answer the question, as ElecVerse you're mentioning, with that trick. Yeah, okay, you're seeing right there, I had to drop down to get to the floor down here, so I think when it comes to that trick, for the Noise Crush, I think if you have a boss that you enter the room and it has like a divot that way, as opposed to, being just on the, what is it? Ouch. I'll try and beat him again. Why not? Except in this case, I let myself get punched. If you have a boss that's like that, I think you can do it, because if I say, for example, this, I was still walking on the floor and then drop down. If I walk in there and shoot the Noise Crush out, it would basically go against the wall and hit back at me, is the idea, and then you absorb it and you shoot it out. So I think, I'm pretty sure that the trick we showed for that with the Noise Crush where it killed Turbo Man in record time, I think you can do that on any boss that has a case where you walk in here, you fall down. If you get the timing right, hitting the Y button coming in there. And I somehow got it dead on, without having ever done it. Actually, I'll tell you this, I don't even think I saw the footage of it being done. I just heard, like, oh, you can do this. Like, I think I tried on my test, like, can I do this? Like, no, I couldn't do it. And I don't know, again, if it's something that the Super Nintendo version, for some reason, you can only do it in that one. I don't think so in that one. But again, don't ask me to explain the thing with the password for the 8 Robot Masters and why. Yeah, a Nocturne, unfortunately, you can't try this on your version because she only has the Anniversary Collection as far as this. I hate to say, no, you can't do this. It was like, well, unfortunately, based on how it's coded, I don't know why. You have to have either the Super Nintendo original, you have to have the Wii U Virtual Console version, or the new 3DS Virtual Console version. Unless Capcom wants to just do a straight port of this thing again, and I don't know the way the Legacy Collection 2 is, like, you'd think, well, why would they need to? Which is fair enough. And like, well, it's not a massive thing as far as what it is in the grand scheme of things. I mean, one thing was like a terrible port. And even the port of this, I'll go into the aspects of the ports as we go at the end for the final thoughts. It's not, even with the Anniversary Collection having some quirks to it, it being the first emulation of this. And you can tell that, especially if you compare them back and forth. Maybe we should do that. In fact, you know what? I'll tell you what to do. We're probably might be coming back to this for another show anyway for this 8 Robot Master thing, because why not? I don't know if Noctu, if you want to run this game then when we do that, or not. It's your choice. Or you want to defer to me, tell me. And I'm fine with that too. Maybe then we say, let's show off all the ports of this thing. This one included. And remember, we'll have to use this one for the purpose of the 8 Robot Master thing. But alright, bye-bye to Springman once more. Yeah, but I mean, that's something that I think, as I said, we can justify that and then kind of show it off. But even as far as that, I don't even think it's a case where those other ports are necessarily... I mean, it's not like they're horrible ports. They really ported these things badly, and oftentimes, I'll say this, Capcom, generally speaking, does not do ports that badly. The only case I can think of is, like, the Mega Man game, or Mega Man X on iOS. But even then, that's a case where the problem is the frame rate above anything else, and it doesn't play well as far as that, but... For some reason, a lot of the ports tend to be good, even with weird cases, like, okay, fine, it's not one-to-one, exactly. They've generally had a pretty good time, not just with Mega Man, but other stuff as well, like with the Devil May Cry games, and Ghost Trick, and some other stuff as well. Ooh. So, in that way, I mean, you're in pretty good case, and it's kind of a minor thing, like, okay, you can't do this 8 Robot Master thing. That is a disappointment, saying, like, you wish the other ones would do that. And, like, Capcom, I guess, aside from doing that, I guess they don't have a reason to port this game again straight, as opposed to using the Legacy Collection version. But that being said, maybe putting it out there, maybe there's like, oh, I don't know, we want to have it put into something. Because, I mean, okay, I'll say this as we're going to go to Shade Mid Stage with the secret music again. This is going to end. Mega Man 3 did get a port of itself, another one this year. Actually, in a place I did not expect to see it. It did Street Fighter 6, which is on Switch 2 and Xbox Series S and X and PC and PS5. You can unlock that with the new Season Pass that came out, and it also has Mighty Final Fight, which is a good thing because that game's $400. It's the only release of that thing since the Wii U version that I do have, by the way. So that's going to be on the table as the case with it. You know, I'll tell you also one thing we're going to do before we end tonight. We don't have Rush Search, but we do have Rush here. He's got. Oh wait, no, I don't want to. I was gonna say I changed the wild card. No, we just have set there. All right, so we have our dog with us in the nice moonlight for the end of the show. But it's like it's ported in that, so like yeah, you can get Street Fighter 6 and play Mega Man 3. So maybe there's a thought of saying, you know, we'll port this again. I don't know. I mean, it'd be an interesting thing. It's like, well, let's just emulate it again. And honestly, I think if the question is like the flashing light thing. It's worth pointing out the Wii U does darken the picture for the virtual console stuff, although in this game, I can't tell it. Wait. Look at that. I love how he's just kind of going to sleep. I'm going to keep that as far as it, but he'll wake up again. He's not going to go away, is he? Alright, yeah, just leave it be. Okay, so actually this is something I don't think I've ever seen, so let's just leave him here. We're showing all the little touches of this game. Okay. So I'm going to do one last mic pull before I go into Final Thoughts list. Things are going bad now. And then I'll do that, and we'll probably end the show. Okay, so that is Mega Man 7 for Super Nintendo, ladies and gentlemen. Final thoughts for full this time. I love this game. ElecVerse is right as far as everything he said about it, and I agree with him 100%. I don't get the perspective of, I guess, the negative reception on this. I don't know, maybe people like the 8-bit ones more, and they say, well, I don't know, this seems like the odd one out. Thinking 8 is also that way, 11's also that way. I don't know if it's a case where people have problems with them. Maybe the case with the big sprites, but honestly, I think this game comes up with a lot of different ways to kind of help mitigate that the same way that the other Mega Man games do, in the sense that you can use Rush's upgrades. You can say, oh yeah, you know what, let's go on this. Actually, I want to see one other thing, which is... Okay, he does wake up when he does that. I'm going to put him back here as far as that. I was going to say, like, oh, he just instantly wakes up when he jumps on his back. But that being said, it's something where you can kind of play around with that. You can kind of help ease this game that way if it's too hard for you. I don't know if maybe it's because I know this one so well. I don't find this as hard as some of the other ones, but I also do think it's a consistent and fair challenge. Even though there's parts of it that get nuts, including the end of it, but it's also something that, as it showed, you can come prepared for that one and kind of understand the patterns a little bit to help you as it is, but also being a case of, in a way, brute forcing it, but not being too bad. But still a case of, yeah, bring your game to this one. Despite its cute exterior, but still one that I think, if you've not played this game, I would suggest you play it. That being said, if you can get this at Super Nintendo, it's like $300, $400. It is one of the more expensive games of Capcom's on the console. It is, I think, the second most expensive of the ones the US got. The most expensive is Mega Man X3, which came out in 1996. It's also a game that knocked in its complete in box. In amazing condition, she got it for like $120-something in 2010. It's worth way more than that now. And she basically keeps that thing in a safe, and I understand exactly why. The same way I would with some of the stuff I got that goes for tons of money. It just became expensive over the years. Sometimes in case you get something for an insane deal. Even at the time, that was an amazing thing. It's like, oh, I got this thing complete in box, like $120-something. Like, really? It's like, I could barely find a cartridge copy for that much. But you did, and it's a case where, yeah, you have that going on, part of your personal collection. Sometimes you find stuff like that. I mean, as I mentioned, I got Clay Fighter Sculptures Cut used at a game store in 2008 for $11, and that game's $1,000 now. Jesus, how'd that happen? In the case of this game, I kind of do know how this happened, because this is a game that sold... I don't think they made many copies of this, as we're pointing out, from what I could tell. This game sold 208,000 units on Super Nintendo itself, 30,000 which apparently were in the US. I think. That's what the VG charts was saying. And sales of classic games like this are always hard to ascertain in a lot of cases, but apparently that was what I heard as far as this one. So, and also because it was the late era of Super Nintendo, because at the time this game came out, the PlayStation 1 had already launched, the Sega Saturn had already launched, the Nintendo 64 was coming out, and the Virtual Boy had come out about a month or so beforehand. So, maybe the thought of, you know, what was the audience of this game going to be like, although, I don't know, at the time you had Yoshi's Island, which we're starting in 2 months, or less than 2 months at this juncture, honestly. That sold massively. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Conquest, that came out a couple months after this, that also sold really well. So, I don't know necessarily a case of that, or people were more interested in Mega Man X2. I mean, it was kind of, I guess, a weird case when I said Mega Man 7. Like, because initially, I'll tell you, I made the mistake. I'll mention this when we get to X. I thought Mega Man X, I said, oh, that's a Roman numeral, it's 10. Wait a second, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on NES. Where did 7, 8, and 9 go? Turns out they didn't make them yet. And here's 7, like, oh, okay. And actually, as I mentioned, the son of my brother's piano teacher introduced me to Mega Man. Said, oh, this is X and X2. Like, oh, okay. Because there's an X and a 2 next to it. First I said, that's 12. Like, where was 11? Like, 11 didn't come out until 2018. And there technically is no 12 yet. Maybe we'll get a case of seeing that going on soon. And I'd like to get a sense of that. And I keep buying the collections. I'm glad to get those. No question. They add great value to how they are. And they emulate them really well as far as how they go. What's that next original one? I think maybe the idea that ElecVerse had saying, mine something like this for ideas for the purpose of going classic, or maybe other ones. Maybe go back to stuff like X, and I don't know if they can go far in 0, or how that's going to go. I guess I know Legends 3. It's a big case. I know a lot of fans that probably burn the bridges too much for that one, but then maybe enough times past the case of saying some ideas about that too, and saying, well, we'll see how that goes. I mean, if nothing else, I guess the idea is that you can show Capcom where the money is when it comes to these collections, if nothing else, hence why I bought every damn one of them. Sometimes more than once, as far as the Legacy collections for Mega Man Classic, particularly 1 and 2, because I have 2 versions of those as they are. But yeah, if you've never played Mega Man 7, if you're a Super Nintendo collector, it's a lot of money, but it is a really good game. It has a lot of value, it has a lot of hidden secrets, it has a lot of charm that makes it very unique against other games in the franchise. And it is a nostalgia thing, maybe with me, because it's the first one I played of the classic stuff. The first game, flat out, was Mega Man X2, but it was 1995. That was when I was like, the coming out of Mega Man to me. I was like, ooh, okay, I'm kind of liking this. And having a great time as far as it. But if you are not able to get the case of the original game, it is available on the Mega Man Anniversary Collection, which is on the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox. As we're pointing out, it's about $30-something now. Not too bad. The port of 7 is admittingly kind of rough compared to this, but as I said, it was the first emulation, so I kind of get it, and it's not a bad emulation. It does have some slowdown in places, admittingly, and it has some stuff, as I mentioned, that, yeah, are off of this in the sense that no 8 Robot Master mode. But still a case of saying it's pretty good. I bought it for that game in particular. I didn't regret doing that, and got a lot of other games in it as well, so you're getting great value as far as that. As we're pointing out, the Xbox version, it is playable on Xbox 360. And it doesn't have really bad emulation elements for software emulation, from what I understand, to say, like, don't get it on that. Or don't play it on 360, as is the case. Like Scooby-Doo Night of Our Frights, where the game is unbeatable if you run it on that. So don't run the Xbox version on 360 for that one, but for Anniversary Collection, yeah, you might want to. And unique extras in all those versions as far as the extra animated element or the video that they give you. Because it's the Ruby Spears cartoon episode for the PS2 version, the G4 Icons segments of Keiji Inafune's for GameCube, and I believe an episode of Mega Man Anti-Warrior on Xbox. And then the other way to get it is in the Mega Man Legacy Collection. It is on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Series S and X, and PlayStation 5 by extension as far as PS4's edition. It's on Switch. You can play it on Switch too, of course, and it's on the PC. That's also a really good collection. It has Mega Man 7, 8, 9, and 10 is all of 9 and 10's DLC. That's how we'll show 9 and 10, by the way, because of the DLC element. And those don't go for too much. You can get them for like $20-something, $30. We're pointing out on Legacy Collection 2 on Switch, it is not physical in this country. So you import it from Japan if you want it on a card, or you say, download it. Because even if you get the Mega Man Legacy Collection 1 and 2 release that's on Switch, that's in the box, Legacy Collection 2 is code in the box. So, keep that in mind, but point is that regardless how you go, you get to play Mega Man 7 and have a really good time with it. And it used to be on Virtual Console and Wii U and 3DS, and just sadly gone. But that being said, that's why I got it, because I did want to show it. And I'm glad I did. And I had a great time playing this game. Thank you so much to everybody for joining us. Thank you, ElecVerse, for your request of this game again, and also for celebrating all the memories and going into everything you did, but also everybody in our chat, including Nocturne, of course. And also, welcoming Ichigo Dave. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Super Bowl Game Saturday family for sure. We had a great time as far as the show. With that, I think it's going to be the end of Super Bowl Game Saturday for this week. But last order of business then. Let's talk schedule because we're coming up to the end of our Halloween block, sort of. As far as October, we got one more show. It is on Halloween night next week. So we got a Friday show on October 31st. So on Halloween night, come here. We're going to have a program. It's going to be our viewer request for this month. It is on ElecVerse's request. It is of Castlevania Chronicles. This came out on the PlayStation 2001. It is a game that is a port of Akamajo Dracula from the Sharp X68000. It is a remake from 1993 of Castlevania from NES. He said when we did Castlevania Adventure Rebirth that he thinks it's an even better game than the NES game is concerned. I said, well, we're going to take a look at that. It is a game that when it came out on the PlayStation, they made in limited copies. They only made 30,000 of them. At the time, they charged $20 for this thing. It does not cost $20 anymore. If you're going on PlayStation, it's like $150. But it's downloadable on the PlayStation 3 for $6. I downloaded on that. We're going to play it that way. The way we're going to do that, it's worth pointing out on top of the original Sharp X68000 game that's ported in that, with a couple of differences actually, kind of like this. They also give you an arrange mode, which is a sort of enhanced version of the original game, with enhancements to graphics in places, changes in style of graphics in places, and it's also a bit easier because you're able to have no knockback when you get hit. I think I mentioned when we played Rebirth saying, like, what were the other Castlevania games that did that? The arrange mode of Chronicles was actually right under my nose the whole time. So we might have to beat the game that way because this game is hard. I'm going to be practicing the game like a madman over the next week. Be ready for Halloween night to be showing that. We're going to show both elements of it off, don't worry. I also have the art gallery unlocked. Only one last thing I got to do for the purpose of unlocking that. Which also is an interview with Koji Igarashi that we're going to show off. And of course, because we're running it on PlayStation 3 via a download version, means we get to read the digital manual for sure. We're going to have that as our close of the Halloween block for this year. Sort of, but yeah, Halloween night, we got a show, Castlevania. Nothing says Halloween like Castlevania, even like right here, as far as the Ghosts and Goblins, Ghouls and Ghosts take here. There you go. So yeah, Mega Man did fit as far as 7, so it worked out perfectly. But that's going to be next week's show, and then after that, it's worth pointing out, we're going to be off for a little bit of time, because next week's show is going to be on Halloween night, and after Castlevania Chronicles, I'm going to need to be taking a break from that. We won't have a show on November 1st. So that's our show for next week as far as Halloween night for Castlevania Chronicles. Week after that, I'm going to be off, so I do have content for you going up. We're going to have our next installment of the Switch 2 Chronicles. I've been doing these off-screen this year as far as showing aspects of this system. The initial setup, some games on it to start, how the Switch Online apps ran, and then I'm showing backwards compatibility tests for a bunch of games. This is going into 2 videos because I recorded all the footage already. But I said, I gotta keep it down from the 10 hours I had like a month or so ago, and I put that when I was off 1 week. But it turned out to be 12. Oops. So I have 2 videos I'm splitting into, like I did with the Shadow Hearts Covenant finale from last week. So those are gonna be going up on the YouTube site on November 8th. I don't know when I'm gonna have them uploading, but they'll go up basically at the same time. I also have them just going up instantly as opposed to live premiering them, because in that case, you just click on the timestamps and what are the games you want to take a look at. Actually, one of them I mentioned tonight, Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, is going to be covered in that. And ElecVerse, I know you want to see Devil May Cry 3, Dante's Awakening. We're going to have a little bit of a preview to that before we get to that, because I know you want to see that. So I said, I'm not going to be ready for that game yet, but when I will, I'll let you know. But also, in the meantime, at least give you a preview now and give you off-screen content. But as also pointing out at some point, we're going to do a Switch 2 Chronicles show next year with a live case, actually doing a live stream of it. And chat's going to be up to you. I'll ask them in future shows as well. What are some games that you want to see for that? You want to see how's the Switch 2 running? I will take any requests you got, and we can definitely take a look and see. Maybe they do that, or also get previews of the stuff. That's going to be a big initiative next year. As far as our next live show after the Castlevania Chronicles show next week, this is going to be a little bit of a switch on the schedule, honestly, because I realized on November 22nd I had something come up. So the show I had that night is not going to be able to happen. So and I said for that week I'm doubling up on shows. I'm actually going to be doing something a little different. 2 weeks from Castlevania Chronicles, so that's going to be on November 14th, Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're actually going to have that weekend 2 shows. They're going to be the rest of our second chances, and actually one of them is a case where it could fit for Halloween, too. That one for the 14th is going to be for Castlevania starring Mickey Mouse for the Sega Genesis. That is another wonderful game from the 90s, another wonderful platforming game that has kind of a horror element to itself a little bit, but also it's a beautiful and wonderful game. I played that game for the show 5 years ago. I am not at all ashamed of the show we did. It was another case of early in the years of the program, but it's also a case of I can do even more. We can go deeper than we already went on this game, that I could just rattle off everything. I knew personally, I said we're going to go deeper in the stories on that one. And the way we'll do that, I'm going to play through that game 3 times, or try to. We'll play the practice mode, which is really easy, the normal mode, which is the main game, and we'll see how hard it goes. I'll show that off as far as that, but that's going to be our second to last second chance, and on November 15th is going to be our final second chance, as it's turning out. Before our 20th anniversary of Shadow the Hedgehog, we're playing the Xbox version. It is 20 years to the day. It was released in 2005. I unlocked Expert Mode. We're going to go through the Expert Mode. It's going to cover every single level of the game, and it's actually going to be a bit of a bridge, so we get to Sonic the Hedgehog for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 at some point. We'll get to that. Because the story explains that how did Shadow go with Gun, and why is he with them at the start of Sonic 06, and it evolved that way. He's going through all the stages. It's basically going to be a little more streamlined. We're going to get a sense of some of the stages we didn't see when we played it the first time. I had a great time playing that one the first time, too. Let's take a look at the other ones we got, see that new mode, and also go deeper into some of the discussions, and maybe see that after 20 years, maybe Shadow the Hedgehog is a better game than I gave it credit for. Maybe a lot of people gave it credit for. I don't know. We'll see. I'll take a look at that. I also will give a brief overview of the 2-player mode as well, just because we didn't take a look at that the first time. We'll see that. And the week after that, yeah, this is where I'm moving the show. We're not going to have a show on the 22nd, so I'm moving this show I had planned for that up to the Friday. So November 21st at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be for Pinocchio for the Super Nintendo. That's going to be our pre-Thanksgiving weekend Disney game show. That was on the request of Dolly Fans. This is going to be a viewer request for November. It is a very interesting game. One I passed by when I was growing up. Also came out in 1990. 1995 for that one. It was 95 or 96. It was late as far as the 16-bit era, but it is an interesting one. She requested it, and we're definitely going to go all the way on that one too. And then on November 29th, we have our annual Thanksgiving showcase. I feel like I'm not ready for this, even though I already have the stuff set for it. I just need to get the audio levels and all the stuff figured for all the stuff and get the notes. I need tons of notes for that one. Because we're doing our second annual, in this case annual, but we're not going to do it annual again after this right away. Delisted Xbox Live Showcase. It's going to be Volume 2. This was on the request of AJ42. He mentioned after we did last year's show, he forgot he was a fan of Penny Arcade on the Reigns of Precipice of Darkness, so I said, we can do another show for this. Let's show that. Lots of other stuff that was requested. I was asked for the Fancy Pants Adventures by Nikki, so we're going to have a preview of that. Let's see. Look at also stuff here, Nocturne, that was of interest to you. We did look at Child of Light ourselves like a year ago, and said maybe this is a good suggestion for that. Ooh, that was cool. I didn't put it in the last one, put it in this one, so I'll announce that one now. Got other stuff I've mentioned before, like Amiya Jamma Fire Edition, Knights, Jet Set Radio. I get to show Jet Set Radio. Thank God I get to show Jet Set Radio. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to. Sega Rally Online Arcade, Bastion, Limbo, and many, many more. Got some big hitters this year as well, as far as that. So that's going to be our nice Thanksgiving showcase. Of course, 2 days after Thanksgiving, as it always is. It's going to be probably early in the afternoon, like 3, 4 p.m. as far as this, because we're going to go long on that one. No question. And then we get into December. In December's case, we got 3 shows for you as far as how it is live. First weekend on December 6th, we're starting Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. I'm not letting the 30th anniversary of that game pass. It's my gift to myself, so I'm going to be starting that game. I've already started the practice. I'm 100% of that game, but I also want to be sure I'm in tip-top shape to do it. So we're going to start it then, and we're going to start in multi-parts as far as how this is going to go. So part 1 is going to be on December 6th, and we'll continue that until we finish it, and we'll get to the end of the play. Also show off the extra levels that the Game Boy Advance version has. As far as we're playing the Super Nintendo version the whole way, but the Game Boy Advance will get its treatment later, either as its own show as the finale, or depending how it goes, mixed in with the finale with the end of it on Super Nintendo. We'll see how I run that, and if that ends up being really smooth or not. Signs are good so far as what I'm doing, but I know extra level 3 and 5 are gonna kick my ass. I was showing my coworkers more Monkey Madness yesterday. I was like, they couldn't believe, like, Jesus Christ, this is what you're doing? He's like, yeah, this is what I'm doing. So this might not even be the worst of it, but I did get through that. I'm like, okay, good, we're set for that. Then on December 13th, we're starting a new annual show for December. And it's also going to be our viewer request for that month. ElecVerse is on your request, actually. Inadvertently, I guess. I don't know if you explicit, oh, I want this, but I know you seemed interested as far as it, and you asked a very good question about this. Which for Magical Tetris Challenge, we're playing that for Nintendo 64, so another Capcom game, and I'll show you our first Nintendo 64 game in 2 years, and it's been too long, so I know we're going to pull something else out from that. And it's going to be our 4th annual, and this is going to be an annual show, as far as how it is, Tetris game. So that means going forward in December, every December, one of the shows is going to be covering a Tetris game. Because in 2022, we played Tetris Plus on Sega Saturn. 2023, we played Tetris 3 for Nintendo 64. Last year, we played Tetris and Dr. Mario, and this year we're playing Magical Tetris Challenge. The thought I know ElecVerse you had was saying, is this connected to the Magical Quest games? We've got to get back to those. No question, we will. Officially, no. For Super Bowl Game Saturday's perspective, yes it is, because it is still Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck as far as that, and also Minnie and Goofy as far as stuff. It is a great game. And one of only 3 games that Capcom made on Nintendo 64, and one that has some interesting twists on the Tetris formula. Particularly as far as its magical pieces system, and also the idea of being able to get these really strange pieces that let you not only get Tetrises, but Pentrises. And it's some good stuff, and I'm definitely looking forward to playing that one. As far as our 4th annual, it'll be officially indicated this with a playlist when we get there. Tetris play for December. And then our last show of the year, live, is going to be on December 20th. Dolly Finn is joining me, and we're going to be continuing and completing, speaking of great dogs, Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights for the PlayStation 2. We're going to complete the story. I also am working off screen to unlock all of the Scooby snacks, get all the concept art, and also get all of the monster tokens. So basically, we'll go through the main story and complete that, and then we'll have a look over as far as that. That'll be our last live show of the year, by the way, because I'm going to be off on the 27th. That being said, I might have content for you on the 27th. I'm talking with Crusader 64 and Kazan 22. We finished Shadow Hearts Covenant last week, but we ran 11 and a half hours. It was a lot. So we didn't have time to go through the bestiary. I think we did want to go through the bestiary. I might be recording footage with them in a couple of weeks for that. And if I am, I'll have that going up on the YouTube site for that. At the end of the year, on December 31st, our final video, YouTube exclusive, of course, is going to be our Super Bowl Game Saturday Sings. We're going to have singing that's gone on a lot of the Shadow Hearts Covenant, but also a lot of other stuff when it comes to that, of a lot of cases we've gone through, and also some original stuff, so not just a clip show of old stuff. I put that out together at the end of the year to say, like, let's celebrate the year we had with a nice theme for it, and that was the theme we came up with, or Crusader 64 and Kazan 22 said, we're doing it, we're cutting a record. And so, yeah, Super Bowl Game Saturday's cutting a record. You're not going to, a multi-hour record, you're not going to want to miss that. And then, I guess, just to give a little bit of preliminary as far as January, we'll have Yoshi's Island still going. I'm figuring what I want to do as far as viewer requests, as far as what I'm going to be set to do. I've got some ideas percolating. I'll give you some updates in a couple weeks. We're also starting our Super Bowl Game Saturday scoping sessions segment next year, where we're taking a game that we've either been asked for or that I'm curious about, or other people are curious about, that's long. We're going to dedicate to start one show for it. I'll make that clear, one show to start. To get a sense of how should we scope this. I don't want to put limits. As I said when we played Shadow Hearts Covenant last week, and we went through that game, we played it, fine, it had been 8.5 months since we started and then ended. But I said, I don't want to put limits saying like, oh, the game's too long, we shouldn't show it. No, you know what, if you want to see it, we should do it. And I think we should also cover it, and also cover games, the thought of saying like, could it possibly be something that we could ever complete at all? Final Fantasy XIV comes to mind, which is why I'm doing a session on that one. I'm going to blindly play it for the first time. You are not going to want to miss that, but I'm waiting until later in the year, and that's going to be a big collaboration. That's going to be perhaps the can't-miss show of next year of all of them, in all honesty, just for the aspect of that. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to take a game that's really long. We're going to have one dedicated show to start, and then we're going to ask all you, how do you think we should cover this? As I trust your judgment, honestly. In some cases, I don't think I can say for some of these, I know best, or I have a good idea of what to do. I don't know what I can do as far as Persona 3 FES ElecVerse. That's going to have to be you. You know that game really well. I know it's going to be long, but what do we do with that? Let's at least talk about it now. Let's at least show it, get a sense of it. How about Blaze's Blue Calamity Trigger? That's another one I know we mentioned for years. Like, I wanted to satisfy that one. I said, what should I do as far as doing that? I said, you know what? I think the best thing to do is let's put it in front of the person who asked for it, number one. And number two, ask them. Say, maybe you got an idea. Maybe someone in chat says, maybe this is the way that would work to kind of show it that you think would be the best way to cover it. Because I think we should cover these games as fully as we can. But I don't know necessarily always the best way. So I'll ask all you. I really appreciate your input as far as that. And I'm going to be rewarding you, of course, with looks at games I know we've mentioned a long time. So what are we going to do with this? I know Kingdom Hearts 2 Chain of Memories, that's a case of that. Nocturne, I know you have something on your plate you haven't yet decided that you want to have, but she's got some concepts of what she thinks she might want to do for one of these. I have other cases where I get to also bring in guests who say, like, oh, I don't want to do multi-part games, basically Edwack and Nikki. Because I know it's a lot. I mean, we ran Shadowheart's Covenant for a long time, so I understand that. But also cases that you love some of these games, you want to be in on them. I can at least give you one show, you get a look at it, so at least you get your perspective out there, and at least we cover it that way. So if you can't or don't want to be on a full run of the game, let's at least get that way. So I don't want to muzzle your perspective of saying, I love this game just because it's long. We just do one show for that. At least that's that idea. And I know there's some games I know we talked about, like how are we handling Tetris Effect Connected? How are we handling the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion? I know that Montague UK wanted to see that, and he'll be coming back to the show. He's been off for a while, not because of anything untoward, but he's insanely busy. He hasn't been able to be on anything, but I know that's all his. And some stuff I've wanted to show off. I wanted to show off Skies of Arcadia. I wanted to show off Okami, and I'm celebrating 20 years of that game next year. You bet I am. And Indiana Jones the Great Circle, amongst many others. And I've got some other open shows as far as some ideas that we're going to have one of these a month, just to go into that. And then the only other stuff I know for sure, along with your requests and other requests of guests and things, we'll have our Play Super Mario 64 that's going to be on Gemini 96's Element. You're not going to miss that. That's definitely going to be one he's owning, and he has to be the one to own it. I know he's going to do a great job on that. We'll figure when that's coming. We have our, also have our April Fool's Day show on Digimon Racing for Game Boy Advance. We're going to find out about that one. Get our first look at Digimon. And also May, we have our compilation show as far as May. Either Cinco de Mayo weekend or Memorial Day weekend, I don't know which. We're looking at Midway Arcade Treasures 3 for GameCube, and since it's not many games in that collection, it's also going to be a bit of a Nintendo 64 Midway Arcade Port showcase on top of that. Some games we maybe could have put in there, maybe different versions of some games that are on that, and a collection within a collection. It's going to be an interesting case, and I'm actually, this sounds weird this way, I'm going to be buying another Wii, actually, for this. I'm going to be buying one that runs GameCube so I can run it in component cable. So I'm going to make these games look the best they ever had as far as that Midway Arcade Treasures 3, which run in GameCube, as I mentioned. We are covering a console for each one. PS2 for the first one, Xbox for 2, and then GameCube for 3. And that's going to be the idea of it. And other stuff we'll have coming up, and next time we come back to Mega Man as far as classic series, I believe Nocturne's going to be you with Mega Man 8 or Rockman 8 for Sega Saturn. Figure out that's going to go, and also other cases we come back to Mega Man for the other franchises, and the other arms of itself. With that is going to be the end of the show for tonight. I had such a great time coming back to Mega Man 7. Thank you so much, ElecVerse, for the request for seeing it again. I'm glad I was able to provide it. I hope you had a good time. I hope everybody had a good time. Nocturne, thank you as well for joining us. Hope you're feeling better. I'm sending my best to you. I'm looking forward to our future collaborations on the shows as well. No question. We'll talk more as far as what else is going to happen, where our next appearance on the show is at. I'm not going to miss it whenever it is. I'll let you know. And also, I guess, more stuff on Croc, because we finished it, but also they're patching it again for the Platinum Edition, and it's coming with the physical version. So yeah, that's the update on that. So we could do another look of it, honestly, of the Crocopedia if we wanted to, honestly. So there you go. We'll figure that as we go. And I had such a great time for it, as we always do. Thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday. Thank you so much for enriching my night and also our show with everything you have, all of your input, all your suggestions, all your requests. We'll get those requests to you, of course, and we're going to keep going for the show. Thank you so much for making it and showing us the idea of, a little idea for me, where could we go with the show? How could the show have been going on for 5 years as it's been? And really, still, I think the best days are yet to come. We've had a great time as it is. It's been quite a ride. And I couldn't imagine 5 years ago when I played Mega Man 7 that, oh, we'd be here as far as this, and it would be as much as, and I can't thank all of you enough for that. From the bottom of my heart. Okay, so with that, once more, thank you so much for watching the show. I will never stop saying thank you for that. I'm so grateful, and I love doing this. I love all of you, for sure. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I will see you on Halloween night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a nice sleep rush. Have a nice sleep, everybody else. Keep being awesome. I will see you next week. I'll see you on Halloween. Take care, everybody.